Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for another day of some SEA Lower Division for the DPC, and it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, welcome back, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. We've got a pretty exciting matchup lined up for us today. Week number 4, games are starting to, wind down. We've only got about this week and 2 more weeks after, so every single team needs to start finding wins. And this first matchup is very important for both sides. 496 up against Team Mystery. Both sides are kind of down there in the bottom half, especially Mystery. They're in the zone where you might get cut off, you might get eliminated from the lower div, and that could have ramifications going down, ramifications for, say, TI qualifiers. Not quite sure yet how it builds up, as after this, we've got Major and then potentially just TI, so you do want to kind of keep your spot here, and 496 is just barely above Mystery, so we'll see. One side's got to win here, and one side's got to climb up. Important for both sides to find that win.
Absolutely. See how it does go, John. The draft has begun. Of course, you can see the Nyx Assassin being first picked by 496, and Team Mystery, interestingly enough, went for the first pick Medusa. Now, there's been a lot of talk about this hero and how broken it is right now with the Aghanim Scepter upgrade, being able to just kind of stone form people whenever you want with that Mystic Snake, and I would agree that it does feel quite broken. But a first pick Medusa, John, it seems a little bit risky.
It is risky, but it's one of those heroes that really fits Ghost's playstyle. Think about the games you watched yesterday, right? Like, Ghost was playing really heavy farming heroes. He just sat back and really tried to build that lead for his team. We saw it especially on his Luna, just out-farmed literally everyone for the first 20 to 25 minutes. Medusa is the same thing. Like, you kind of just sit back, farm up, hit a couple of major item spikes, join your team afterwards. The issue for Mystery is kind of buying that space out and getting some farm distribution to these other cores. I love the response from 496. I think these are the 2 heroes that you'd want to rush Medusa with. Nyx Assassin means that you're going to be able to control the Medusa, burn that mana a little bit better, especially since the Medusa does build stat items. So the int will grow, and the mana burn is going to get that much more effective. PL, natural diffusal carrier. The Medusa can kind of play around that. You've got split shot, you can sort of melt those illusions, but if they overwhelm you, your mana will burn out and your durability just suddenly fades. And once your mana is completely gone, like, you're not going to be able to cast that Mystic Snake. I mean, while you can, it's going to be annoying, but once you can't, you're going to be a sitting duck. So I love the response from 496. It feels like they're ready for it. And Mystery, they've got this great Ghost here, but they need to follow it up. They've got the Grimstroke on hand, which is actually kind of scary. Soulbind plus Mystic Snake Ags upgrade can be pretty darn annoying, so that is a pretty strong combo here for Mystery.
Yes, it is, Jonathan. Yes, it is. But we'll see how the drafts do continue, of course, as we are going to have to wait for some bans before we can continue further, but that does give me time to turn off this fan that I forgot on, so give me one moment. Just slide over here for a second. Thank you for that. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes I do forget things on, and luckily because it's on our stream, John, we can lay back a bit and just turn it off. Every other time we've been in a production kind of setup, it's you've got to hide what's going on in the background, but on my stream we just do whatever. Just turn it off.
Oh yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah, we've got that leeway. No one's gonna bust your balls for not forgetting to open a window during the break time, Mike, and not forgetting to mute that mic sometimes. It's all right this time. I'm not going to bust your balls.
Shout out to the lovely people in the chat, by the way. Always very happy to see you guys in the chat talking to us, and it's nice, John. It's nice to have such kind people around giving us all these kind words. Yeah. Always a pleasure.
Oh, for sure.
Of course, we got even Hypeman in the chat as well, John. Hypeman, one of the best POS 1 players, in my opinion, from the Australian and rather oceanic regions here. And, love to hear the man's opinion whenever he does have one on, especially with this draft, right? Like, this first pick Medusa. I'd be curious to see what someone at his level would think, and hopefully he does respond in the chat. Is it worth first picking a hero like this? Like, I know I've already asked you that question, John. I'm just questioning how strong the hero is, and you do still have those counters, such as the PL, who do just come in and... I say counters, but I suppose the Medusa in some way can deal with the PL, right? Because you have the split shot, you have that Mystic Snake. Turning the illusions to stone can be pretty detrimental for the PL, so while you do have the mana drain, I kind of question now whether that is really going to be the direct counter. Hell, I'd even say the Nyx Assassin's going to be a bit more scary, just based off the mana drain from the Nyx.
Yep. It's a lot more potent, especially once the stat items come in. And Spike Carapace, just you let out a Mystic Snake, Spike Carapace will hold you down anyway, so the stun duration's not going to feel as amazing for Dedusa. I think that's one big thing that Mystery is going to have to watch out for as well. First pick Medusa is very confident. I think the only other team we see do this is like Boom. Boom is really the only one that comes into mind with Dreamocell playing the hero, or sometimes Mikado as well down mid, but tends to be just Dreamocell. It just signals that you have a very specific playstyle in mind. And again, for Mystery, this is allowed because Ghost just loves farming. He is a very heavy farming pause one. Medusa probably just needs, if you want, just go for a Massive Madness, same thing as a Luna, dip into jungle, build up from there, play with your Soulbind combo. They need some aggressive mids and off lanes to kind of support this though. Something like a Centaur would be pretty darn good. It is left in the pool for both sides. Centaur plus Medusa is just really nice. It'll help you retreat and help you disengage from something like the PL. Like PL depends on the Phantom Rush to close the gap, and with Stampede, you're going to be chasing for a pretty long time. There's enough time for the Medusa to get to safety, to bait in the PL. So I think 496 has to watch that. They do leave the Centaur in as well. They don't ban it out themselves. So that could be something Mystery goes for. They've got the Grimstroke on hand. Grimstroke plus Centaur is really strong in lane.
Absolutely. But now 496, though, they're going to make their first pick up. Maybe just go for a position 5 pick here. Don't reveal too much to the side of Team Mystery. So I might add, Team Mystery, even though they did struggle yesterday, there was some moments of brilliance there, and obviously the team does have some undiscovered talent, I'd say, and maybe during this series we'll see them put up a real good fight up against 496's. You kind of mentioned that both teams do need some points on the board, and it's going to be very important for them to try and get this victory over each other. So important, in fact, that 496 uses almost all their reserve time to go for a Leshrac pick. How do you feel about that one, John?
It builds into early momentum for 496. They don't have to worry about the Nixus. It's on their side, so there's no natural Leshrac counters here. You're going to be able to just do what you want, push towers, which is really good. And potentially early on, if you spike fast enough, say level 8 early on, invade the jungle, invade the triangle, prevent the Medusa from farming before any major items come out, before the BKBs fly out. And that should be what 496 looks to play with. Mystery, Centaur, we already talked about why it's great. Very telegraphed pick. Medusa Centaur just retreats early. You've got the Grimstroke plus Centaur in the off lane now as well. Inkswell plus Stun is pretty darn potent, so it's a safe pick for Mystery. It's one way to protect Ghost. And you can see 496 going into the Phoenix, so that's looking like probably our support Phoenix here coming through. 4 or 5 potential to swap it around, and it does give them really nice team fight to play with. They've got good sustain up front, and this is one very consistent way to burn through the Medusa mana as well. Just have the Phoenix stand from a mile away, get the Sun Ray off, and slowly burn through the Medusa. It's really good damage. It scales nicely into the late game, so it's consistent for 496. You're not going to get the best egg value here. You don't have that combination yet on the offlane. There's no option for Mars as well.
But you
so
forget
it's a bit harder to maximize the egg.
You forget who's playing the egg.
Oh, yeah.
Though, John. It's Bombi himself. This is a Bombi special. So I would not put it past Bombi to be very impactful on this Phoenix, as he generally is. And Mystery, their 4th pickup now. Not a lot. Very low reserve time. In fact, Mystery, they are going to go for the Abaddon. John, I can see you smirking. I can see you typing. What are you doing? What is it?
Someone in the chat, Cho Skywalker, asked me, is water back? Yes, it is. What's not back is my internet. So right now I'm on, you know the saying, phone off the hook? My phone's not off the hook. It's on the hook because I'm using my mobile data. So I have water back. I've shaved, but there's no internet.
He's not joking, by the way. He lost water yesterday, and today he literally just lost internet. So they give him something, they take something away, and, well, you know, John, what are you going to do, you know? You don't deserve both anyway. You can only live with one. There you go.
Yeah, you know what it is? I'm too strong. You know, if I have both water and internet,
imagine.
it's just off. It's through the roof.
Too much.
You got to take one out. I hope they don't take my power out again, because I can't do anything with power out still.
That's
Do
the
you
funniest
see-
part is you had less than
I
a week
did.
ago it was your power out, then it was your water
Yeah.
out, now it's your internet out. Well, what's next, John?
I don't know. Maybe the sun goes out. You know, it's just suddenly darkness in the Philippines. Who knows? Still, the Abaddon pick for Team Mystery, it's pretty darn nice here as well. You can sustain the Medusa. It's a very passive lane. With Medusa Abaddon, you could maybe play aggressive once you've got the Curse of Avernus up, but more than likely you're just looking to keep your Medusa safe, keep her protected with a Euphotic Shield, healed up with a Mist Coil, and just kind of build off that. You do have that good combo of Centaur plus Abaddon down the line, so Blink in, Hoof Stomp, you've got the Euphotic Shield to break your double edge with, lots of burst damage with the Inkswell, and Mystery just build up again. Dragonite comes through, really strong in terms of playing early, having that early spike. Once you get even just your level 6, you can pressure a tower. Lane of DK against Lashrak is not as nice, but you can sort of sustain. Once you hit your level 3, it doesn't feel as bad. The Lashrak's still going to have an easier time spamming his spells out to get that initial farm, but the DK shouldn't lag too far behind there. It's all about EXP in that lane. And the one issue for Mystery with the DK and Centaur pickup is that they don't really have ways to hit that Phoenix Egg. So Bombi, as you mentioned, he's a specialist in that. He only has to worry about Medusa. Even Dragonite and Dragon Form might not be enough, and
there it
496
is.
go with an Axe. That's
There
the
it
combo
is.
with a Phoenix. It's beautiful.
it.
Like you get Blink Call, Sunray on top, Egg on top. This is all lining up for 496 in a really nice aggressive pattern. They do have the PL, which kind of takes time to farm, but I don't think it takes as long as Medusa. The issue here is Ghost is going to flash farm faster. So if Mystery secures her jungle, the Medusa should still hit some good item spikes to face off against a PL, but it's still going to take time. So Mystery still, again, has to play that stall game.
My question is, what kind of itemization do you go on this axe now, right? Because we've been talking a lot about the Manta build up on the axe right now, and it is very potent because the illusions do spin. With the, especially with the shards, you get a hell of a lot of spins, and it is still pure damage, and it is still max pure damage through the illusions, so you don't actually lose any damage while you're spinning with those illusions. I wonder if that BB kind of goes for your standard off-lane axe, you know, your Vanguard, Hood of Defiance into Blink, and maybe a Blade Mail later on, or will he try to go for a Manta and be a little bit cheeky? I mean, if you do have those Manta illusions and they're spinning like crazy on the Medusa, you're going to burn through the mana very fast. Then again, I don't know how long the illusions would survive up against the Medusa. Nevertheless, though, as you can see, we are kind of getting into the game right now, so we'll leave that question unanswered for at least now. 496 and Team Mystery, they can answer it for us, John. But what you can answer for me is the hard question. Who came out with the better draft, sir?
I'm going to go with 496. I think they've got the Medusa counters all lined up. The PL should still be able to hit some pretty good spikes for Drew. The one thing is that Drew needs to kind of play with those early item spikes. Once Diffusal Mantis up, you have to go and do so before the Ags flies through for any more comes out for Ghost, especially the Ags plus Ags Shard combo. So ideally, you want to be active before that 20-minute mark on the PL this game. Going back to the question of the Axe, this should be a more standard Axe build. I can see Blink Vanguard being an option. With the Axe Shard Manta coming after, I think you could skip the Blade Mail. And it just feels like Blade Mail, it's not amazing anymore. So I don't mind an Axe going for that, but you do have to get Vanguard. Like 100% this game, there's a lot of physical damage coming through. You want to be able to block it. Even a Crimson Guard's going to have a really good value here.
Look at this, John. He went for a Bracer and just a set of Tangos on the axe. This is something I haven't seen in a bit. Generally speaking, Quelling Blade, Ring of Protection maybe, and a lot of regen on the axe. But he goes for the Bracer and one set of Tangos. What do you think about this? Like, is this a bit too greedy?
It's a bit greedy. I think he's just trying to pad out his HP. He's maybe going to try to play around with just focusing on farming rather than aggression. So just kind of pulling the wave back as far as possible, getting that initial farm up, rushing the Ring of Health. And after the Ring of Health timing, you're kind of sustaining that lane fine. You do have to watch the positioning coming through. It's mainly down to the fact that Ghost plus Wayne on Medusa plus Abaddon is super passive. Like, the Axe is not going to be threatened here. You could maybe try to run up for Wayne. He's pocketing that level 1. He could opt for the Avernus and try to bully out that BB, but that doesn't sound like a really good prospect as well. And this is a dual melee lane from 496, Axe plus Nyx. is something that the Medusa shouldn't worry too much about. Issue is Abaddon doesn't really do as much in the early levels as well, so that BB might be just allowed to get that greedy start. Yasi already drops a nice forward ward to block the camp as well. So the lane's always going to shove in. You can see Wayne just applying that pressure, but with a bracer up, you're really just not losing enough HP on the Axe.
I like the choice to go for the spin level 1 as well, because generally speaking, you'd see the level 1 Battle Hunger at the level 1 mark on the Axes these days, but I think the thing is, the Nyx Assassin won't be able to chase down the Abaddon and harass him out with the Battle Hunger anyway. So you're probably better off just getting the spin and pushing out the lane, and, well, right now he might just die. That BB being slowed up quite a lot, and this should be first blood. Ghost looking for that last hit though, Dat BB, a cheeky juke, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He will try, but eventually Ghost will be able to connect the Mystic Snake and does get the kill. That's going to be a really nice start here for Ghost.
Yeah, it all came down to the fact that Yasi went for a pull, and he's trying to get that level 2 spike on his Nyx. So the Axe going for this greedier start is easily punishable. You need someone else to soak that damage, or at least spread the damage around, take the attention away, get the stun off to prevent that aggression from coming through, and you already kind of give Ghost a pretty good time here. Has that leveled spike over the Axe, and that's just going to feel good in laning.
Now bot lane though, Bombi does end up dying, and I didn't quite see what happened there, but he is level 1 with only Fire Spirit, so there's no Icarus dive available right now on Bombi. And of course Mystery will try and abuse that as they can. That'll be the second kill on the board already for Mystery. 496 yet to find their footing, but I'm sure for them it's all about allowing Drew to farm on this PL, and well, right now Drew is top of the CS board and appears to be free farming basically, so he's having a great old time. I think as long as Drew keeps his farm up, you're going to be happy no matter what happens.
Yeah, this lane on the bot lane, it's a Centaur Grimstroke. You just have so much aggressive potential for Mystery that Bombi's not going to be very safe here. Like PL plus Phoenix is not the most aggressive. You don't have too much control to hold him down. You do have decent DPS coming through from the Phoenix, but you'd rather focus on just soaking the damage through, allowing Drew to farm. They are getting that done. 17-4, really good number compared to Ghost at 8-3. Of course, we'll have to watch as the levels go up for Xiaoyu and QWE. They will look to keep trying to bully, keep looking for those openings. PL, early levels, you don't have the best cooldowns on Doppel, and Spirit Lance is kind of costly to your mana pool, so there's not too much Drew can actually do to get some aggression off. It gives us a chance to look at the mid. Last lane here. You've got Hung on the left.
Wait a minute, John. Xiaoyu. He's going to move in. He's got Drew there with the Inkswell and the double edge, and it's going to be more than enough. Very nice setup there from QWE and Xiaoyu. Drew maybe just getting a little bit overly confident on the PL, and it kind of goes back to what you said, John. Doppelganger, pretty high cooldown early on, and he hasn't even skilled it up yet. They recognize the opening. They take a very important kill off the map.
Yeah, it's a nice pick-off to take once more, and Drew just has to watch himself. He went for the Spirit Lance and Phantom Rush build as he tend to. With no Doppel up, you have no protection, so once they get that gap closing on, it's just an easy chain stun. Bombi can't really save you. No stun ray up. There's no heals coming through, and every single time you go up to the Centaur, you're going to be comping damage as well.
Absolutely. Looking back at top lane, though, they are going to try and go onto Wayne, but there's just no damage output. Like, against the Medusa lane, you really can't do much. Nyasi now is going to get chased down. Wayne does get the Curse of Avernus out. Ghost, Mystic Snake is barely not going to be enough. Survive on about 37 HP on that Nyx Assassin. Wayne is going to find himself a free courier now. That BB just kind of forgetting about his courier at the secret shop. Speaking of that BB, looking back at his skill build-up, he went 1-1-1. Interestingly enough, at level 2, he actually ended up going for the call rather than the Battle Hunger. And now he just goes for the 1-1-1, but you can really tell they're not able to keep Wayne out of this lane. Because you can Aphotic Shield off the Battle Hunger every time as well, as you can see, and that BB is going to have a very tough time, it looks like. He's only found 4 CS so far in this axe.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive issue. Like, you don't necessarily want to share a jungle farm here with Leshrac and with Peel, and every single lane's just kind of going rough here inside of 496.
At least QWE does drop at the bot lane, and Xiaoyu now is going to be chased down in the Centaur. Do they have the damage though? Drew would love a Phantom's Rush, but he'll go for the Doppel instead, and the Lance will be enough. A double kill out for Drew. And that's really what you wanted to see if you're a 496 fan. They just needed some kills on the board, and getting a double kill there for Drew is going to feel very nice. Meanwhile, Bombi, he'll just deny himself off to the tier 1 tower. Nobody around to soak XP anyway, so it's just worth the reset. And of course, the respawn time is going to be quite low because it was a death to Xiao Yu on the Centaur.
Yeah, it's kind of works out for 496. They're giving some space out to Dat BB to get his own creep pulls going. And be able to farm all the way down mid.
And Mercury trying to go into Hung. He does have some help coming in. Stroke of Fate is out. Hung, he's going to be alright. Now Mercury might be in danger. Yassi and Bombi going to try and chase him down. And yeah, Mercury's gone. Cannot survive the damage output of Bombi. Now Wayne, he's going to try and go for a run, but Yassi is there with the Impale out and now the Aphotic Shield. It's not going to do too much as Hung will come back in. He gets another kill on the Leshrac. 496 looks like they finally found their footing in this game 1.
Yeah, they turned out aggression down mid at a really good time, and they even catch QWE here.
He's going to go for the Ink Swirl, but it is not going to be enough time to pop. Like to see if he could go after Hung there, but the Pulse Nova damage is going to be way too high. Instead, Mercury, though, going to TP back in onto Yassi. Of course, Spike Carapace, just walk away. Everything's fine for the side of 496.
Yeah, they're going to need to get a few resets out for Hung. The bot alone is just going to give him to half, but at least he does have his Arcane Boots up. So there's more mana to play with here. All the rotations has, again, opened up some space for that BB to play catch-up in the farm. Still lagging behind. 10-6 on the Axe in terms of CS is not good. So that BB's still going to have to play in the jungle. He is trying to just play in that top jungle area. Wayne is going to keep an eye on him as he's trying to give that space out over to Hung. Hung in the triangle. And your Leshrac is getting a lot of space out, so you don't necessarily mind too much. But this does mean that the Vanguard blink timing for Dat BB is going to be stalled out. And you're going to find Ghost with really good timings into the Manta. So he's going to be able to keep farming up like a madman. And you might, again, have to keep an eye on just how much the Medusa gets for free. Sure, Drew's farming up right now. The Diffusal looks to be lined up for a pretty decent timing, but the Medusa can flash farm the jungle a little bit faster once a couple of items are up.
That's very true. That BB is a call out, but you've got to be careful about that Curse of Avernus. Wayne, he almost has it. He doesn't even need it. Ghost, he'll pick up the kill. Into the mid lane, Mercury getting very low on the DK. Stampede was popped to allow him to get out, but we're now Hung with the Diabolic Edict, can start chipping away at that mid-tier 1 tower. Of course, that's something you really don't want as Team Mystery, because you don't want your jungle to get invaded. You want your Medusa to be able to farm, and now Mercury, he's been caught out. He might just be dead here. They do find him. Xiao Yu gonna try and turn, but no, he has to run. Hung is doing way too much damage. The Aphotic Shield might save the day, but no Xiao Yu. He will burn out. In fact, they might even find more Hung. He's not done yet. Yassi will find another. Wayne is trying to survive, but there is no way in hell as Yassi will get a triple kill on the Nyx Assassin. And that should be the mid-tier 1 tower, about to cop a lot of damage here from Hung. In fact, never mind. It looks like he's probably going to be too low, and Mercury is going to come back into that mid-tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, for Mystery's end, they kind of defend that mid-tier 1. Sacrificing 4 heroes is really not good. Hung is starting to build up. Number 1 in net worth right now. The only silver lining right now for Mystery is that there's a lot of free space still for Ghost. But the same thing's happening to Drew. Every single rotation out has allowed a PL to just sit back and farm as well. So it's a bit of a farming war between the PL and Deuce. The gap isn't too wide yet. There is still chances for Ghost to bounce back in the jungle. I don't think they've really managed to get too many stacks, though. The map has been a bit too busy. They have managed to stack some Ancients up, but the Medusa's not quite at the point where Ancients are feasible. That's going to be a little bit more down the line. And 496, they're just keeping their position down mid. Fortify's down, Edict's up. Tower's not going to stand long.
It definitely isn't Mystery. They're going to be forced again, as 4 to defend this mid-tier 1. They'll try onto the Phoenix, go onto Bombi, but Bombi's got the egg out. That BB now going to rush in. This is very dangerous for the side of Team Mystery as they try to go for the egg, but the Impale out from Yassi is going to stop them in their tracks, and now they'll turn again. 496 right onto Ghost and that Medusa. The Sunray is there, and eventually they will burn it to death. They found Xiao Yu, they found QWE, onto another. Mercury's going to try and run, but it doesn't look great for him, as Yassi is right behind with the Vendetta and the Impale. Bombi even going to have a bit of a dig for a salve instead of going onto Mercury. But it won't matter, John. They don't get the DK kill, but they found the mid-tier 1 tower, and as we know, that is going to make the life of our Medusa much, much harder. His Ghost's map just got a lot smaller.
Yeah, he's going to have to really just play in the triangle area, try to maybe get some help to clear out those ancient stacks and get to the point where the Medusa is a bit more self-sustainable. And he's going to start now. It's not a massive stack. It's big enough to give you a gold injection here. There's still a lot of free space for Drew. Clears out the top tier 1. The Diffusal, it's up on RPL, so this is already a major damage spike for him. You'd still want the Manta up for stats, but you're reaching that point where the PL is going to meet that sub 20-minute power spike with the Manta. And that's the point where the Medusa is just not going to be ready. You don't have the option for Ag Shard then. You're still a ways off from the Manta and very far from an Ags on top of that. So that huge, annoying, constant Mystic Snake stone form is a long way off. And this is the very vulnerable time for Mystery. They need to keep stalling out for the Medusa. They need some major items to fly out here. Xiao Yu needs his Blink. And you also need that Blink on Mercury. You need those two frontliners to jump in, get the control off, and find those pick-offs for your team. Otherwise, your initiation's all down to Stampede, and that doesn't feel like it's enough right now.
And guess what I just remembered, John? I've forgotten to turn on the predictions again. My apologies to the viewers if you were waiting for those predictions or you were trying to tell me to turn them on. I promise I'll remember in Game 2. My apologies. Try not to look at the chat too much while we're casting, which is probably why I forgot. Bot lane, Xiao Yu is going to try and run. Yule's up is going to be there. DPC doesn't have the call, but doesn't need it. Hung will have more than enough damage on the Leshrac, and well, that Xiao Yu on the Centaur, John, he's got a Hooded Defiance and a Vanguard, but it's just not proving to be enough with the amount of damage that Hung is pumping out.
Yeah, it's way too much. They can melt right through the Hood of Defiance's shield and the Vanguard. There's not much physical damage coming through anyway from the side of 496 right now.
He's gone on to Mercury now. You've got Bombi around with the Sunray, and that's a level 3 Sunray. It's going to hurt quite a bit. Mercury, he is really getting quite low as Yassi now will go for the chase. Mercury, he stuck around for that bounty, but that may cost him. Yassi will catch up, and Drew will be able to secure the kill on the PL. And it's just getting from bad to worse now for Team Mystery as they are 5k behind. And when you've got a Medusa, that never feels very good.
No, I mean, Ghost is still keeping up in farm. Everyone else is falling behind, and this is what we see from Mystery every now and again. They keep throwing their bodies out. They want Ghost to farm up, but they sacrifice too much on their other cores that it just becomes hard to catch up.
They found another one. They found Wayne. He doesn't even have borrowed time yet, John. It's 13 minutes in, and he's still level 5. He's going to get dunked on by that BB, and well, that's how you can tell that Mystery's having a very tough game. In fact, let's have a look at the level difference right now between all the heroes, and just look at that graph, John. It's not looking great.
Yeah, nah, it's a tough time for Mystery right now. Like, Xiao Yu is below all the supports of Mystery, of 496 and Mercury. Well, he gets run down by Drew a bit. And once you run out of mana, that's one little blessing on these lower mana heroes. Once you run out of mana, Drew doesn't do as much damage right now. So you're kind of safe. You're just going to be annoyed. Probably going to have to reset the case. I love what I'm seeing here as well. Oh?
That was, as they say,
I'm not sure if you were referring to that kill, John, but I'm sure any Team Mystery fans aren't very happy to see that. Or this either. They're on to Mercury again. Mercury, he has no mana to play with. And eventually DPC might get the dunk off. Miscoil is there, a Phonic Shield, but now the egg is going to be out from Bombi. They're going to try and focus it down. The call is there. It's not going to be quite enough, though. They'll get the egg, but a big dunk out from DPC going to be enough to kill off Wayne. And it will end up in a 1-for-1 trade. But you can just see how much 496 are controlling the map right now. Ghost has got nowhere to farm. And that's going to be a really big issue.
Yeah, you're basically just stalling out for this Medusa to become big. And again, you need Manta, you need Ags, you need Ag Shard. It's a long way off for this Medusa. And you look at 496, they've been playing around with their item build. DPC rushed his Blink over Vanguard. He was very behind. The Blink's just allowing him to get into that good spot. You see Hong just playing in the triangle, clearing out all the stacks. And because there's no Blinks on Mystery's end, they can't jump in and punish that kind of greed. Like, they need that Blink desperately up on Xiao Yu, but he's still about 900 gold off. And until then, without the Blink on Centaur, without the Blink on your DK, you just don't have angles outside of Stampede. And even Mercury actually opts to rush the BKB over Blink. So just wants to stay alive a bit more, stand in front, get damage off, but you're not going to have that movement up.
I think he's really got no choice. The matter is now, they found out Wayne, borrowed time is going to be popped, but Drew will just wait it out. Should be another easy kill on the Abaddon. Eventually is Drew is going to rush in. Mercury is around to try and help. Doppel, Drew, he won't go any further. Turns out it won't be such an easy kill. Thing is though, Mystery kind of had to rotate to make sure he doesn't die. And look at bot lane. Ghost, he's being stalked right now by Yassi. Yassi going to get caught out underneath the sentry ward, but where does Ghost go? He's just going to be stalked. As mid lane, Xiao Yu will stampede away, but Yassi's not done. Ghost, underneath the tier 1, might be safe, and looks like that'll be enough. 496, they're still hanging around that die triangle. Never mind, Ghost is still being chased down by this Nyx assassin into the egg now from Bombi. Do they have enough to lock him down? The call is out, but the Yule Scepter is going to save him from that call, and now Mystery, they'll try to turn this. But it turns out they can't. They can't really keep up, they can't lock anyone down, and it goes back to that same point you made, John. There are no blinks. There is no way to stun anyone up on 496. Team Mystery, they are yet to really just leave this triangle.
No, they're just making it really hellish for Ghost to find farm. A bit of a misplay out from 496. I believe Yassi's Yules came out with the call. They couldn't manage to get the follow-through stun from the egg there, but they still managed to get control. They bail out, and they're still poking Ghost. There's just no free spot for Ghost right now. Wants to farm bot because top is invaded. Can't really do that. Triangle still doesn't feel safe despite all the sentries on hand. And Drew just has all the space up top. Like, he's got the SNY with the defusal. This is a major spike for the PL. I love that he actually went for the SNY over Manta. He knows that he doesn't really have anything to Manta dodge here. Like, maybe the silence from the Grimstroke, but even then you have enough that you can just melt that little insect in front of you anyway. So now with the SNY, with the Sange stat resist, with the additional HP, Drew's going to be harder to lock in if you can even catch him at all. And you're 8k up in 496, 18-6 at 17.5 minutes. Mystery, their outer towers are starting to fall. They need to find a way to force some of this punishment out. Like right now,
they're gonna try that BB. They're gonna try, but the Sunray is there, just healing up the Axe. He is healing so darn much. They are finally gonna get through him. But it took 5 heroes to get that kill. Luckily for Team Mystery, at least Medusa is the one to take it, so Ghost does get the gold for it. There's definitely a positive, but that net worth lead is still growing quite a bit here for 496, and it's still very hard to imagine being able to fight back up against this PL Leshrac when you're behind in so much gold. And well, Ghost at least is getting very close to that Aghanim Scepter now, so maybe that'll allow them to turn this game around. But now at least, though, it's going to remain a bit of a struggle, unless maybe they get Bombi here on the Phoenix with the silence out. It should be enough, but even the Dragon Tail, they'll find another. But here comes the rest of 496. That BB, he does miss the call, though. That's going to be enough.
Yeah, and you're seeing the difference here from Mystery. With a blink up on Xiao Yu, they can set up, they can look for angles, and it's starting to open up more opportunities for them to fight back. You have to worry about as well. Once the Ags is up for Ghost, you might still be able to take these fights outside of base, but the high ground is a different story. That's where Mystery can really stall this game out. And 496, they have to be careful about stalling the game out too long. They need to make some progress into that high ground base, because once this Medusa's geared up, well, you can stall the game out forever with that Mystic Snake.
Xiao Yu, be very careful. They are slowly making their way in. In fact, never mind. They're going for a Roshan. I mean, why the hell not? It does feel like they still can't really fight into you. As 5 at least. And you can just rush the Roshan with the PL, with the Leshrac, with the Axe. And again, I don't think there's any way for Mystery to stop this. In fact, I don't even think they know about it. Well, there's your scan out now, but it's going to be way too late. Hung will take the Aegis. Already got the Bloodstone up as well on the Lesh. And well, for Team Mystery now, you've got to kind of just sit back and see if you can counter-initiate, I think. This 496 should slowly start moving in, and they do. Onto Wayne, but there's your hoof stomp out from Xiao Yu. But now that BB gets a very nice call-off on the Centaur. Can they burst him down in time? Not quite. He will stamp it. Oh, Yassi!
Yassi!
What a great spike carapace out from Yassi! He abuses the stampede damage. And that'll be 2 down. Into the mid-tier 2 tower they go. And it just drops so darn fast. They might be able to go high ground. They're going to try. I mean, why the hell not?
They need to hurry. The Medusa Axe is going to come through, and once Ghost can join the defense, it can get a bit scary, so you need to get as much as possible with this Aegis. And with those 2 losses, with no Stampede up, it's going to be very hard for Mystery in the high ground here. Still no Blink and Mercury, so they're just kind of stuck clearing out the wave from afar.
Oh, they get to tier 3 and that'll be enough. No need to rush, they'll back off. Bit unfortunate there for Ghost, as he did just get that Aghanim Scepter up, and they are going to go for an immediate smoke up. 496 though, they'll have the high ground advantage, and it looks like Hung is about to run into a DD rune, but they are still going to try and rush in. Xiao Yu not going to land the Inkswell. And now with this DD, I think Hung wants to turn around. And he will. Yule Scepter up onto Mercury with the Split Earth. They have so much control. There's your call in as well, that BB. He's got 2 of them. It's looking already very dangerous for Mysteries. They're still going to try and fight this one out, but there's your egg now from Bombi. Can they burst it down? It looks like they can. Mystery, they're off to a good start, but Hung comes back in after Ghost, trying to burn through the mana pool. The call out as well, but he does heal up quite effectively. Hung now dropping quite low, still has the Aegis. Meanwhile, Drew just cleaning up the back lines, goes into QWE. There's your dunk out from that BB into the Centaur. They'll find another. Can they find the Medusa? It looks like they can. Yassi, he's going to be around. Ghost has no mana left. And that's going to be a full team wipe out from 496 and a triple kill out for that BB and a GG call. They've had enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, they couldn't hit the spikes. I think that's a big one. They saw that they had the Medusa Axe. They immediately went for a smoke play. And they go out. It looks all right. It didn't look ideal. Ghost was way too far forward, I think. In that circumstance, you really want your Medusa to be further back. It needs to be the Centaur and the DK kind of in between you and the rest of the team. But Ghost just exposed himself. And that meant that, sure, you were getting a couple of Mystic Snakes off. But once the damage was coming through, once the PL Illusions were on top of you, you couldn't quite overwhelm it. Like, the mana regen was nice every single time, but once you drop below 170, you're kind of stuck there. And it just eventually happened. So I think Mystery, understanding that there was not enough room to grow, considering the map control they had on hand, it just kind of fell flat. 496 played really amazingly. Like, they play really smoothly. That BB's lane felt really slow for what it was, but they did go Axe Nyx. You did have the Abaddon just kind of dispelling the Battle Hunger build. Medusa's range, so you can kind of punish the Axe and just going for the spins to just slow down that BB. But they were winning out Drew's lane despite the early kills coming out. Hung had a really good time mid. It's just the Leshrac versus DK. It's something Lesh actually really enjoys because he's magic damage. DK's durabilities and armor, so you can just punish it really nicely, and 496 just get a really smooth draft. And Mystery, it comes down to this draft. I think a lot of it is to the fact that they first picked Medusa. They figure it's a really good Ghost hero, but they don't ban Nyx. They don't ban PL, and it just left that Medusa exposed down a lot.
It did. Up against a team like 496 as well, and you and I both remember very fondly that this team loves kind of just grouping as 4 or 5 and just running at the other side. And when you've got a hero like Medusa that needs a bit of time to just farm up and needs a bit of security, it's very risky up against a team like this that, again, will group up as 4 and will just run down your cores over and over again, even if they lose out the laning stage. That's what they're going to do every single time. And we'll see if Team Mystery can kind of sort out their draft in game number 2 and make this go to a game number 3. At least for now, it is MLP Dota and Genix Fire, and we're going to head off to a very short break. And after that break, we will be back with Game 2's draft. We'll see you then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are officially here for Game 2 between Team Mystery and Team 496, and it is of course MLP Dota and John Expired. John, welcome back, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. You know, game 1 went really well for 496. You can see Team Mystery, they had to respect ban that Nyx. Like, there was so much coming out from Yassi. He was just setting up. Now, 496 have left the Medusa, so Team Mystery could still first pick that if they want to. They don't have to worry about the Nyx, which is kind of big. Like, a lot of that man burn was causing issues. They have left in the, say, Phoenix here, so there's still that potency, but Mystery opts for the Grimstroke instead. So they're saving that pocket Medusa pick for maybe down the line. It should be banned out by 496 as the game goes on, unless they kind of are just confident. And after game 1, I wouldn't blame them for feeling confident against something like the Medusa. Still, with a Grimstroke starter for Mystery, they could still opt for the Centaur here, unless 496 takes it for themselves. Could be an option as well, but Grimstroke plus Centaur is a very stable combination to have. 496 are just going into the Snapfire for now. They could also now go for Centaur as well, very potent with the Cookie Stun combination coming through. And Snapfire is just really potent right now. Like, despite maybe a couple of players not, or a couple of teams not opting for the early Blightstone start, its laning is still really aggressive from Snapfire. It just allows you to set up early on. The kisses are really potent in team fights as well. You stand back, you spam the kisses out. You don't tend to see too many clockworks now. There's no option for Nyx, so it's going to be a pretty easy time for you to just get that full channel off here.
It certainly is, John, and of course one very potent combo is with the Older Titan, and for now they're not going to go for that. They are going to go for the Centaur, which is also quite potent because you can go for the Cookie into the Hoof Stomp, and that can be quite detrimental to the safe lane of Team Mystery. Team Mystery, they go for the Grimstroke Tiny. I have to assume that's a Tiny core because Tiny support is terrible right now, so we could only assume it might be a mid or a safe lane Tiny. Maybe even the off-lane Tiny is okay. Hopefully not a support Tiny, though, because that's really bad.
Yeah, it's bad as a support when you'd prefer Tiny off, which we just don't really see. In fact, we haven't seen since, I want to say, BTS Pro Series 2, like a year ago. So it's been a long time for that off-lane Tiny, but Tiny support's just not the best right now. I think we did see TNC pick it. I believe it was Boomy maybe playing it. But that is Boomy. He plays a super greedy 5 every single time. Basically a 4 anyway, I think, for Boomy. So if Mystery want to go that route, they're going to have to be ready to buy space for a Tiny, which is sometimes never ideal. And you have Ghost, who really soaks up a lot of farm, so there's not going to be too much space there for all the cores. Plus a support Tiny rushing Blink. Really just sit back and build into the mid game. So we'll see what Mystery does opt to do. That should be the mid. I think Mercury has played it a couple of times. And it's still potent for mid. You still go for the Blink, but you tend to go for Echo Saber into, say, AC, and just kind of build on your right click at the Shard. So the focus is still on the right click Tiny, but the Blink is a priority early on. Could still work out that way. You can see Mystery just target banning, take out the Phoenix Slash. 496 obviously taking out the Dusas. They don't really have the Nyx to play with anymore. They're just not letting Ghost be comfy. There are a couple of options here for Ghost. I suppose the Luna could be a viable option for them if they want to go back into another Flash Farmer. For Ghost, he did get like a, 5 to 6k lead by the 15 to 20 minute mark last time we saw his Luna, so he plays it fantastically well. Mystery just really have to play around the constraints of a Flash Farming hero like that. Like, their other cores cannot be as greedy. You have to meet those Blink timings to get your aggression out, otherwise your 2 cores will be really shafted just for that one hero.
I don't think you can go for a heavy farming core up against 496. I think the way you beat them is you just kind of outskill them throughout the early to mid game. Like, you've got to be able to beat them in these engagements. Like I said during that first game, they're going to come at you. You've got to be ready to fight back. And as we saw last time around, they're going to aim the mid tier 1 tower very quick if they know you've got a farming core. And then they're just going to kind of overtake the map and start controlling the map altogether. I think Team Mystery just have to be very careful with what kind of position 1 they do want this game. You'd kind of have to be under the assumption that you aren't going to be allowed to farm. I think you'd much rather have something that can at least fight back if he needs to. Like, maybe a Luna is a good idea. Maybe you can go for that early Eclipse and at least have that team fight ability. Maybe something else. We'll see. It's 496. They're going to have the 3rd pick, at least first. So they'll go into that reserve time. Like last game around, they did tend to use a lot of reserve time throughout these third picks. By the way, John, shout out to you. You've got the toothpaste shirt on again. I only just realized. I love the toothpaste shirt.
Yeah, it looks really fresh. I should have worn this when I had no water to hide that fact, to look fresher. But now I wear it when there's no internet, so it's just very ill-timed, but yeah, very minty and refreshing. It's surprisingly not refreshing here, Mike. It's bloody hot. Really, really hot. Like yesterday was actually nice and cool, but it is summer. And for you, it's fall, right? Like it's fall time, so it's actually pretty cold. You look fairly... I mean, like yesterday you looked pretty comfy. You had a nice little hoodie on. This time you've got the floral shirt on. I find that shirt interesting because I'm seeing it as a still. It's floral, but it's also black and white. So it's not very flowery. It's an interesting kind of...
You know what it is, John? It's very 2000. It's very emo, isn't it? It reminds you of those days, the My Chemical Romance days.
Yeah,
right?
exactly it. Three cheers for sweet revenge and all of that,
Shout out to any MCR fans from back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Nobody liked to admit it, but everyone loved their music. Even me. I never admitted it to the boys, John, but secretly when I went home, listened to a bit of MCR. You couldn't admit it, John. In Australia, from where I'm from, you can't admit that you listened to My Chemical Romance back when I was a teenager.
Really?
No, you couldn't.
Really?
You definitely couldn't.
And it's so weird. Here in Southeast Asia, everyone was just into it. Everyone was into My Chemical Romance. Everyone liked, what was it? Taking Back Sunday, Make Damn Sure. In the Philippines, we liked stuff like Urban Dub. If you guys know that, I'm a big Urban Dub and Typecast fan. Still am. Still an emo boy at heart. But what else is very strong and strong to the heart here as well? 496 taking the Clockwork. Clockwork
Terrible
Snap.
segue, by the
Hook
way,
shot.
Terrible segue.
Hey, let me have it. The hook shot into Cogs with the kisses is really nice. For 496, we have seen Yasi actually play a really mean Clock and Bombi as well. So there's a lot of flexibility in what lane to go with Clockwork here. And it's just such a stable combination. Hookshot, kisses from far. Nothing to break that combo from Mystery. And they do go with Marana here from Mystery Sand, which is pretty nice. It gives you some angles to arrow the snap while kisses are flying out. Not the most reliable stun, and 496 do get something to kind of keep that from being a nuisance. Bloodseeker is out, so you've got Blood Right, you've got Rupture to stop your Marana. Even the Tiny's not going to be able to jump out. The one thing for Mystery right now is sort of a lack of hard stuns. I mean, they have Avalanche, that's probably their best bet, but you're going to need the blink timing in that Tiny. Otherwise, it can be hard to really fully lock in these heroes. And Mystery do go into the Lifestealer, which is pretty nice. You've got some natural vehicles, and say Tiny once it blinks up. You can ride a Marana as well if need be. The Ag Shard and Axe are pretty interesting for Lifestealer as well. And Lifestealer versus Bloodseeker in lane is not too bad for Lifestealer. It's a melee lane. Bloodseeker can't fully bully you out, but you have to worry about Blood Right and all of that. There is aggression here as well. Lifestealer plus Grimstroke means Inkswell plus running up. Lots of good damage can fly through there. So there is some potential for early aggression. I don't think you're going to really push that top lane that bot lane all too much from Team Mystery.
Absolutely not. Razor is going to be the final ban for Mystery, which I think is a very, very good ban. And of course, we saw the Morphling being removed as well, because you naturally don't want to have the morphing into the Lifestealer and then just getting free rage. Of course, the Razor with Static Link can be very detrimental to the Lifestealer, who already doesn't have much damage to begin with, unfortunately. 496. Looks like they've been banning out some offlaners, getting rid of the Timber, the Sand King, and now the Axe. Is that going to be a safe lane Bloodseeker? I believe it will be.
Yeah, we've seen Drew play it a lot on that safe lane before.
Yep.
It should allow for a much better mid here coming out for Hung. I think that's going to be key. It's fairly selfless from center Bloodseeker, especially the Bloodseeker center will need a blink, but that does mean your mid laner can be maybe a bit more farm oriented here, a bit more of your actual horde core. What would fit? TA against Tiny sounds like it could be okay if you want to go that route for Hong. Could pop out. We saw a lot of people talking about Ags. I'm not sure why the panel was very surprised about Ags. We've seen that a lot from some Southeast Asian teams and from China. Huh? Oh yeah, they were talking about it yesterday. I believe
the
on
upper division panel.
The upper div panel. I was like, but this was something China was doing a year ago. You know, it's like the Ninja TA, the Naruto TA, just really nice to have for split push. Mystery, do you go with the LC?
Wow.
So it is looking like our mid tiny, LC off. Should be able to hold the lane fine in that off lane up against a safe lane Bloodseeker. That should be manageable. You can kind of sustain through. You don't really have an aggressive combo there for the LC though. Like LC Mirana is fairly passive. You do have the Blink Inkswell dual combo. So again, another hero that's going to need some blink timings unless you just play with a toss from your tiny, like tossing back to the LC or tossing the LC in with the Inkswell. Either one could work here. You also have the potential for double duel. So you're going to hold 2 heroes down through BKB. That is really strong. But that's something that gets emphasized towards the late game. Early on, it can be a bit detrimental for the LC if the damage output's not quite there. So 496, still need that mid. I think TA could still be decent here if they wanted. Not much to really
John,
burst through it.
Are you purposely not reminding me to start predictions or something? I feel like you're sabotaging me here, John.
I honestly, again, I don't have predictions in the Philippines. It's blocked in the Philippines and Singapore, which is funny because Singapore is where I was living before as well. Literally everywhere else in C. Anyone else from C could start these predictions for you, Mike. I literally can't. I don't know why.
Oh, goodness me. Alright, so there's our drafts, John. I love seeing the Wind Ranger for 496, by the way. Always a pleasure to see them playing this hero, and we do know how good they are, no matter who's playing. Of course, I would have probably rather seen the Bombi Wind Ranger if I'm completely honest, because you know the man's had like 4,000 games on the hero. But well, Hung Wind Ranger is almost just as good, maybe even better. It's been a while since I've seen the man play it. Let's see how it does pan out, John. Team Mystery versus 496, game number 2. I shall ask you the hardest of questions. Who came out with the better draft, sir?
I'm going to lean towards 496 again. I think they've got some early spikes to play with here. They will be playing to their aggressive strengths once more. Mystery does have a little bit of an earlier timer compared to the Medusa. Like Ghost could opt for Maelstrom, SNY here, and you're going to be pretty set in the Lifestealer to start going. Key timings for Mystery for momentum is Mercury's Blink and the Blink here on Xiao Yu. You want to be able to jump in with the Tiny and the LC, play around with that. I just worry about their lanes. Lifestealer +1 never feels strong, and LC plus Mirana also doesn't feel strong enough, whereas when you look in 496 combos, they've got Clockwork, they've got Snapfire, and they've got a lot of early presence out with the Bloodseeker combo, with the Centaur combo. Like, those dual lanes are scary, whereas for Mystery, it's a bit more reserved, so they're going to have to try to ride through this initial phase, and really down mid, we need to see Mercury step up, really get a lead over this Wind Ranger from Hung. But the issue is, you know, even if it's not a Bombi Wind Ranger, Hung plays an amazing Wind Ranger as well. So you're going to have to play with that range disadvantage, have to deal with the power shot spam. You might want to see an early rotation coming out here from your Mirana.
Yeah, well, we've got a break, by the way, John. Been very upset recently. I think you've been getting a bit too much attention from the viewers. People like you a bit too much, and it's upsetting me quite a bit. And I was talking to you about this before the series started overall, but they're calling us John and MLP now. And it used to be MLP and John. What happened to that? Why am I the second priority now?
I know, it makes sense alphabetically, right? J starts before PM in the alphabet, so
yeah, but I thought we were going based off talent, John.
I mean, it's usually the play-by-play first. I don't know, you know how chat is. Yeah, they can get a bit confused.
You think
I haven't bribed anyone. I haven't gifted subs yet. Not yet. You know.
Don't lie to me, John. I know you'll never give subs. You're too much of a tight ass for that. Yassi gonna run up to the high ground. Wayne, Xiao Yu, they're all waiting, but Yassi's gonna run to the right.
Oh,
this is a nice ward. Yeah, but it is gonna be scouted. You saw the pings out immediately. Can they get him? Ghost. He's gonna run up. I think they'll just be happy with the D ward. Yassi couldn't get in range to get the deny off. And that'll be enough.
Yeah, no first blood coming through. You do see that the other ward for 496 was actually lined up the rune anyway. So they're still kind of protected in mid. A lot of ward emphasis on mid. Even Mystery planting 2 wards by the power and mid lane spot in that mid lane. So a bit deeply invested. This should open up side lane rotations because you lack vision. at least in terms of being aggressive on those supports here.
Yassi gets a tip. Ghost and Yassi just kind of dancing around with each other for a moment as the bounty runes are going to spawn up, and looks like it should be a... wait a minute. A 4 for 0? What?
Oh, yeah, that's a bit sneaky. Drew went into the back. I kind of expected it coming through from that BB. He let off the hoop stomp at the perfect time. And this is where some of those issues with Mystery's draft starts to line up again. Like, they don't have much hard stuns early on. You're not going to opt for Inkswell early on. I mean, you could on Wayne, but it's a delayed stun. Avalanche is not something you want to start the lane with for a tiny, so just easier for them to secure that start for 496. They're going to feel good. See the lanes break out. Drew up top on the Bloodseeker, solo for now. He does have the movement coming out from Bombi. So you can kind of play around with Cookie into Bloodright. That could be a bit scary for Xiao Yu. You have to watch that spacing. Xiao Yu, for his part, has the overwhelming odds, has QWE around with the arrow to clear out the range creep. It's a bit more passive here for Mystery. If you can land a good arrow and keep bullying with overwhelming, it can work. But every missed arrow just means that Bombi's going to stand in front, trade. He is going for the Scatter Blast build, not opting for the little Shredder. But again, with a Bloodseeker, this is preferable. You just want to line up the nukes once you get Snap Cookie into the Bloodright. You just want to burst them down ASAP anyway.
Yeah, I suppose so, right? Like, you have so much magic damage, and the Scatter Blast does do quite a bit of damage as the levels do go up, but we'll see how it does pan out. Of course, in the mid lane, you've got Mercury there up against Hung Hung, and it should be a rather even kind of trading lane. Of course, Hung can harass out Mercury quite a bit, but ultimately, I think Mercury should be just fine to keep his own CS up, and it's probably going to be one of those lanes where it is about those runes spawning up and who does get what. As you can see, both sides have queued up a bottle. Hung already has his, and well, Mercury just about to have enough gold for his own. It's like Hung is going to be able to at least get one water rune for himself, though, early on, and Mercury might just have to wait a little bit for his own bottle. But top lane, Drew does manage to get the first blood. QWE, he tried to leap away into the corner of the map. It does not work out for him.
And it's that pretty big spike for that top lane. Like, level 2 up, Bloodright and Cookie in play. There's just a lot of magic damage here, and Xiao Yu can't really help you. Doesn't even opt for to press the attack to burst, or to clear out that silence, so really have to watch how you trade in that top lane there.
Xiao Yu, he's copying so much damage here. Drew, chase him down a little bit, and already this off lane for Mystery looking very, very rough. Of course, the one lane we haven't talked about yet, the bot lane, we'll see DPC and Yassi up against Wayne and Ghost. For now, Ghost having a decent enough time. I suppose up against the Centaur, you can't really harass him out too much because he will have the Retaliate. And I had to look back up top lane because everyone is dropping so darn low. Drew almost actually dies. In fact, he might just. And does. QWE, a nice leap in, and he gets the right clicks off. It's like Drew had no Fairy Fires available and couldn't really heal up. It'd be a very impactful kill, though, for Mystery.
Yeah, it's an important one for them to find. They need to get some grip back in that top lane, so they managed to balance out the kill board, slow down Drew just a tad bit more, which is great news because the bot lane, Ghost is having a pretty good time already.
That BB. He's gone. Look at the slow, John. He's got the Orb of Venom up, plus the slow from himself, and well, Yassi's going to come in for a very nice cogs. He'll get Wade at least, and he could even go for a chase onto Ghost. I don't think he'll quite have enough to kill him off, though. Meanwhile, top lane, Xiao Yu does get Bombi again.
They're just, gotta be cautious about the arrow angles coming through from QWE, and once you run out of mana on the snap, it can feel a bit awkward, so gonna need a reset anyway. Good kills from Mystery, though, again, stabilizing their lanes a little bit more. And they are starting to open up the map a bit. Like, that BB's having a slower start. Lifestealer versus Centaur is kind of back and forth, but you've got this Inkswell combo with Wayne. You can just play with that aggression, run up with the slows, and take control from there. It is something that BB's going to have to respect. The mid lane is still really even between Hung and Mercury. That's just going to be an even power spike coming through, although up top, Bomb just playing tag with QWE.
He's still going to be careful, though. The arrow won't connect this time around, and Xiao Yu, he was a bit low on HP. You do have to be a little bit cautious about the initiation onto that Mirana. Every lane, at least for now, has seemingly stabilized for a bit. Everyone just chilling out, getting some CS. Neither mid laner really wants to move right now. They just want to keep farming up as Bombi. Tries to go for a bit of a cookie there onto the Mirana again, but we'll see QWE just kind of leap away and, of course, go and stack up some neutral camps for his team. But yeah, we are in that bit of a quiet period where everyone just wants to CS, and it may be a minute or two before we see some more kills come out between these two teams. Never mind, I jinxed it. Xiao Yu, he's gone. I'm going to pretend I did that on purpose, John, because it happens every time.
Yeah, the perfect timing there, Mike. Impeccable, and Drew going to be able to compensate for those couple of deaths given out. Still fairly happy about the game state. I'm starting to wonder a bit as to why they're running the Clockwork 4 here. I feel like Clock 5 would
Oh, Hung, no. He had the focus fire out. He was trying to dive Mercury underneath the T1 tower, and he did have the wind run, but Mercury just threw the tree at him. And QWE was there with the Starfall, and well, unfortunately for Hung, that was enough. Meanwhile, top lane, Xiao Yu, he chased down with the Scatter Blast to silence him up, but he got to press the attack off back into Bombi. Drew, does he really want to chase him past the T1 tower? Apparently the answer might be yes. Drew is running very, very quick right now, but Xiao Yu is going to run around in circles, and it might just be enough. In fact, never mind. Drew will eventually be able to pick up the kill. No sweat here from Drew as Yassi even dropping a Mercury apparently. Nice little rotation out from our Tiny.
Yep, he's starting to build up here. He's hitting his level spikes, level 7 up. So you've got max avalanche, 2 levels in the toss, a lot of damage in that combination coming through. You have to watch yourself. Again, the reason these lanes are a bit awkward for 496 is because they're running Bloodseeker Snap over Bloodseeker Clock. I think Bloodseeker Clock might be a bit easier to pull off. You come in, cogs into Blood Ride. Sure, it's not going to lock into Mirana as stably, but it locks in the LC just fine. Rupture's out, though.
That it is. QWE can't run away from that. We'll say thank you very much and takes another kill on the Bloodseeker. It's going to be the big difference as well between the Bloodseeker and, say, the Lifestealer on Team Mystery, is you could just fight so much earlier on with this hero. And well, for the Lifestealer, we've seen it a couple times, but it definitely needs a couple of core items before it can do anything. That could be detrimental for Team Mystery if the farm goes too well for Drew.
Yeah, it's still going to have to come through here for Ghost. Like, they are buying time. This is pretty much a free lane for the Lifestealer. So Drew, he may be finding these kills, but he's not quite finding last hits. But he is still in the lead, which is great news. Has his jab up, and
Power shot did not land on Wayne there. Hung just barely missing out. Yassi gonna have to run as Xiao Yu now runs in, but doesn't have that level 6 yet. Nice shackles, but another missed power shot. Wayne, he will finally go down to the focus fire. It'll cost them Yassi, however. As now Drew will try and chase down Xiao Yu. That's gonna be about it. Or is it? 496 looking for a bit of a turn. Xiao Yu. Nah, it looks like he's going to be alright. At least for now. But here comes the surround. Hung, he's not done yet. There's your rupture out. Arrow will not connect on Drew either. Xiao Yu is going to try and fight, but it looks like he is eventually going to die as now QWE is trying to run away, but Bombi is on the chase. QWE does have 3 leap charges, so he should be just fine. Still, you lost that LC, and that's not going to feel very good at all if you're Team Mystery.
It's another kill coming out for Drew. He's going to be feeling very glad. Again, he's got this major spike in the Bloodseeker. With that Javelin up, he hits very, very hard if he gets focused down. And Hung also picks up his Jav. Still, they are making a move up top for Mystery. Mercury's around now. He does have an Arcane up as well.
Xiao Yu's still not level 6 though, so you can't really go for the duel. You'd love to hit that 6 timing beforehand, but they're going to go in with the Inkswell out on Wayne, straight on to Drew, but a nice cookie away might be enough, but no. The stun still lands. Bombi is going to try and turn now with that BB, but another toss back. After that BB this time around, as Hung now will rotate in with the focus fire, but the avalanche is out into the shackles with the press the attack. Gonna save the day for now as Mercury will keep running away, and they even found Bombi. Now you duel out. Do they have enough damage? Not quite, but eventually Hung will drop, and that BB, he is not going to be safe either. They'll find another. 4 going down for 496 at this top lane. Just some really nice kiting out from Team Mystery, and it's not going to feel very good at all for 496.
True. Ooh.
Down Xiao Yu. Wayne is going to try and run. Bombi has the cookie but can't reach. Still 4 heroes going down, and eventually you do kill off Xiao Yu, but still a pretty big bonus for the side of Team Mystery.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy about that. A lot of kills coming out onto Mercury. We talked about the Tiny having to pick up the pace, and he certainly is. Like, it's shaping up nicely. The blink is up now at the 10-minute mark, so he's going to be able to gap close, to keep being disruptive. Every single time he tosses back that BB, you miss out on your stun on 496, although they can kind of compensate for that now. They've got the hook ready on Yassi, and he can look for a play.
Ghost has been caught out. Nice hook shot in from Yassi with the Conks pushback, and they will not allow the Infest away. Very well played there from 496, and that's the big one you want to find. Kill the Lifestealer now, you may as well get it done, while Mercury, over in the mid-river, does manage to catch out Bombi in the Snapfire. Poor old Bombi. Well, he has the tomb in his inventory, but he's still level 5. At least when he does respawn, he will be able to just pop the tomb and hit level 6, and well, with that you will have the kisses up, so you can start kind of abusing that for your side. You might need to, because Mystery, they are going to start the tier 1 push at the top lane.
They've got Mercury around. He can do a good amount of damage here. They've got the dual threat ready to go on that LC as well. They can invade that jungle a bit. They've got some good forward wards, and the smoke is out here from 496, but that might have been under vision.
Wayne, nice shadow, might just save the day for him. Yassi still trying to keep a lookout for somebody to hookshot.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mystery now going to start moving up. 2 sentry wards on the high ground apparently there. Fair enough. Inkswell is in. Mercury, nice avalanche toss will burst down Yassi. Stampede even popped from 496, and now they'll try and turn onto Ghost. Shackle won't land. Still, they get the Soulbind into the double silence, and they are right on top of Drew with a nice toss out, and now the double jewel is there. Kill 1, hung. He will be the second. 496 really just dropping like flies right now, as Mystery will go for another right onto Bombi, but Bombi should be alright, as that BB now will turn back around on the Centaur, and they might try to turn. How far can you really push this? Xiao Yu, he will turn back around. Here comes Yassi though, but Mercury, nice avalanche toss into the arrow. That'll be a Centaur gone. They might kill Xiao Yu, or maybe not, he's still alive, but the cookie and the right click will be enough from Yassi. Still, it seems like 496 are losing a lot more than they're gaining in these engagements. Team Mystery should be quite satisfied with all the kills they are finding.
Yeah, and the key thing for 496 right now is they've got to respect the burst damage coming out from that Tiny Mercury. Every single time he catches someone out, it's going to be an easy kill. You're seeing the Soulbind combinations cause a lot of issues. The tosses around are keeping them in a really confused state. The double duel just holds 2 big cores down. You can't afford that right now on the side of 496.
They tried to go onto Ghost there, but without the hook shot. It's very hard to set up before the rage comes out, and now Ghost with the Inkswell is going to turn right back around onto that Clockwork and Mercury. He'll come in and secure the kill. Nice easy kill for the Tiny, and while you do still have Drew farming the best in the map, still Mystery just able to find every single kill they could ask for. In fact, they might even find another now. Bombi, mid lane, Inkswell not going to land, but Mercury, he'll have the avalanche soon, and never mind that. You've got the toss out from Xiao Yu. Bit more dual damage out for the LC, and 496, they've got to get it together in this game too, John. They are falling behind.
Yeah, they're really starting to lag behind here. They are starting to build some items up. The Maelstrom's finally up on Hung Hung, so you can do a little bit more damage with focus.
Fox pushback, Hood Stomp, and Rupture, all to make sure they do get QWE, but you kind of see how much they have to commit. And that's going to be very problematic. Like, you're committing Hookshot, Stampede, and Rupture to kill off the support Marana. It's never going to feel good.
No, it's a lot to throw out. There's some pretty long cooldowns, something that Mystery can use. They don't really have cooldowns. Mercury just needs the avalanche toss ready. They can keep bursting heroes down.
Oh, Yassi gonna get caught out again by Mercury, but it looks like it won't quite be enough damages. Now they'll try to turn. That BB is in, but the Soulbind is gonna lock him down along with Bombi. Mercury. Oh, the Moonlight Shadow just gonna allow him to run. Where's the dust?
Yeah, it's a bit surprising for 496.
Xiao Yu. Yeah, he's got the blade mail up. Starfall, not going to be quite enough. Yassi, he is going to survive for at least now, but eventually Mercury will be able to blink in. They'll secure the kill, and
He's soft on the inside.
well, Mystery, of course, going to move right into that mid-tier 1 tower now. It's going to be very hard for 496 to even try to defend this.
Yeah, they've got no choice. It looks like they're just going to surrender it for now. They really want to play with their snap kisses combo with the clockwork, but every single time you're forced to put that clock up front, and Mystery just they just keep finding more openings. Like, they know heroes are down, they're on the back foot, they're going to try to go for the high ground. They've got the Blink Infest combo, and no one's going to live through that burst damage.
Yeah, Bombi's gone. Avalanche toss out. Another nice kill there for Mercury, and now they'll chase for more. Xiao Yu doesn't have a blink yet. Hookshot is going to be back the way of the tiny. Hung is going to try and deal with Mercury before the team fight starts, and it looks like they will be able to secure him as they even found Wayne now. 496, they'll go for a bit more. They don't have that rupture though. Hung, they get the cookie. Shackle attempt, not going to really land. Definitely a nice try. That might just be it. 496, they can't really hold anyone else down. Yassi's trying to catch up to Xiao Yu. Cogs might actually reach now. Xiao Yu, he's going to be alright, but no, they found Ghost. And now the Cogs out with the jewel out. Xiao Yu.
What?
Bit of a panic jewel there, John. I mean, we've all done it. I can confidently say that every LC player's done that once upon a time, but it seemed like a kind of an obvious non-dual target.
Yeah, it's not too bad losing the duel, I guess. Yassi gets 10 damage, whoop-de-doo, 10 damage on the clock. Not really amazing, but you do have to be cautious about that, as suddenly 496 has a 3k lead, so even though they were dropping a couple of those team fights earlier on, they're starting to find their position here. They've got the blink on that BV, and we know every single time these teams that have these blink timings to play with, once they have one of those blinks, it feels a lot easier to play. So we can see 496 maybe line up for the kisses used from Bombi. Still haven't seen the biggest kisses yet, but side of Mystery are smoked up, trying to go into triangle again.
Well, they'll find Bombi. Now, the thing is, they've killed Bombi that many times now. I just don't know how worth it is. They'll have to accept the kill. Bombi realizes what's going on, but the Avalanche tossback is going to be there. But a nice stampede now as Drew is going to meet halfway. There's your Mortimer's Kisses, but a very nice arrow out from QWE is going to lock Drew down. They still want the rupture out, but again, you have that dust problem, John. Where's the dust? Bombi has one, but he can't reach them. Mercury going to move back in now with the Avalanche toss and the Inkswell, and it will be enough. Drew is going to drop. 496 going to be forced to back. There's a smoke out now.
Smoke?
Yassi, he's got a dust and hook shot. Moonlight Shadow already gone though. Who do you aim for? Mercury. Looks like he's going to be targeted. Can you burst him down? That BB jumps in for the stun, and now the power shot into the focus fire, but you might lose your Centaur first, and now the Avalanche toss on Hung. It won't be enough to kill off the Wind Ranger, but they'll chase her down with the arrow out. Hung, find a way out. Not quite. Still just, it's not worth it whatsoever for 496. Team Mystery continue to win out these team fights. So you know what is strange, John? Is 496... they still maintain the net worth lead, even throughout all these deaths.
Yeah, and they had the 3k lead before these two fights broke out, so it's just kind of equalizing back off those losses. I think the one thing that Team Mystery is probably not doing as good as they were last time is Ghost isn't flash farming as much, and the rest of his chorus aren't farming either, so you're not seeing Ghost actually take over the lead in any way. He's lagging behind Drew, he's lagging behind Hung. It's the nature of Lifestealer, it's just not a great splash farmer. So that's something they're going to have to consider. These fights need to work out a lot more cleanly for Mystery, and they need to transition that into objectives. Like, they've been winning the last few fights. They haven't taken that top tier 2. They haven't taken the mid tier 2. They haven't taken Roche. We need to see some progress in some of those map objectives there after these fights to really line it up and start to work out towards the end of the game. You know, you start eyeing the high ground, you start eyeing the ancient, which is what the game's all about. You need to find something else beyond just teamfight wins. It needs to give you something on the map as well.
Absolutely. Drew is still going to be a big problem on this Bloodseeker with the way he's farming up. Ghost is trying his best. It's just so much more of a slow process here for the Lifestealer. No farming tool either. Like, he didn't go for any kind of farming item. Which is pretty standard, I suppose, in the Lifestealer, but still does feel kind of slow. Mercury, I guess he's been the damage output anyway for Mystery, so they haven't really needed that Lifestealer to be ready to fight. Speaking of Mercury, by the way, with the Moonlight Shadow, he's going to have a look around in this Tiny. Going to be around that mid lane, but you've got 496 slowly making their way over. Mercury, as soon as he sees that Rocket Flare, is going to back off. But 496 now, they've got a BKB on Hung, and that might be about the time to start smoking up and going again. That'll be about it. Bombi's got one. In fact, he's got two. So try and abuse the BKB. And Hung's main issue has been the Avalanche Toss flying out from Mercury. That BKB should kind of solve that issue. Now Yassi's going to try and bait for the team. Xiao Yu going to jump in for the duel attempt at BB. He's going to be there with the hook stop. They will still kill off Yassi. Now the kisses fly in and Hung is going to rush in with the focus fire onto Ghost. Just continues chasing him down. Ghost, he is trying to run away, but the damage output will just slowly trickle away at him and he will die. Into more, they even found the LC. Wayne, he's going to try and survive, but of course Drew is going to chase him down along with Yassi, and that should be a Grimstroke gone. On top of that, they even found the Mirana. The only person to survive was Mercury, and he'll have the pleasure of seeing 496 start the Roshan.
Yeah, he could try to make a sneaky play here. The BKB's down for a bit longer, so he could go for a well-timed Blink Avalanche and steal the Aegis. Issue is that's a very tight timer he's going to have to play with.
Very, very tough, and Yassi is right in. He's not going to allow it. He will force the toss out, and the Avalanche, and Mercury now is going to be focus fired down. Hung, just with the Maelstrom and the Shackle shot, is going to be more than enough. Even Drew just takes the kill on the Bloodseeker. They will move back into that Roshan now, and Team Mystery, they are still posturing, but Xiao Yu again going to be blocked off by Yassi. This time they will finish off the Roshan Shackle. Not going to latch. They'll get the Clockwork. But Yassi's going to be very happy with that. That was his job as the Clockwork, is to block the angle, block the pathway to the Roshan pit, and he does a great job of it.
You're pretty much worthwhile trade. You already found a Tiny beforehand, so you kind of already got value from your Clockwork standing up in front. Team Mystery now have to be a bit cautious. 496 maintained the 3k lead up. The BKB from Hung means that all the damage coming through from the Tiny, which is really your main source right now, just disappears. As you mentioned, right? Like, our Lifestealer's not quite ready to burst heroes down. Working on the MKB next to maybe focus on that Wind Ranger can help the cause. But the damage output on non-strength heroes for the Lifestealer just doesn't feel great. It's going to be a while until that does feel great. Now, one thing I kind of had a thought about, right? Like, this Tiny. Remember the old Ag Shard, which was just craggy, right?
Yeah.
It was just basically craggy. I think in this game against a Wind Ranger, you'd actually prefer that right now. Just because once Hung focus fires you with craggy up, Hung's gonna kill himself.
I miss
100%.
craggy.
I have experienced that. It's such a busted. It was so boring as a spell, but also so annoying towards late game because you couldn't do anything about it.
Oh, it was amazing.
You focus Tiny, he's so tanky, and then you just get craggy and like, oh well, here I go. I guess I'm dead. Sorry guys.
It was that and Backtrack I used to enjoy. You
Oh,
finger
you
somebody
filthy
and
man.
Backtrack just...
You disgust me. Jeez, Mike. Oh, disgusting.
You're a Lion player, John, so I'm sure you would be quite disgusted. I'm sure you've had the experience. Wayne, you chase down now. Shackle is going to latch very nicely from Hung. God, I hate this hero so much, Hung. He'll get another kill. Into the die jungle they go. Xiao Yu now being caught out with the stun from Dat BB, and he's going to try and BKB and run. In fact, no. It was the shard. It won't matter though, Xiao Yu, he's been ruptured up and eventually will die. Meanwhile, Yassi will go for the chase onto QWE. The battery assault will not reach. At least QWE does manage to get himself out, but you could really feel the momentum swing now for 496, and of course for Team Mystery, I don't really know what they have to do, but it does feel like they are just going to kind of have to wait out the power spike of 496 and maybe just get a bit more farm up on Ghost. Even then, though, up against the Wind Ranger and a Bloodseeker, it could still be a very hard ask for Ghost to be able to carry this game on a lifestealer.
Big issue for the lifestealer down the line is kiting. Like, he's a melee hero up against Wind Ranger. That's already not great because it's melee against range, and Wind Ranger is very mobile as well for a ranged hero. With that Wind Run, very hard to catch out. But even with an MKB, you still have to gap close and somehow lock her in. That's going to be down to your teammates there. You also need to see Mercury get a BKB up and then pivot into that Ag's Shard right-click build. Like, the Tiny has to be ready to take this one a bit longer. And we're not seeing that farm priority come through for Mercury. It's still mainly going on to Ghost. You can see Drew still being on top of everyone else by virtue of just having Maelstrom. Like, Bloodseeker can kind of farm nicely with Bloodright. It's really just because Drew went for Maelstrom first, and he's kind of made really good use of it in every single spot he's been farming at. They're clearing out that top tier 2 next. Mystery just kind of shoving in the bot lane. Not going to be something that bothers 496. And now there's a basher on Drew, so the memes about Bloodseeker just having people TP out, it's not going to happen.
Oh, look at this. They've got Mercury. That BB in with the follow-up stun, and Mercury, he just cannot survive the damage output from Hung. Mid lane, there's going to be a duel out there. Caught Drew, but he has no help. Rupture out now. He's going to try and TP out of there, and Drew, he had the basher in the backpack. Oh, both teams making a bit of a mistake there, or rather both players. Nevertheless, sure Drew will be just happy to survive, and what a hook shot out. Yassi catching out QWE behind the tier 2 tower, and he's going to try and run. The BKB out from Xiao Yu with the press the attack, going to save the day. Hung though, he's not done. Shackle, going to be avoided. Wayne on the high ground, going to try and run from this focus fire, and is going to be able to. At least for now. That'll be it. 496, they've seen enough, they'll back.
Yeah, the pretty successful defense for Mystery on that mid tier 2. I don't think they're going to mind too much. Aside of 496, they don't have too much time left to play with the Aegis. It's going to expire, so they have to be a bit cautious about how far forward Drew is in this next fight. Should expire right before the fight, though, so you're still going to be fine. There it is. Drew gets a reset, so they're going to be aware of it. They could wait for the next Roche. They're going to be taking this bot tier 2 quite smoothly with that BB as long as it's not the tower. Hook.
Nice hook shot. Yassi into the shackle, and I'd love to see this coordination out from 496. This is something we used to see a lot from them last year in the BTS Pro Series, and before the DPC started, 496 were really kind of getting on the board as a team, and I do have to admit it's kind of sad to see them in the lower division right now, but I'm sure slowly but surely they'll make their way back over and make it to the upper division eventually. Still, of course, they have to get through Team Mystery first, who are still well and truly in this game. You look at Ghost, he's just trying to catch up in farm, trying to get that MKB up. It's still just going to be a bit more time. In fact, never mind, he's got it.
Yeah, it's a good spike. They need to play with their Infest combo once more here. That's what's been lacking from the side of Mystery. Like, we haven't seen too much Blink Dual Inkswell, Blink Dual Inkswell Infest. It just needs to come out. Like, if you can just lock one here in, build the damage out, get the 4v5 after, you're going to feel pretty darn good inside of Mystery, as long as you find that opening. 496 has been disciplined enough to mainly stay as 4 or 5, so there's not many solo heroes they can punish. And that just makes it much more difficult to find those angles, but they'll try. They do Infest up and Smoke up as well.
Absolutely. Mystery going to move in. Xiao Yu with the Infest. Needs a very nice dual target for himself, and well, they're going to make their way over across the river. Unless they run into Bombi, but again, that's not really the kill you want. Bombi is going to show himself on the map as well very soon, and it looks like Mystery is just going to take the easy kill. Bombi, TP attempt. Oh, Mercury, the fog. He can't see him. Now mid lane, Yassi gets the hook shot off into the shackle shot of Hung. And the leaf works against QWE in the end, as I don't believe Hung would have landed the shackle had he not leaped away. So a bit unfortunate there for QWE. Now DapBB finding a very important stun off. How does he even get that? Focus fire out onto the LC. Ghost here is trying to fight up against the Wind Ranger and will get Hung. It's a massive start for Mystery, but Ghost is completely surrounded now. They are trying to help, but they just can't do it. Mercury, he needs to run. Drew, meanwhile, gonna chase down Wayne. We'll find another. And now, Bombi, he has got the Tiny in his hands. It's gonna be a full team wipe. Mystery just could not fight back. And at least, I suppose they got hung on the Wind Ranger with that MKB up, but that's about all they got.
Yeah, it's not enough. Like, you lose a lot of big heroes, you only save your Mirana. The mid-tier 2 does fall to the high grounds opened. You have some major spikes flying out from 496. Ag Scepter up on that BD. So you've got the damage reduction on the Stampede now, and you've got the free padding as well. It's going to be even harder to take this next fight once the respawns are up. They do have the Fortify. They can scare off 496 for now. Roshan, still about a minute off. They're not going to be able to just cleanly go into the Rosh. There's some good wards here from Mystery as well to watch us moving out. They are kind of safe to wait for the respawns, look for a different approach once more. But you're seeing the problems of Lifestealer. Like, you saw our Lifestealer just try to man up against our Bloodseeker one-on-one for a while. It was just a pure 1v1, and the damage output's not great. Like, the issue with Lifestealer is that Feast is physical damage. Drew has 33 armor. So you're not going to be ripping through that EHP anytime soon, despite Drew being a strength hero, or having a lot of strength in this hero as well. And the Feast just, it scaled so weird. Like, you have to drop armor, so you need, say, a Desolator and an Assault Cuirass, but we're not seeing Ghost itemized that way because he can't. He has to go for the MKP, he has to get the Basher for control. It's a long way until his damage output starts to build up, and that's just something 496 is really abusing quite nicely.
That they are. 496, they're going to group up. Lincoln Sphere now coming out on Hung, and that might be Q to smoke again. And they will immediately. It's going to make it a lot harder to catch Hung now, because you can't really duel him straight off the bat. You need to break the Lincoln somehow. WE, he is going to break the smoke, but they are in with a shackle shot right onto Ghost. About to press the attack, but no! A big hoof stop in from our Centaur. And they are going to melt Wayne and Xiao Yu into another. There goes Ghost. That BB, he's been landing some very nice stuns in this game, and well, 496, they're onto the high ground. There's no buybacks. This game's looking very over. It might just be time to call it, honestly. It's very hard to see them coming back.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to hold out on. They're going to lose at least 2 sets of racks, probably just all of them. And 496, there's just nothing to stop them. Their cooldowns are so short, Stampede's up. By the time your Lifestealer's back up, Focus Fire's already back up. Yassi's just flying around with Jetpack, cutting them off, and there's just no angle. Like, they need a Lifestealer infest to take this defense, so they just have to wait the full half minute.
Wish Ice Frog would buff that Jetpack shot. Doesn't feel great. Feels alright. Never see anyone buying it. Bit sad.
Yeah. I think we see it every now and again on the Clockworks every time they're up. It's like, it's nice, it's mobility, you can reline yourself up for the hook, so it has some utility. I think the move speed needs a buff. Still, Rosh being taken out. This is Rosh number 2, Aegis Cheese plus Ag Shard. So the freebie Shard coming out. Wonder who takes it. You already have one on Drew. Maybe Hung. I do love the power shot. Power shot with the Cleavel, though.
I love what Yassi's doing. He's just flying around, getting vision over the triangle by himself, and it's what you love to see from Clockworks. You don't need to be in the Roshan pit in case you are listening as a Clockwork player. Just be out in the triangle, watch the angles, make sure nobody gets in the pit from the enemy side, and your team will be much happier with you, I'm sure. Nice hook shot in as well. Yassi right into the Grimstroke. Does go for the Cogs pushback though. Still, there is a spin out. That BB going to be right in. Mercury going to try and run, but they got the rupture out from Drew. He cannot run away from this. He will try to fight. It's going to be no good as Yassi. He will just keep flying in. And Hung apparently just kills Xiao Yu. Now he's going to try and run from Ghost. Nice blink away. Ghost going to be careful. There's a focus fire out. Hung. He's going to kite him around Ghost. He's going to try and run, but the shackle is out. It looks like they might even lose their pos 1. Ghost wasn't even there.
God.
That's it. They called. They've had enough. 496, they were just too good of a team today, and well, unfortunately for Team Mystery, they will have to leave today 0-2 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's really well played from 496. They managed to basically punish Team Mystery's playstyle. Like every single time we watch Mystery, it feels like they've got this one strat in mind. Have Ghost as their win condition, farm up and Ghost, play from there. We saw that in game 1 with the Medusa first pick. Straight up, maybe listening to that Upper Div panel yesterday, hearing about how busted Medusa is, kind of getting baited into first pick Medusa, and all the counter picks were there. There was a Nyx, there's a PL, and you couldn't really overtake his farm there for Ghost, unfortunately. Here in game 2, Ghost on Lifestealer had a decent enough lane coming out, but this time around, he didn't go for farming items, whereas Drew had a Maelstrom as a Bloodseeker. He had early presence already with his Cookie combo and Blood Ride, and he could clear jungle camps even faster than Lifestealer. So it's just not quite lining up the objectives of Team Mystery in each game. I feel like 496 just overwhelms them with aggression, and you called it out in that second game draft. Like you did say Mystery shouldn't run a very passive lineup against 496. They will just run you down every single time. So we'll see if they can correct that down the line. But we do have our interview here. I believe we've got Drew from 496 for us today.
Excellent. Drew, are you there? Can you hear us, sir?
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you guys.
How you doing, Drew?
Doing good.
Well, congratulations on your victory, sir. You guys looked absolutely fantastic, and very good to see you guys succeeding here in this series. I suppose I already asked you how you're doing, so I just want to ask, with 496, there's been quite a few roster changes, and the performance has been up and down. How are you guys feeling now? Like, do you feel like you guys are gelling and coordinating very well, unlike maybe a few weeks ago when it was looking a bit rougher?
Yeah, maybe we did improve a little bit. But we're just having fun, just playing games. Yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. Fair enough. I've got to ask you something here, Drew. There were some mumblings. I don't know if you watched the Upper Division yesterday, but there's some mumblings that Medusa is a broken hero, and obviously you guys played it against it. Game 1, you guys allowed it through. Do you think people are right? Is Medusa absolutely busted, or do you guys just know the counters for it? You know how to plan around it.
I think Medusa is busted, but you still cannot pick it first phase because there's still like a lot of good counters against Medusa. Maybe you can pick it at a later stage and ban the heroes that counters it. Then it looks busted.
Yeah, fair enough. It was fairly early on. I do have to ask as well. Like, obviously, 496 is mainly Vietnamese. You're the outsider coming in as an Indonesian. How are comps like? Are you guys all comfy? Does that kind of explain why early on it looked a bit rough? Like it took a while to adjust, get comfy with each other, and kind of work it out there?
Communication is actually quite hard. Like most of the time, I just listen to my music and I just play my own game, while they mostly communicate in Vietnamese. But at the later stage, I make like some calls on like where
Fair
to go.
enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Do you think that's going to be like? Obviously, you can't really improve that so much, but do you think it's going to be enough later on, like up against the harder teams in the lower division? Like, is 496 just playing as 4 and letting you do your own thing? Do you think that's just going to be the way to do it the whole time? I suppose there's not much else you can do, right? Like, you can't just casually learn Vietnamese immediately. So, are you comfortable with that play style? Like, just playing by yourself?
Yeah, I've learned to just basically play my own game while they communicate in their own language. Maybe like over the time, we will improve in like the English communication and stuff.
No, absolutely. With that, Drew, do you have anything to say to your fans, or do you have any shout-outs before we let you go, sir?
Yeah, I'll just like to thank the people that has continually support me in my Dota career, and I appreciate it a lot.
There you go. Well, Drew, thank you very much for your time. Again, congratulations on your victory, and I wish you the best of luck in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
That was the lovely Drew. Very polite man, Mr. Drew. Obviously, it is very tough, right? Like, you're playing with 4 Vietnamese players, and obviously, in terms of English, maybe 496 haven't really gotten there yet. But it's good to hear that Drew's kind of just making it work. And John, in that last game, 15-4-6, quite impressive when you consider the fact that he's playing basically by himself with no communication. That's very impressive.
Yeah, it's peak C. Like this play style from Drew is basically the pinnacle of Southeast Asia pubs. That's how it is. You go into a pub, you've got one guy typing in Thai, one guy in comms shouting in Mandarin, and then one Filipino just cursing you out with an open mic from the internet cafe. Nazi pubs. You're used to it, and Drew's just making the best of it. And I'm sure, down the line, maybe he starts to pick up on, some Vietnamese phrases, maybe how to dive in Vietnamese or stuff like that. The important stuff to yell, like dive, 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 or he's missing.
Oh, there's some stuff you can learn in Vietnamese, John.
Nicely.
Let me tell you, when I was in high school, I used to hang out with a group of Vietnamese people. Those were my friends for a very long time, and I did pick up on a bit of Vietnamese back in those days. Now, mind you, they were all swear words, and I'm sure people can guess which ones I'm talking about, but I did learn a bit, John, so maybe I could join in. Maybe I could give a few lessons over to Drew. You never know. You never know. Yeah. Apart from that, though, John, we do have a second series coming up, and it's going to be Army Geniuses versus MG Trust. Now, this is going to be a pretty hype matchup. I believe AG, a lot of people have been talking about this team, and they haven't been looking too bad. They're currently sitting at 2-2. Mind you, of course, they are going up against Motivate Trust, who are currently undefeated in these group stages of the lower division. And before we do go to a short break, do you know exactly how much time we have before that series starts? Because I don't.
I believe we should be rolling. I don't think we're going to be waiting around. So It shouldn't be too long, but you can't quote me. I don't see the lobby up yet,
John.
so...
I'm quoting you.
I believe it's rolling. I'll stick to it. I think we're rolling, but give it at least 15 minutes at the longest if it is rolling. If not, Mike's going to pop on and yell about how John set him up and get all the times wrong and all of that stuff.
Because they blame me, John. Because everyone knows I'm the one doing production and they get upset with me about it. Little do they know, you little sneaky devil in the back not finding out what the time is. While I'm working hard over here, doing all the production. That's fine. We will find out. Hopefully it won't be a very long wait. I suppose if anything, it might be, 15, 20 minutes, but we'll try to let you guys know in the chat exactly what time it is and whether it will be a rolling schedule or whether we are going to have to wait it out. Of course, we'll probably be around to have a chat as well. So if you guys want to have a conversation with us or you just want to cat jam with us, we'll be here. Apart from that, it is MLP Dota and John X Fire, and we'll be back very soon for Army Geniuses versus MG Trust.
Start it up. This is lit. Start it up. This is lit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are officially here for our second series of the night between Motivate, Trust Gaming, and Army Geniuses. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, do you mind explaining to me why my chat's talking about Harry Potter?
It stemmed from Rodent's side. You asked about his fiance's name, Luna. Then Luna Lovegood was raised, so we devolved into Harry Potter. Had a nice conversation about it, and I love that Rodent's side agrees.
Yeah.
Richard Harris was the best Dumbledore, hands down. Michael Gambon tried his best. Those were big shoes to fill. He tried to take the character elsewhere. Never doesn't match Richard Harris, but you know what does match up to expectations? This matchup, MG Trust up against Army Geniuses, number one team right now. Yeah.
No. Hold on. First of all, shout out to Rodent's side and his fiancée Luna. It's very good to see a couple watching Dota together. I've tried many times to watch Dota with my wife, John, but she doesn't enjoy it too much. And coincidentally, I also tried to get her to change her name to a Dota hero too, but she doesn't want that either. Apparently, she doesn't like the sound of Queen of Pain, which is I don't get it. Anyway, moving on. Let's get into the draft. MG Trust versus Army Geniuses. As you can see, the draft is underway. Motivate Trust. They get started with the Lion and, of course, the older Titan. Army Geniuses, they went for the Snapfire Timbersaw opening, which I do like the fact that they've immediately taken both those heroes out, because you have the older Titan, and you know Masaros is a god tier Timbersaw player, so you really don't want to give that over to him. So it kind of, not only do you kind of ban out the Timber in a way, but you remove the Snapfire Elder Titan combo, which can also be quite detrimental. And then of course, we're into the ban phase, John, and I've taken away all the analysis from you. Unless you've got more to add.
Yeah, I've got to add, you got to give Wami some credit here. He is a fantastic Timbersaw player as well. We've seen it across the lower div. We've seen it in the OEDL Fall Invitational. His offlane Timb is something to behold as well. So they get a really strong comfort pick. I do have to worry about it into Lion and ET. Like, you take away the base magic res, it's going to be a bit squishier. The Hood of Defiance pipe is still going to help But you have the Lion with the Earth Spike, with Hex to keep that Timber Saw down. Have to worry about the Lotus Orb timing. Finger, once the Hood of Defiance is up, isn't going to do as much, but it's still really potent up against the Timber Saw. Bypasses all his strength, or all his bonus armor, so you can just still have a way to manage him down the line. Just have to see what MG Trust builds up off this Lion ET. Like, Lion ET is still potent. Again, Magic Res taken out does amp up your Finger by quite a fair bit. And we have seen, particularly the Ag Shard build from Lion, just be really disruptive. That slow on multiple heroes is not fun for anyone. The Timber Saw probably the least affected here, as you can just chain away. But if your mana drains off, if you're playing on the edge, you might be stuck in the middle of a fight. So you have to watch your spacing here a bit. From AG's end, we have to see the Snapfire combo. Not much to lock in from the offlane, as you have the Timber Saw. So we can't see the Mars, we can't see the Centaur. That was banned as well. We need to see something to maximize the kisses. Maybe a Clockwork 5 could work out here for AG. We have seen that in the last series coming out from Mystery and 496. Clockwork can set up with the cogs and the hookshot, so you can still play around that factor if you want the snap to be utilized for the kisses there. But Clockwork was banned out by MG Trust as well, so no option for that. It's going to be trickier to maximize the kisses, but if you can corral them in, get the slows off with your Chakram, I suppose the kisses are still valuable there.
Corral them in. Very interesting term to use, John. Faceless Void going to come out now from Motivate Trust. What does corral them in mean, Jonathan? Do you mind defining the word?
Yeah, like, I believe corral is
You believe?
like when you're hurting.
Are you using words that you don't understand?
I understand it. I just don't know if I'm getting the pronunciation. I believe it is corral. It's like when you herd animals into a pen, you kind of guide them. That's what it means. You corral them in. You guide them into a spot where you want them to be in.
Wow.
So that's what you're going to have to do with a Snapfire. That's the right usage, Mike, if my Merriam-Webster definition is
I was
right,
testing
which I
you.
believe it is.
I was testing you, John. Very well
You
done, sir.
bully. Bully. Just because I'm Filipino and I don't English too good.
Hey, I have promised that I would learn some Filipino, especially if we ever get a LAN in SEA. So, you can make fun of me then when it does happen, unless I have perfect pronunciation, which I probably will, knowing how talented I am.
You know where we could start? We could start with Ignition, Mike. You could sing that first line right now. The chat would love it. Let me tell you, if you say that first line,
Don't say it.
it's already the first. I can't get over it. I just think about that song, and it's it's not a very polite song, let me tell you.
No.
Still, draft continues. MG Trust do go into the Void. So we see the Faceless Void come through. Faceless Void ET is pretty darn nice, right? Like, you get the Chrono off, you get the Earth Splitter off. It is a lot of damage coming through. You don't have natural Void counters here. You could argue Snapfire Kisses into the Chrono is one way to prevent the Void from maximizing his Chrono, but it can go a bit back and forth. If the Void jumps the back line, which is pretty much what you want to do anyway, you're not going to be able to use that spell. So there is some spacing issues there. The Void is going to have to watch out for. AG go into the Enchantress for their end, and that is a pretty potent support to have. Lots of good heals. We've seen that early Nature's Attendants actually be really impactful in lane. Makes it hard to chase down the Enchantress. So you do have to kind of watch yourself there if you overcommit from Motivate Trust side. Just need to see what they partner with it. Like, Enchantress +1 tends to be a bit of a slower lane. You could maybe go for something like a Jug if you want. You could go for a Monkey King. No, the Monkey King's banned. Jug is still a stable option. MG Trust do go into Bat Rider now as well. So it does slide through again. You've got good hold for the Timber Saw. You've got the Lasso to always use, and that can make it troublesome for heroes like the Jug that we mentioned, and Lifestealer is not going to enjoy that as it pierces through their spell immunity. So you've always got a stable way of locking them in outside of Chrono. We do have to wonder how much the Bat Rider can get. Like, farming potential's cut off. We still see it every now and again on mid. Could be the off lane here from Masaros. Really depends on what you feel like giving Fearless. I think you'd want Fearless on something a bit more mobile, like something like a Spirit Butter would be nice, but with a Faceless Void, it can be hard to maximize them outside the Chrono. So maybe something more straightforward like a Lina could work out. AG,
That's a nice one.
Raid King up. Very, very, very strong here to have. If you Chrono Raid King, you have to dig through 2 lives. It's never good for the Void, so you're going to have to target someone else or save your Chrono for the second life through Reincarnation if you even need it. Like, the tendency is if you kill him in his first life, second life, if you have everything up, you don't need to throw out too many spells. So we'll have to see how Motivate Trust approaches that Raid King. But the lane is nice now. Raid King plus Enchantress, you get a nice stun creep down the line. You got 2 stuns to play with. You've got very tanky heroes to heal up. Can be really nice for AG. And they've got some good push coming out with Raid King Ench as well with a summon. So you have some ways to melt down those towers early on.
Absolutely, John. Final bans to come out, Invoker being removed by Army Geniuses, and it looks like the focus is probably going to be on the Fearless pick here for MG Trust. Army Geniuses lacking a mid laner of their own, so we're going to have to just see some mid bans flying out. I suppose you do have the flexibility with the Batrider and Motivate Trust to throw that in the mid lane instead, but generally speaking with Motivate, you do tend to see the Batrider off lane for Masaros, and they'll usually give Fearless something else, something more like a Spirit Brother who can just tempo set for the team. We'll see what they want. For now, Army Geniuses final ban out, and we'll get to see some more drafting going on. Any Merienda today, by the way, John? I haven't asked you in a while.
Today, no. I had sliders for lunch, homemade sliders, so I was kind of full.
Wow.
Yeah, just some simple sliders. Maybe down the line. It's really hot. We've got some ice cream that could come out after the series. You know, it's a bit early. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock would be a good time for that. Right around the operative games. So
You ever had that? You ever had that Italian dessert where they put the espresso over the ice cream? I can't remember what you call it. They usually serve it in like a martini glass. Pretty nice.
Oh, I don't think I have. It does sound lovely though. That does sound like a really good time. Sounds like a really good blend. Actually, that sounds perfect for this weather.
It does.
It's
It
so
is quite
bloody hot.
refreshing. It is quite refreshing.
Yeah, you should. If you could, you should try Halo Halo. I think that's absolutely hands down
I'm
the most
trying, John.
refreshing thing.
But
You know,
where am I
it's,
going to get it?
It's a nice. Well, Jollibee doesn't sell it, so you'd have to find a Filipino place. That
Yeah.
could be a bit tricky. I think most Filipinos are in Melbourne, not in Sydney, unfortunately, Mike. So, you know, Nada, if he's watching, he's gonna have even more words to say about Melbourne. I know you guys love to spat with each other there. You've got your own city wars. Which one's the best city? Still, draft goes on. AG, pick up the Ricky. That should be
Ow.
Ricky mid against maybe the Batrider. Batrider Ricky is manageable somehow for Ricky, but the Batrider is going to overwhelm you. You still get these sticky napalm stacks. They're still great for hero damage, and you can burn through to Ricky early on if he's not careful.
I think it should still be an offlane Batrider, but again, I think it is quite flexible. You definitely could kind of just dominate the lane with this Batrider if you want in the mid lane and throw something else in the off lane for Masaros. We'll see. One more pick, 15 seconds reserve time left to make this final pickup. Motivate. Do you want a mid laner? Do you want an off laner? They want an off laner. They'll go for the Tide. So it's going to be a mid Batrider, and I do agree with that in the end. I suppose up against the Ricky in the mid lane. What are you laughing at, John X Fire?
It's been so long since we've seen Masaros Tide, and I see the dad bot again.
Oh,
And I remember when we were haunted by the dad bot and literally every offlane that plays Tide in Southeast Asia.
let me
It's
max
just
it out.
refreshing to see it again.
People love it.
It's
Let me max
refreshing
it
to
out.
see it.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Dad bod Tide for Masaros. It's a great closer. Like you do have the Ricky against Batrider lane, which is super nice for Fearless. There are ways for Mamang Daya to kind of counteract it. It's still not the easiest lane. You've got this Tide Hunter Void combo. So Ravage plus Chrono, insane team fight control, insane follow-up from Leonax Elder Titan. You can just get that Earth Splitter off, get a lot of damage going through. Issue here for MG Trust is cooldown. They've got to play around Chrono, play around Ravage. These are fairly long timers, but Motivate Trust is a team that does play around timers really well. We've seen them do this a couple times in BTS Pro Series 3 and 4. So I think they just need to kind of pull back, remember what they did before, about a year, half a year ago, and just replicate that playstyle. Should work out. For Army Geniuses, like they do have some decent presence coming through. They've got Wami's Timbersaw, which is, again, really great. They've got some solid combinations with stuns with a Raid King and Snap. They've got great scaling with a Raid King and Ricky. The issue is kind of finding space for the Ricky and the Raid King to farm up. Now, we have seen Ricky's go really quick. Like double Wraith Band, Orb of Corrosion, and Ricky can actually do damage. So we need to see that from Mamang Daya here. He needs to take an active stance in the game, get space out for the Raid King. Maybe once the Radiance is up, you can start thinking about further optimization on that Ricky. But you will have to make that space out for the Raid King, as the Raid King can show up early, but ideally you slow down and try to build
Here we
up.
go.
And I love this coming out.
MY gang.
Why is... DB. Why is he bringing out the Filipino? There's no Filipino here.
Isn't
Well,
there,
except me.
Jonathan?
Sana all.
Yep.
Just one.
Giving you a shout out. Speaking of shout outs, by the way, it's been a while since we're talking about MY gang. Shout out to my pro Dota, of course. It's been too long since we've shouted out the poor man, but I'm sure it's his birthday today, and hopefully we see him around sometime, John.
Yeah. Happy birthday to my pro Dota 10. Check out his Facebook as well. My pro Dota 10, I believe, is also the Facebook name. As here in MY gang, we respect MY gang. That's literally the guild line. So there you go.
There you go. By the way, apparently people in our Twitch chat, John, are starting predictions on whether I'm going to start the predictions now. So it's things aren't looking too bright for me. I have gotten the predictions started though, so joke's on you. If you voted, no. I've got to find something to do with the channel points as well. I haven't put any rewards up yet, John. I'll
Yeah.
come up with some ideas, would you? A bit too busy tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll try to think one up. Still a bit of a scuffle over the boundary here.
A big scuffle, John. They're fighting into an Elder Titan, and that's Leonak on that Elder Titan. That is a very risky place to try and fight for army geniuses. They'll back off eventually. Still a very risky kind of rune to go for there, and well, it will mean Motivate Trust do start 3-1 in terms of bounties.
Sets up, gives you some early access to regen if you want. This lane coming out from MG Trust up top is pretty scary. You get the Astral Spirit off, you get some good right-click damage on Leonak. Masterus gets off the Gush. Suddenly the right-clicks are just insane. Remember, Raid King is surprisingly soft. Just 2 armor, and here it goes.
DB, he's going to try and run. Leonak, just dive him. No. I thought he would literally just go for the dive in the tier 1 tower with the bonus movement speed. He is running at 390 right now with the Astral Spirit, but looks like he won't go for it. He'll rather just leave DB on very low HP, and quite frankly, that can be even more effective, right? Just burning through the regen, keeping DB low, and of course Masaros tends to be very aggressive on the Tide if he does see an opening. It can make it very hard for DB to feel comfortable to move in for those last hits.
Yeah, and could cut you off here. I mean, you've got some potency with UK turning up in the lane. So you've got, once the levels are up, you've got Raid Fire Blast plus the Cookie for Chain Suns. You just have to respect the throughput of Leonak. As long as the Astral Spirit's out, he will outdamage you at this point in the game. And again, you have to remember, Raid King only has 2 armor to start with. So Gush is going to drop you in the negatives, and that just means Leonak can really attempt to run you down. Even the Snapfire having a bit more armor than Raid King is not good for DB.
He's just got a DD rune now. Leonak just going to rush forward with 422 movement speed and a DD rune. He's going to wear off eventually, but it's just such a hard laning matchup here for Army Geniuses. We'll have a look at the other lanes though as well. Of course, mid lane, you've got Fearless there up against Mamang Daya. Mamang Daya going to have to really be careful about when he uses those tricks of the trade and the Blink Strike. So you will need them to try and get away from all this sticky napalm spam of Fearless. Especially if he does end up popping the Firefly. At least for now though, Mamang Daya is ahead in terms of CS, so he's having a decent enough time. Top lane Leonak ends up dropping very low on the Elder Titan, but looks like he will be able to salve up.
No, just trying to get his body in front of those 2 heroes is really what you want to do. He's not really punished for it, and you're perfectly fine in that situation for your pause 4. And again, you're still seeing Masaros take this lane over, slightly ahead in last hits, but not by much. When you close in to last hit for DB, you have to deal with the Anchor Smash now, and it's just not a fun lane for DB overall, so have to keep watching that spacing. Going to the last lane we haven't looked out down, but you've got Jackie, of course, on his Face of Void, and so here Jackie loves Q, though, is dropping low here.
He is. LYM should definitely have a kill here, but Q is going to try and go for a bit of a run. Jackie going to try and help out. LYM won't be able to chase much further, and Q now has salved up. And spike out. Jackie, where's the bashes? Still no bash. My goodness, he's hit so many times. LYM just not copping a bash. Time walk in a few seconds, but this is a lot of time Jackie's not going to be farming. Not sure how worth it is. There's another hit without a bash.
Nothing.
That's at least 10 hits now without a bash.
Oh
LYM, he's going to get the courier of Jackie, and Jackie has to TP. He's losing too many creeps.
Yeah, that's a ton of space coming out from LYM. He is very happy which is what happened there. Wami gets some space to keep farming up, get some solo EXP as well. This is a melee lane into Timb, so you can jump off the damage, but time walk cooldown is very long. You have to watch yourself.
It's going to be a lot of damage. Lianak, he's probably going to go for the chase, but a very nice block there from UK. Going to make sure he can't move much more forward. And just consistently keeping DB very low in terms of HP, but he does have a salve available there from UK, and to keep maintaining himself in this lane. So every lane basically going pretty well for both sides. I'd say it's evening out quite nicely. DB, stomp out, Lianak gonna move forward again, but a nice cookie in. They're gonna try and turn now. Lianak getting very low. Can he drop? He does. UK able to pick up the first blood. Masaros gonna try and keep up the chase. He will get DB in the end. At the very least, your first blood goal did go the way of Army Geniuses, but I think for Motivate Trust, they'll still probably be pretty satisfied knowing they got the Wraith King.
It's a big kill. You do get the first blood gold injection, so it's worth slightly more for AG, but losing Wraith King's never good news. Masaros is going to have a level advantage on top of that. Level 5 on Tide, level 4 still on the Wraith King. So you're having even more damage, even more pressure here from Masaros. And while all of that was happening, there was a little move here coming out from LYM. LYM went into the jungle, cleared out the small camp stack, and that just really hurts the Batrider. Right? He jumped in from the mid-tier 2 when he was chased down into the jungle, clears it out. So you don't have that camp to go back to for Fearless. Mamangdaya is now slightly ahead again, especially with the denies. This is going to feel good for the Riki. And all things considered, he's not really zoned out. He's still farming up on the Riki. He's going to hit that double Wraith Band timing, or at least the Power Tread Wraith Band, perhaps looking for the Orb of Corrosion. And again, once you hit that on a Riki, you can actually show up and do some damage in the lanes.
Spike out, Wami. He's been dominating this bot lane now. Not so much in terms of CS, but in terms of harass, he's doing a great job of keeping Jackie very low. He's going to try again. Jackie forced to use that time dilation, and Fearless even going to rotate up on the Batrider, but he's not going to make it in time to punish Wami. It's like Wami may have spotted that. No, in fact, he hasn't. Fearless is going to try and move in now. With the Earth Spike out, they do have the lasso. They will have to commit it for this, but they are waiting. Wami still trying to run. Fearless still being very greedy, and won't actually need the lasso, as it looks like Wami was out of mana, so he couldn't chain away. He didn't want to pop the Soul Ring either, as I guess he would have just burnt out too fast. Meanwhile, top lane, however, Mamangdaya makes the rotation up towards the top lane and does at least get a trade on Lianak.
Yep, it's a really nice kill to take, so mid's finding the successful rotations. A bit better here for MG Trust, because you kill off the Timbersaw, a much more high priority kill. But you can see Mamangdaya just opting to start to be aggressive early on. Is actually still going to rush the Diffusal. So we'll see if he gets the space out to farm that up. Looks like they might have to sack Wami's farm. Despite him having that smooth enough laning start, the jungle is going to be taken over here by Wraith King and Riki. So you're not going to have that area to recover. You're going to have to play in the lanes, take the front line, force responses out, which is generally what you want in the Timbersaw anyway. And we'll just have to see if Mamangdaya can hit that Diffusal timing. Looks like it's lining up fairly nicely. Still up there in last hits, up there in net worth as well. So the Riki is having that smooth start you'd want it to, and so far
Jackie,
very even.
Mamangdaya, solo kill onto the Void. No smokescreen up either. He just got the kill.
Whoa.
I'm guessing
I
Jackie.
Run, an earthquake.
Oh, all right. I guess I'm alone then. Army Geniuses. I'm not sure how they got the Void Spirit there. Excuse me, rather the Void, but well, there you go. I suppose Jackie's Time Walk was on cooldown, and he's hopefully John's alright. That sounded like a pretty big earthquake. We'll find out soon. I'm sure John will let me know if everything is alright over there in the Philippines. And of course, if you are in the Philippines, please do stay very safe. So I have been hearing the earthquakes can get very serious over there. So 2-3 right now. Less than 1k net worth lead for Army Geniuses. LYM hanging around that mid lane on the Enchantress. Wants to set up on Jackie. Q is going to be around, however, to kind of cut off this rotation and get a nice little D-ward off.
Alright. I'm back, Mr. Mike.
Oh.
Earthquake wasn't too bad. We're okay. We're okay.
You made me panic there for a second, John. You just kind of
It
ran
was,
off.
it was a pretty strong wave, not gonna lie. Like, my
Okay.
PC actually shook, so Had to go out just to be safe. But we're fine. We're back. We've got more important things like Dota to handle here. 2-3 so far at the 8 and, well, 9-minute mark. Less than 1k lead coming out for AG. They are hitting those farm spikes. We're seeing really good movement coming through from Mamang Daya. Defusal again it's just coming up a bit quicker than you'd want. I think MG Motivated Trust have not really pressured Mamang Daya in that early game. Laning has been fine. He is 2 levels ahead of Fearless now. Fearless is just kind of trying to collect the wave and farm up, but he's being rotated on by 3 heroes here.
That he is. Mamang Daya, he's going to be right in. Flame Break is there, but another Blink Strike. Fearless. Look at the minus armor from UK.
There you.
It's just so much minus armor with that little shredder. On the brighter side for MG Trust, however, DB's going to be in danger. And does go down to the Wraith King. And I'll tell you what, John. This brings back some memories from MG Trust last year. What we saw, if the mid lane and the safe lane struggles, you can always kind of guarantee that Masaros is still going to have a pretty good lane. And you're seeing it right now on that tide. Top of the net worth board. We've seen him on this hero before when he plays like this. And for DB, he has not been able to keep up whatsoever.
Yep, that's one issue right now. Masaros is very farmed up, tied up there with Mamang Daya. In fact, surpassing the Ricky by about 200 gold. So you do have a hero to play with here. You've got some timings to run around with. I think the thing for Motivated Trust right now is that they've got Chrono and Ravage. They haven't used it. Whereas for AG, they just run around the map and get kills.
They found another Q, going to go down Fearless. As Lasso is going to throw it out onto Wommy. The Timber going to drop quite fast, and he will not even try to run. Just accepts the fact that he is going to die as MTG now want to go for a bit more. They have the Chrono up, but looks like they aren't going to be able to immediately find anyone. And of course, Jackie isn't going to waste too much time. He's going to have to try and catch up in farm as Mamang Daya. He's getting a little bit too far ahead on this Ricky. Mid lane. LYM could be in a spot of danger, but a nice cookie out. Fearless still going to chase him down, however. Stomp is there, and LYM, he's definitely gone.
It's a nice little pick off, not the biggest kill. You do have Masaros starting to invade that jungle a bit, getting some of those small stacks, not the biggest stacks. You are having DB just farm the upper side of a triangle. And this is where it can get a bit dicey. You're trading farm across your course. Now, Jackie is ahead of DB. And that means DB is not quite using, well, not able to use his skeletons in a big way. And up top,
and Mamang Daya, he's going to be in big danger. Fearless, he's around with the Fire Fight, with the Flame Break, and with the Finger. It's going to be much more than enough. And that's a very important kill to get, right? Like, Mamang Daya is having such a good time in this game, number 1, and you really want to shut the Ricky down, because it is a very momentum-based hero. If it does get everything it wants, it's going to make the game very tough for the Radiant side.
yeah, it's the kill they needed. They needed to slow down that defusal timing. It should still line up nicely, but that kill was just something they needed to do. Take down that Ricky a peg. Finally get to use the finger out. That's the first finger for Q. We still haven't seen a Ravage in Chrono, although there's a Ravage.
There is a Ravage, but he is very low in terms of HP. Wommy should be able to finish the job and does. Jackie, though, has Chrono. Might just commit on UK here. He's going to try and get some damage output first on the Snapfire. And, well, do you want to commit, Jackie? Yeah, he does. He wants the easy kill. And a lot of people might laugh at that, but when you've got Chrono this early on, you just want to commit it and you want to get any kill you can get on this Void and just get back to farm.
Yep, it's perfectly fine. He's been holding onto the Chrono for such a long time. He does not want to join these bigger team fights, so you managed to make use of it. There are some good stacks being built up here by MG Trust now in that triangle. Leonak just doing great work with the Astral Spirit, so he has recovery farm to dip into, and that's where he can spend the next 2 minutes while waiting for that next Chrono. In fact, Fearless looks like he's just going to take this, rush that Blink, a huge set of stacks, but this will take some time because of the nerfs to Sticky Napalm. It still burns fast enough.
Yeah, it's very
not quite as fast as before, but it's still nice.
Takes some time, he says. Look at this.
Balanced.
Very balanced. Fearless, he'll take the stack. Much closer to the Blink Dagger now. Looking back over to DB on the Wraith King, you kind of have a look back at that net worth, John, and it's a bit depressing here for DB. Mind you, of course, the Wraith King can farm up very quickly with the skeletons, but he is going for the Radiance Rush to boot, and it's going to take a while. Like, you're looking at least another few minutes before you have that Radiance up. maybe once it's up, you can start being aggressive, but before that point, DB, he's just gonna hang out in the jungle and just keep the farm up.
Yeah, he's not being pressured too much in the jungle. The one issue here is that, well, the rest of his team is also kind of playing the farm game. Mamangdaya does have his defusal flying out now. So the Riki can take the front line, maybe play with that Timbersaw. You do manage to clear the bot tier 1 here with Wami. So you do get some map opened up. MTG still looking for their first tower to take. Are lining up top to trade. Should be able to take that one out. They do have Ravage up in about 20 seconds. Chrono in about 40, so they could maybe look for a rotation, but the mid is being eyed here by Mamundaya.
Asaros can be targeted. There's just Smoke Tree out. He's going to try and run, but he is not quite tanky enough to deal with that kind of damage output. And now Q came in. An immediate hoof stomp out from the Centaur that was enchanted from LYM, and just great play from Army Geniuses.
Oh yeah, they read one that super cleanly. They had a good rotation on backline. They take the mid tower now. So the bot's cleared out, they trade their top, but they take the mid on top of it. Opens up the triangle, opens up that bot jungle. AG can now start denying farm coming in from MTG, and they need a lot more to play with. Jackie, he's doing well on the Void. He's ahead of the Raid King, but you're not at the point where the Void feels great. And Mamangdaya.
Oh, they're looking down Jackie. But he's by the tier 2 tower, and that's going to be a bit too much for them to dive, at least for now. Jackie just trying to desperately get that farm up. Still just only has the Mask of Madness and has actually fallen behind the Raid King. So DB, in that time, has caught up very efficiently, and again, with the skeletons up, he is going to be able to out-farm the Void. That's for sure. MTG just not feeling quite comfortable enough to try and really make a play across the map yet, it seems. They're really just playing quite defensively.
And it's a bit of a missed opportunity when you have these big teamfight spells. When you have Ravage and Chrono in particular, you kind of do want to use them every time they're up. And even though you're farming like this, which is kind of efficient farming coming out from Jackie, you still want to use those spells. Like, just the Mom alone should be enough. They do smoke up on MTG side without the Void, but just having Ravage might be enough here.
UK. Let's be very careful. But no, they want the Riki, and they will get the lasso off immediately. They will just blow him up. Mamangdaya, he is gone. UK now going to get spotted by Masaros, and he's going to try for the TP. Jackie? No, you'll get the Hex anyway. Thought they might need a bash there, but of course Q was around with the Hex, and these are two very nice pickups now for Motivate Trust.
You put the Riki down, you manage to get Masaros back up. The farm distribution. The farm distribution here is really even. Look at that graph. Basically dead even between Masaros all the way up to Jackie. Only a 600 swing from top to bottom. So this game's on a razor's edge. One big team fight could turn the tides here, but at the same time, you're reaching DB's spike. He's been allowed to free farm the Radiance. He has the Sacred Relic up. Only about 600 gold off the Radiance recipe. So once he has that, he can definitely join in, help his Riki out in these fights, and start to force some big issues here.
Top lane, and Chan is going to be there. He'll try to flame break them away, and he does have help coming in, but it looks like he is going to drop. Still Masaros moving forward. Mamangdaya with the silence out. Now the Earth Spike going to save the day into the stop, and they have the Ravage. They might be able to turn. They're going to hold out for now. Jackie, he'll go on to LYM. Instead, now Chrono is out. They've got Mamangdaya, and that's the one you want. You want that Riki down ASAP, and they will be able to get him into Wami now. It's going to be a bit of a harder target to get. I think even if you leave with just the Riki kill, you're going to be very, very satisfied with that as MG Trust.
Yep, it's a big one to take to trade out the Batrider, but at this point it feels like the Riki's more important. They might find a freebie in LYM.
Looks like they will. Stomp out. Mortimer's Kisses going to try and help LYM. Q doesn't have the finger, so you don't have that magic damage output that you need. But here comes Fearless. He'll be all the magic damage they do need. It's now a big Ravage out. Masaros does land it on 3, and they will just chase them down. Jackie even joining his team. LYM, he's going to try and TP, but a first hit bashes out from Jackie. And I guess that makes up for before.
Hello, this is Gabe Newell. Thanks for playing Dota 2.
Oh yeah. Nice set of kills coming out. They kind of overstayed their welcome there on AG. They don't respect the Ravage. They clump up. They did not have their big chorus in a really good spot. And Wami kind of reveals his Lotus Orb there as well, but doesn't really get too much done. So MTG going to be very happy with finally using Chrono and Ravage fairly close together. Now they need to sit back, just farm, wait until those spells are back up, and rinse and repeat. For AG, Radiance is up on DB, but he needs a little bit more farm before he's ready. So it's still down to Mamang Daya and everyone else to keep throwing their bodies forward, keep forcing aggression, get a response out. This is the time for them to fight with these cooldowns on, but they're kind of just forced to sit back and keep farming up for now.
DB's going to keep the farm up very nicely here on the Wraith King. See what Jackie does build up to try and counter this out, though. I mean, for now, he's just going into the Yasha, trying to get that SNY up. Probably just try and be patient with that Chrono and wait out the first life of DB, but it's going to get much harder as the farm comes up. AG having a gander in mid lane. They're going to make the jump in. Mamang Daya, he's there with the smoke screen, and Jackie is just going to get ripped apart. Very nice play there from Army Geniuses. They will start heading into the bot lane. And I'll tell you what, John, with the way this game's going now, Army Geniuses, they are looking very good to take game one.
Yep, they've got that early aggression lined up. They've got the spike with Wraith King ready. And the Radiance just means that he is going to really cause issues, especially for that Faceless Void. The mischance kind of hurts your DPS there. And you need a lot more in that Void. You're going to need a BKB now on Jackie. Like, he's not safe from that smoke screen. Unless support maybe gets a Force Staff to just take him out of it ASAP. Before that point, it's going to be tough. And you need to have someone else up in front. 2k lead, 3k lead up now for Army Geniuses to take over the jungle. Botsie 2 faults. They can immediately just take over this bot jungle entirely and just shut out even more farm from the side of MTG. MTG, again, Jackie needs a lot more farm. Fearless is already rushing that BKB on the Bat Rider. And once you have that, you're safer to jump in. You don't care about the smoke screen, which is big. But they need to keep going back to that playstyle. Just try to hunt down Mamang Daya. Try to hunt down Wami before he gets even more items up. Again, with the Lotus Sloan, he's already annoying enough once he's allowed to tank up even more. That could be very detrimental as he's just going to toss his body forward and the Ricky follows up with a Kisses in the background. Can be painful. Still, smoke out from MTG. They do have Lasso at the ready along with Fingers. So they can go for that burst play again.
Absolutely. SNY up now on Jackie as well if they want to get him involved. But for now, they're going to run into UK, it looks like. And well, there's your Firefly into the Lasso. They just want a nice easy kill on that Snapfire and they might just get it. Oh, UK? Cookie away, but Masaros, he's in. He'll clean up. That'll be it. Not quite the kill you would have liked, I guess. You would have probably preferred a core like the Ricky or the Timber, but you take what you can get.
Yep, you're not going to be too disappointed. You only commit Lasso, so you still have Finger ready on Q for any other target. And you're at the point where you've got the Force Staff on Masaros. So it's a bit safer now for Jackie, even though he doesn't have a BKB. If he does get smoke screened, Force Staff out, your Faceless Void, he's going to time walk off the damage, and maybe look for that Chrono angle. So now it complicates the initiation for Army Geniuses. They're going to have to be a lot more cautious. Maybe they have to catch out Masaros first before he can use that Force Staff. The issue is, if you catch him in the smoke, he can just Force Staff out as well, and he can purge off your stuns with his Kraken Shell. So your burst damage has to be, your stuns have to be staggered really well on something like that. Tide, I'm wondering what they go for next on DB. It looks like he is going for a BKB into the AC, typical Wraith King build. No blink, so DB's just going to have to run forward every single time for these fights. And for the most part, we haven't actually seen DB join these fights, so he's just been sitting back farming.
Oh, we've had 2 disconnections and suddenly your voice is cut. Oh, 4 disconnections. But 5 disconnections. My goodness. And I believe John's internet may have cut out. John, are you there? All right, there you go. So everyone's just out, including my my analyst. Apparently, John might be part of the Army Geniuses side. We do have the reconnections now coming in. Because judging by the fact that there was just a bit of an earthquake where John is, I assume maybe the internet lines are down, or well, actually his internet lines were already down. Maybe it's the mobile data now. My goodness. Luckily for us, Army Geniuses, they are going to slowly but surely reconnect. That'll allow us to get underway with the game very soon. There you go, OIM's back now. Give the go-ahead. Because Army Genius is still 2k in the lead. Still looking very good in this game number 1. DB top the net worth board now on the Wraith King. Feeling a lot more confident than he did about 10 minutes ago. Because Jackie can try and farm up towards that Eye of Skadi now on that Void. But even with the Chrono up, he's definitely not quite ready to fight. Unless his team finds a very advantageous kind of team fight for them. It's still going to be quite a task first, though, just to ensure he doesn't get bursted by the Lion damage. Plus the Elder Titan as well. Still a bit of a lull period. The pings are coming up for that mid-tier 1 tower now for Motivate. Army Geniuses just going to hang around. Make sure it does remain up, and of course that is buying them more space on the map to farm, but DB, very aggressive kind of run into the triangle of the Radiant. Thing is, nobody wants to fight him right now. DB's going to be left alone to farm here. Motivate will respect him, at least for now, but here comes Masaros. He's in for a quick anchor smash, there's just stun out. DB wants to start a team fight. Wami right into the backside, onto Liana, but is it going to be enough? There's the Earth Spike out now. Mamang Dai is in. Lasso there, onto the Ricky. Jackie still has the Chrono. There's your Ravage, the Ricky already down. Wami is going to chain out. DB has kind of been left behind. Instead, they'll go on to LYM. In fact, never mind that. They want UK on the Snapfire. UK slowly but surely going to get burnt down by Fearless and does eventually die, and Jackie is able to get LYM. They just ignored the Wraith King altogether, knowing they probably couldn't get through the 2 lives of DB. But that's just one way to win the team fight, is aim everybody else and just leave DB there to not really do much. And now,
it's the perfect way to get that done.
Hello, John.
Roche. Hello, Mike. Sorry about that. I think my phone overheated from acting like a router, so the internet died for a bit. But we're back, and good team fight coming out for MTG. Roche being taken as well. There is movement out from AG, though.
There is DB. He's going to move in and try to fight this one out. Onto the Lion, they will burst down Q. The buyback, though, is going to be immediate. Army Geniuses still just going to posture around the Roshan pit. Wait out that Roshan. DB wants to go back in. There is still Chrono up, don't forget. But they are fighting without Ravage now, MG Trust. That Roshan, not going to take too long here for DB and Mamang Daya. Fearless, no lasso either. Might need to make the jump in soon, and they are going to move. There's your Chrono out. Who have they got? They've got everybody but Mamang Daya.
What? How did he get it?
I don't know how he got it, John, but he got it somehow. I believe it was the tricks of the trade. He jumped out, and he managed to pick up the Aegis, and now Jackie's going to try and run, but he will go down.
Oh my god.
So he tricks the trades. The Chrono's on target. But as he comes out, he must have just spam-clicked the Aegis.
Oh, that is disgusting. Mamang Daya is stealing it away. They actually took the Roche kill as well, so Jackie couldn't even find anything.
Wow.
And AG, they just managed to clean up. With no Chrono up in the next fight for the high ground, they only have to worry about Ravage. Mascaras has to make his way back, where he's just going to try to work this lane as best as possible, but the mid-tier 2 falls. High ground is opened, and you have Reincarnation up on DB.
Oh, lasso out, but Sleeping Dart, no, going to be cancelled off by the BKB. Back in onto the Wraith King underneath the tier 4 towers. Is a very awkward position here for DB, but he just BKBs up right into Q and Leonak, and will burst them down. Daya even trying to go after Masaros, but the buyback's going to force them back now. Army Geniuses, they don't want to throw this lead away. Currently 6k ahead. They are just going to back. Among Daya, he'll hold on to the Aegis as well. And this is a really nice retreat for Army Geniuses, because they just waste the buyback of Leonak on the Elder Titan. And of course, you can always just go back in before that Aegis does expire. Definitely a pretty big win here for AG.
Yeah, they're going to be super happy about that. They can just look at the last outer tower here, going towards the tier 1 top into the tier 2. And they've already got DB kind of lined up there, shoving that wave. So you have to be a bit cautious here on MG Trust's side. They've got Ravage. Cronus going to be about 50 seconds. You could hold the high ground really well. You've got some good spells for the high ground defense. But you have to be careful about who you commit on. Like, you can take out DB. He gets the second life off with BKB and you're still dead. They have no easy access to reach UK in the back with the kisses. An issue with the draft here, of course, you have to kind of prevent the kisses from flying through because the magic damage is just insane. You don't have a pipe up yet on Monsters. You only have that Hood of Defiance. So everyone else is going to be vulnerable to all those, all those hot kisses coming out from Mortimer, and it's going to make it really hard to counterfight there, especially if you want to commit Chrono or Ravage. If it doesn't catch that Snapfire out, you're still going to burn.
That Sleeping Dart onto Masaros. They're not going to initiate onto the Tide. Just take some towers and back off again. Still no need to rush here for Army Geniuses. And they know the Ravage, Lasso, and Chrono are all up now. And you've got to be very careful about that. But as long as you control the map like this, you're not going to mind just backing off as Army Geniuses. Like, you're still a Wraith King into a Faceless Void. So you are going to inadvertently kind of just out-carry Jackie. And speaking of Jackie, is going to drop Mamang Daya setting up there with Wami. That is not a great sign for MG Trust.
No, it really isn't. It goes back to this hiking build from Jackie. Like, Mask of Madness into SNY is fine. But then rushing for the Scotty here to try and pin down some of that regen, try to get some stats on, it feels a bit greedy. It feels like you really need to BKB to stand in front, to not care for the silence out from Ricky, to not care for the kisses coming through from UK, and to not care for the damage coming through from Wami. But without something defensive like that, he's just going to be a sitting duck. Once that smoke screen's up, they can take control really nicely with a dart, and you're just very vulnerable on his Faceless Void right now, so we'll see what comes after the Scotty, but until something defensive like a BKB is out, I don't think this game is going to get any easier for Jackie in terms of at least farming solo. He's going to be vulnerable to those rotations in, and there are only so many wards you can drop right now for MTG.
You're going to start moving up again. Before that Aegis does expire, Army Geniuses would love to get themselves a Rax and DB. He's going to frontline here on the Wraith King. Stomp, not going to be on target. Still, the Lasso is. They will pull him back behind the T4 towers again. And this time around, with your Ravage and Chrono, it's going to be much harder to help out DB. As there's your Chrono out, Jackie. He will play no games. Eventually, DB will be forced to just die in the enemy base. The Geniuses, even with the Aegis up on Mamang Daya, just don't want to go for the dive. They'll leave the Wraith King to die.
Yeah, that's actually not too bad for AG. The death was counted as a dire kill. So no one got a burst of gold. Yeah, somehow it's just 240 gold for each hero, which is nice for total team net worth. You really want that gold to stack on Jackie.
The Dire? But he's on the
I think the
Dire.
tower
How does,
hit.
but he's on the Dire. How does the Dire kill
Okay, I don't know.
Gaben?
All right. Data game?
So the Dire Tower killed DB, but he's a Dire hero. Yeah, right.
I don't know. That's what it said.
I know. I'm looking at it right now, Chop.
Right. All right. Makes sense. Like, that Aegis steal made sense. This game makes a lot of sense. Still, very sensible build-ups. Mamang Dai really working that Sleeping Dart well. I'm just glad it doesn't pierce spell immunity. Imagine if it did. It's already kind of busted. Like, that cooldown is just obnoxiously low. 12 seconds, 4-second stun. Your uptime is insane. You even get this nice Orb of Destruction now for Mamang Daya, so his Trick of the Trade is going to be that more potent. The response from MTG is proper, though. They've got 4 staffs all around, 4 staff in Q. We're seeing the 4 staff being saved forward by Leonak. We already have the 4 staff in Masaros. They just need to get themselves out of the smoke screen, protect Jackie if he does get caught in the smoke screen as well. Jackie, speaking of, has the Scotty up. So he is kind of tankier up front. 3k HP is actually a really good number for our Faceless Void. We just have to see what comes next. I love the itemization here from AG as well. Halberd up on Wami means that even if you get a good Chrono off, if you don't catch a Timbersaw now, he's in range, you're not going to get any hits off with the disarm.
Yeah, Wami's going to move in. Leonak going to be spotted. He might just be dead instantly.
A dominating performance. performance.
It's just way too much damage on Wami with the flamethrower. And of course the whirling death. For Motivate Trust, I mean, we've seen them come back from so many games. Over and over again. And they're not really that far behind either. I mean, it's a 6k net worth lead at 31 minutes. No Rax is down yet, but Army Geniuses, it is still their game to throw here. So,
Oh yeah.
it's quite a hard one to throw as well. Oh, I'd say hard, but Fearless dragging you into the tier 4 towers is quite detrimental, so maybe not so hard to throw. But
Yeah.
it's
I love the build up here on Fearless. Like, he's got the Octarine, he's going into the Ags. They need to hold out for his level 25. Once you get the lasso cooldown with Octarine, then it kind of gets ridiculous, especially with the Ags lasso. So it's going to be a lot of time until that 25 spike, but as long as this game kind of goes slow, you will have that potency. Like, you could argue they're scaling here onto Ricky, and there certainly is a lot of room to grow for Mamang Daya as well. I think where you start to wonder is the scaling of the Enchantress starts to taper off, the scaling of Wami on Timbersaw starts to taper off, and that's where you see more utility coming through with Chrono, more utility coming through with Lasso going through BKB, and Ravage on hand as well. And you can see MTG,
Fearless.
they're smoked, they've got all their spells here.
And Lasso going to be on the snap by. They just want to get rid of this hero immediately. Can they make something out of this though? It's a decent enough kill on UK, but can you get objectives? Can you play for anything on the map? MG Trust, they're going to move back into their own jungle. So it looks like it's just to open up the map a bit more, get Jackie some more farming space, which he desperately does need right now because he is 5k behind DB. And maybe even find that mid-tier 1 tower.
Yep, they can't really commit. They see DB around it, do not have lasso, so it's a bit risky to jump that Raid King, and they just kind of take their time. Just retake the jungle, get back the XP per minute from the outpost, and try to keep playing catch-up. You're still in a really good spot for AG. I mean, you're holding on to your mid-tier 1 at 34 minutes, and your bot tier 1 as well. So you know you've got the map on hand. Their lead has not grown, though. This is where it gets a bit awkward. Not bad, but just a bit awkward. You're maintaining 6k throughout the past 4 minutes. It's not grown, it's not shrank. So that means MTG are also scaling fairly nicely. And again, you have to respect the Chrono in the high ground, you have to respect Ravage, and you have to respect the Lasso. And they do smoke again here on MTG.
MTG going to move in again through the mid lane. Ravage, Chrono both up, but you don't have... Oh, you have Lasso in 2 seconds. DB, going to be targeted. There's your first Lasso into the Shiver's Guard of Masaros. And DB, he's going to try and fight this one out. And it doesn't look like it's going to be too hard either, as he's a pretty tanky boy. Back on a Fearless, they will get the Bat Rider first. And now you'd love to kill off Jackie. But the Chrono, the turnaround from the high ground. But where's your damage output? He's going to try on Mamang Daya. They'll get the Ricky first. Back into the Wraith King, but DB, he still has that reincarnation. And Fearless, he's going to try and run. Jackie's going to come back in. DB still being targeted here, but again, he is a pretty tanky guy. Cookie, not going to land, but they would love a dieback on the Bat Rider, and they are going to be able to get it. Fearless, he is gone for another 100 seconds. They are chasing for more here, Army Geniuses. It looks like that's going to be enough, but surely you go high ground from this.
Oh yeah, 100%. You know, Chrono's down, it's only Ravage, there's no Lasso, there's no Bat Rider. So you've got a ton of options available for AG's approach now. They could wait for the next Roshan. It's only about 10 seconds away now. So they're going to have that third life on Wraith King, or just a backup life for Mamang Daya to secure that objective push. And it looks like they will be patient. Should have check up here. UK still sticking around, and just check back in. Yep, there you go. Roshan up. Ag Shard up and available as well, so you're going to have a major spike in one of these heroes. MTG, that's going to give them some time to respawn on Fearless, but now the question is, do you have enough to deal with Cheese? With a second life on Wraith King and potentially a second life on Mamang Daya as well? It doesn't feel like they have enough without really expending all their spells in the perfect situation.
Will always be to rise again.
DB, straight back through the mid lane. Still 30 seconds without Fearless up. There is definitely an opportunity to at least get that tier 3 tower, which is already quite low in terms of HP. It looks like that's going to be the game plan here for Army Genius as they rush in, but the Glyph is going to be popped into a stomp. With Leonak on that Elder Titan, the high ground defense is not too bad. Sleeping Dart. Some Masaros, Mamangtaya. Not going to jump in. Instead, they're going to play it safe and go for that mid-Rax. Fearless is coming back up, however. They've got to be careful. Another Sleeping Dart out. Going to stun up Masaros, but there's your lasso. The Rax still not down. Back into the tier 4 towers. DB is going to try and run, but a big lasso, or rather Ravage, is there from Masaros. Wami trying to tank the damage, but DB, he will lose his first life. Jackie, no chrono for another 10 seconds. Army Geniuses, they might be able to go for more now, knowing those ultis are down. Jackie, still waiting for that chrono, is going to have it up very, very soon. Earth Spike is there onto Wami, but the turnaround. Jackie, there's your chrono now, back on the DB, but DB, he is very, very tanky. The Sleeping Dart. Gonna put Jackie to sleep in the middle of the chrono. Mamangtaya back in onto Leonak. Can they get the Titan? Yeah, they can. Onto Masaros, they will get the tie-dye back. And Jackie, he is not safe either. He's gonna try and run. Instead, they'll secure Q instead. They'll get him. Fearless. Gonna try and move back in. Army Geniuses gonna focus down the objectives. That'll be the top Rax gone as well now. Motivate Trust. 2 Raxes down, and it's looking very tough for them, John. In fact, they might go for a third now. Without Masaros up, you haven't got that tanky frontliner. With no chrono, how do you fight this?
They know they're ahead in AG. It's just very cooldown dependent on Motivate Trust, and when they can't find those kills, again, a lot of things have to happen in that chrono. You have to catch the Timbersaw, you have to catch the Ricky, you have to catch the Wraith King. Otherwise, you just can't get much done.
They've only got LYM there on the lasso. They'll take the Enchantress, but it's going to be Mega Creeps coming out for Army Geniuses. So they just kind of take what they can get. Mamangtaya now looking to come back in with the Sleeping Dart setup. And the smoke screen. Jackie, big trouble here on the Void, but he's going to be forced off the way. Stomp out, maybe they could turn onto Mamangtaya, but no, there's the Mortimer's Kisses in. Q doesn't really want to die back right now. He'll back off to the fountain. These Sleeping Darts from Mamangtaya proving to be very effective as they jump back in onto Fearless, and they'll get the Batrider again. No buyback. Onto the tier 4 towers they go. Jackie, he's going to try and slow this down. Still no chrono for another 40 seconds. It's looking very tough for him, but he's going to try. Now Masaros, Ravage in 2. This could be the last team fight though, as the stomp does fly out. Masaros, how do you commit this Ravage? Mamangtaya trying to back with the Aegis, does manage to get out, but Jackie will finish off the Aegis. Now the secondary line, back on a UK, and there's your Ravage up, connecting on 3. They will be able to kill off Mamangtaya now. Back into DB. Can you get the Wraith King? He's a bit tankier now with the overwhelming blink, but they are going to try. He'll try to man fight instead, however. LYM there with Wami. A big cookie out from UK. They'll continue to try. But Leonak is going to get dropped. DB with a big crit out. Back onto the backside. He goes after Q now. The Lion going to force stuff out, but DB with the Radiance might just get him, and there's a stun out anyway. They will be able to kill him off. Jackie, he is still trying to get it done by himself, but there's your GG well played call. They realize they cannot get it done. And Army Geniuses, John, what a way to start this series with game 1 going to the way of AG.
Yeah, they play spectacularly well there on the side of AG. It looked a bit rough early on, but the key things that happened there was that Motivate Trust took a while to play with those ults. It took a while for them to get their first Ravage, to get their first Chrono. They left Mamangtaya alone for a very long time to farm up in the Ricky, and then he bought out all the space in the world for DB to hit that Radiance timing, to hit his big spikes on Wraith King, and some of the itemization here from Jackie just felt a bit awkward. Like, he went for Mask of Madness and SNY, which is fine, but then rushing to Scotty when he was dying to the Ricky silences every single time he'd get jumped, like Smokescreen just ruined him, and no one was around with Force Staff, so he really needed a way to just be safe by himself, and the lack of BKB cost him in the last few fights. He'd toss out Chrono, he'd get Disarm in the middle, he'd get Sleeping Dart. Without that spell immunity, it was just very difficult for Jackie to find his spot, so we'll have to see if they kind of shake up their playstyle. AG, they managed to put the dent on the Titans of lower div. Like, that's really big underdog win, but AG has been steadily improving, and I think a lot of people have been sleeping on AG. Like we've seen it in Oceanic, we've seen it early on here in the lower div. They are actually doing fantastically well for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you just saw it in the gameplay here. They do kind of look like an upper division team just by the way they were playing, and it's very good to see these lesser known teams slowly but surely improving and getting their name out there. Nevertheless, that is game 1, of course, and that is going to be the first game of Season 2 for the lower division that Motivate Trust has dropped. But we'll see if they drop game number 2, because that would mean the first series that they've dropped as well. Army Geniuses versus Motivate Trust. We'll be back with game number 2 very, very soon, and we'll see if AG can do it. See you all again very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are right into Game 2's draft between Army Geniuses and MG Trust, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5. John, welcome back, sir. Game 1, surprisingly going the way of AG, and I say surprisingly only because MGT was undefeated. What do you think they need to change up in Game 2 to try and force us to a game number 3?
I think they've got to play around their timings a bit more. They went with heavy cooldowns there, which was really the big drawback of their draft. They had to play super active with Ravage and Chrono every single time the spots were up. They didn't quite play to that tempo. They sat back, farmed up a bit. There's a lot of space for DB to build up in that game. And Mamangdaya just had its spectacular time mid. The Ricky didn't actually get too bullied out by that Bat Rider. So you will have to kind of watch out there if the matchup doesn't work. Mamangdaya can build up quite fast. You do see the respect bands coming here from Motivate Trust. They take out the Wami Timbersaw and the Mamangdaya Ricky. So lots of respect from that first game. Some issues there as well from MTG in game 1. Itemization. Like the build up there on Jackie, just Scotty Rush with no BKB, just felt super greedy. So I think just some of those game calls, some of those call outs for itemization and movement was a bit off. We'll see if MTG can kind of rework it, force a game number 3 here. But AG, I mean, they're playing spectacularly well. Again, they've been improving throughout the entire season. They've shown up quite a fair bit in other tournaments like the OEDL Fall Invitational. So as long as they maintain this really good coordination they have, I think MTG might be in for a surprise here and might take their first series loss.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, John. Army Genius is looking very hot, at least in game 1, and you can say maybe they got outdrafted on MGT's side. You can maybe say the item choices weren't the best. Maybe even MGT just kind of underestimating Army Geniuses in game 1. But let's see if Army Geniuses can repeat that in game 2, because that's what really kind of shows you if game 1 was the real deal or not. And I'm sure they are going to be ready to show us that it was, as we do have to wait out the final bans before we go on with the draft. Hopefully soon we will be able to see some more picks. Of course, Army Genius is going for the Snapfire and Earth Spirit opening. Motivate Trust. Looks like they just want to lock in the Fearless Puck straight off the bat. And of course, I can't say I'm too surprised to see the Leonak Elder Titan once again. So we do pretty much tend to see it every single game. It is left unbanned.
Yeah, he's just super comfy on the hero. It can really enable some aggression coming through, especially in lane. Saw that coming out with the Tide Hunter there, the minus armor plus the Astral Spirit. Right click was great. They just didn't have enough control to find those initial kills, which I think they're going to have to try and work out now. Early on, you really need to slow DB down, because if you allow DB and Mamangdaya a good start, it's too much. They can play aggressive. They can go around. The respect then from AG on the Faceless Void is kind of surprising, considering that Jackie was still farming great, but it didn't feel like he was doing enough. But they still take out one of those heroes that Jackie loves, and they go into the Jug. So they've got this Snapfire Jug lane coming through. Lots of minus armor, lots of slow options there with Scatter Blast, good stun with Cookie and Spin combo. It's a very aggressive lane once more for AG to play with, and that is something Motivate Trust will have to watch out for. Like, you still have the ET that can do some work, but you just have to respect the fact that the Jug is going to have more forward aggression compared to the Raid King.
That's fair. I wonder what Motivate Trust do pick into this Jug. We kind of always talk about having something to get through that spin. And never mind, they get the axe straight off the bat, and that is one way to get through the spin. Just call the Jug. And that is a very strong hero right now, the axe. And we haven't had the pleasure of seeing Masros playing it either. So I'm very curious to see how he wants to build up into that axe, but it is going to make the Jug's life very hard, John, let me tell you. In the laning stage, it is not very fun to play up against the axe right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think you have some ways for AG to kind of compensate. Like, it's down to the Snapfire to try to zone out the axe there. Of course, Battle Hunger spam should be focused on the Snap in that case, as the Jug can kind of spin it off. And as the levels go up, the cooldown of spin does kind of line up with Battle Hunger for the most. You're not going to threaten DB too much. We'll see if our Snap here can get the space out, and whether or not Masaros can maximize his early presence. Of course, the build-up as well is something that you love to talk about. You love the Manta. I think there's the potential for that, but on the offlane, you you still kind of need a Vanguard, especially against a Jug. There's just a lot of value in Vanguard into Crimson to prevent the damage output from a Jug, mitigate his early Omni Slash. So I think that might be what we see from Masaros. Blink Vanguard, maybe down the line you see the Manta, but haven't seen the emphasis just yet from the few Axe games we've seen in Southeast Asia.
I mean,
So
personally,
we'll see.
personally, I really like the Blink Blade Mail, John, but nobody likes that anymore. It's just not in fashion.
Yeah, it's just Blade Mail in general feels really off. Like they definitely remember the time when Blade Mail was like a pickup on literally every hero, like
Yep.
even cores. It
Yep.
was just way too stat efficient. Ever since the nerfs there, it just kind of tapered off. Like Axe is the big one that gets hit every single time Blade Mail gets changed. So it's still slightly awkward. I think the item needs a slight buff, but we do see AG going to the LC. So it's another Dispel on hand. You can kind of take away, again, Battle Hunger if you're worried about it in the middle of a team fight. You're not going to get max value here for the Axe to have bonus move speed, and that slow burn through. You don't have the double dual combo that we tend to see with a Grimstroke, but you do have some really good combos. Like if you blink in and duel with a Snapfire Kisses, that can be pretty devastating. And you do have that slight issue again for MTG, where they don't have the best way to jump in and stop the Kisses. You could maybe toss Fearless all the way back, have him kind of jump forward with the orb, get the silence off, but that will cut him off from the rest of the team fight, which is not ideal for a puck. So there's still a lot of value here for AG in that combo.
Yeah, I mean, I think the LC has purely been chosen to just deal with the puck this game, and because you actually have many ways of dealing with this puck, because you do also have the Earth Spirit, so you do have that silence that can be very annoying, but Motivate Trust will bring out the Skywrath Mage, and that's going to make things a little bit tougher for the LC. You don't necessarily want to duel while a Mystic Flare is around you, and as well as that, you have the Axe Skywrath combo, which kind of makes this this safe lane from Army Geniuses feel somewhat impossible.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. This is definitely a Blink Rush game for Masaros. You could still make an argument for Vanguard, but you definitely want the Blink there as well. So you have that combo to play with, and this is where the Axe feels a lot nicer because you've got some proper follow-through. You could maybe have argued that you could have made a call in Earth Splitter. That could have been nice as well. But this is just so stable. You can burst down these heroes, get the damage off, and start to melt down the backline afterward. We'll have to see what the Jackie hero slides through. They do ban out the Monkey and Ursa on AG's end. And MTG do ban out the TA and the Davion Dragonite. No anime hero coming through. What'll it be here for Fearless? Troll. Yep, it's a stable one to have again. I prefer it a lot over the Faceless Void. I think the Void, the way Jackie plays kind of fits the Troll a little bit more, although Jackie used to play a lot of Void, but again, it didn't feel like he was playing like we saw him a year ago, where every time Chrono was up, he'd make a rotation, find a kill, go back to farming. In the first game, he's just much more satisfied to just keep farming, and the Troll kind of enjoys that a bit more, clears out camps fairly nicely with a Whirling Axis. You don't have the mobility of Time Walk, but you do have faster output damage on an AoE, so the camps still melt. There should still be maybe a Battle Fury build-up. We could see the Maelstrom coming through as well, depending on what Fearless wants, but they do have, depending on what Jackie wants, but they've got a very clear win condition.
Whoa.
AG just get the counter pick Razor, so this is going to be a toughie
That's a
for
good pick.
Jackie. That should be a Razor mid, so it's not going to be too bad, but you have the counter pick. You're going to zap away his damage. Jackie's going to have to watch out for that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think Army Geniuses did really well with their draft. Not 100% sure on the LC. I think that's the one question mark for me, but we know with the Shards upgrade, the LC does seem a lot more potent and does have that utility now, and of course, if you do manage to get to level 25 on the LC, you've got that AoE 1.5 second magic immunity for pretty much your whole team or whoever's within the AoE. By the way, Jonathan, for the lovely viewers in chat, MLP does not stand for Mobile Legends for the Philippines, FYI. And as well as that, you know what I don't get, John? So people want predictions, right? They want to gamble their channel points. But I've watched them. I've watched people in other Twitch channels, and they always get upset when the draft hasn't ended and the prediction starts too early. But now, before the draft's finished, they want the prediction up. I don't know how to make these people happy, John. I'm trying my best. The prediction's there. Calm down, everyone. Just joke. I love you all. Don't worry. You can annoy me all you want. It's fine.
I swear I know what I swear I know the initials for the Mobile Legends tournament. I think it's MPL.
Don't bring up Mobile
not-
Legends, John.
I'm just saying because I know some casters. You know, I know a couple of Filipino guys. I think it's called MPL. So not quite MLP, but I guess if you kind of rearrange the letters, it could work. That's Mobile Legends Philippines. I'm sorry. Like okay, this is a bit off topic, but I went for a haircut. Right, you can see it. I went for a haircut.
I've actually
and,
switched
like,
off the cams now, but go on.
It's fine. I went for a haircut, and I was talking to my barber. He was like, "So what do you do, sir?" I commentate in esports. It's like, "Really? What esports?" It's like Dota, and he's like, "Really? I play Mobile Legends." And I was like, "Oh boy, all right." And he was so enthusiastic. I couldn't tell him like it's kind of different. He was like, "Oh yeah, you know these guys?" It's like, "Yeah, I know this so and so caster. I know like Leo Cast. I know him. I know General Tuna. Some of these casters there, Swarly." And it's like, "Oh wow, yeah, that's amazing." I was like, "But he doesn't know Dota." Like, stuck in a very awkward spot where I'm like, yeah, nodding, being very happy for him because he was so happy, and I didn't want to remove that happiness. So I don't know. It's kind of cool that mobile game just ties people like that in. At the same time,
No, it's not.
I wish
John.
it was Dota.
No, it's not. You're just happy because you think you're famous and you think people
Oh
recognize you.
no,
as
no, no, no.
Yes,
He had
you
no
do.
clue who I was. He had no clue who I was. It was just, I just had to smile and nod and agree along, like, you know, just make him happy
Well,
because he was so joyful.
Just so you know, you aren't famous, John. Probably never will
I know. You remind me every time you go on stream, Mike. You say, "Keep it down, John. Know your place."
I've got it, John, because everyone keeps pumping you up in the Twitch chat and on Facebook and Twitter. They keep complimenting you. They never talk about me. It upsets me. I get very jealous, John. Very jealous. Even during the major, when I was casting with Black, everyone was like, "Where's John?" Like, you know, John's taking a break. I've got to cast with Black. They didn't like it though. They wanted John X Fire, and that made me feel very sad, John. Now I'm reliant on you. I can't let you go.
Begins.
It's a fair enough point. Still, nothing too exciting here compared to our conversation. 2 for 2 bounties. Let's see
Shout
the
out to
lanes
Black,
break
by the
out.
way.
Yeah, best dad jokes in the biz.
Yeah.
100%.
No, that's Lacoste. Let's be honest. Black tries his best, but Lacoste.
No,
has
you see, Lacoste's dad jokes are so good, they don't feel like dad jokes. You see?
True. Very true.
Whereas Black's, it's definitely a dad joke. Still, what's not a dad joke are these lanes. You've got LYM on the Earth Spirit along with UK up top, so it looks like they're starting with a bit of a trial lane, but they do split it up. No, yeah, they do get the TP out. So Wami comes in. Leonak is there, of course, playing with the Astral Spirit along with Jackie on Troll. This should be a much more stable lane for Jackie. Not too much pressure the LT can do here. Of course, you can play with overwhelming odds. Maybe look for an angle with LYM. Key thing here is find EXP on Earth Spirit and hit your level 2, level 3 spike, and then I mid instead. That's going to be where all the kills should line up for an Earth Spirit.
LYM, nice kick away. Leonak going to try and harass him out as much as possible. And of course, this is going to be a very important pull for LYM, but Leonak is going to be a real problem. One thing you don't want as this Earth Spirit is your creeps denied away, and it looks like they are going to force Wami to come down to try and contest this this pull away from Leonak. Leonak's going to stick around, gets a deny on the range creep. That is a big deal.
Yeah. It's sapping so much EXP away from LYM. He doesn't get the solo EXP as well because Wami has to tune in. Now the wave's slightly shoved in, and Jackie just basically gets to clear out a couple of waves for free. So you're missing out on that big spike on your Earth Spirit. We'll see how it shapes up along the line, but definitely a smoother start for Jackie here. Down mid, you've got Mamang Daya on the mid jug, with Fearless on the mid puck. And this is an interesting lane. You can play with a spin, and Fearless is not that quick. You can cop a lot of damage if you're not careful. At the same time, spin is a relatively long cooldown, so Fearless can use that downtime and just harass out. He's got range advantage, and he has an easier time reaching for the bottle, which means LYM will need to step in at some point to help contest some of those bottle refills.
Yeah, I wonder how Mamang Dai is actually going to lane this. Is now, like, he's got the bottle up, but Fearless is going to take both water runes. So, pretty big advantage there for Fearless on the puck. You can even see it in his CS right now. But we'll have a look at the final lane. You do have the bot lane where Masros and Q are going to be up against UK and DB. In fact, hold that thought, because Leonak right now is just chasing down Wami on the Elder Titan. His own creep wave is going to block him, but they are going to go for another big pull. So back down towards the bot lane. Looks like DB should not have that tough of a time. We talked about the axe up against the jug, but as the Razor, you don't quite mind as much.
Yeah, you really don't. Like, there's a lot that can go wrong for Masteros in this lane. It's too ranged, so you can't really go up and just get your free spins. If you go too close, DB just static links, and it just kind of feels really bad for Masteros. You can try to spin, but it's just not great.
That's a great cookie out from UK. Now the Scatter Blast to connect DB. He stole so much damage, but Masteros and Q are going to be able to secure the first blood. DB might find a double kill, but the creep wave is going to block the way. Meanwhile, top side, Leonak getting very, very low, but a nice ensnare there from Jackie. He's going to make sure Leonak gets out and salves up. Still Wommy going to not get vision yet. LYM is going to eventually see him, but it seems as though they just want the creep wave again. So Wommy's going to go for a run. Leonak is going to try and chase him down, but a nice pull to the large cap now. Leonak going to be very annoying here for Wommy. Even gets the deny off. And the courier.
Yeah. Well, that's a pretty big courier as well. Just taking off a lot of regen and some vision out from AG for a bit longer, so you're not going to get too much forward vision here from LYM, and you can't even come in for the next set of water runes. It's just another set for Fearless once more. You do have at least Mamangdai running for the bottom water rune, but he's missing out in CS. Does have a bottle up in the jug, which is atypical for jug, but when you're in mid, you just gotta have a bottle. You can't play without it right now.
No, you definitely can't. Not in this meta. Bottle is just way too value. Still, I mean, he's going to struggle a little bit. Like, Fearless is pulling ahead in terms of CS, and you could just see the harassment output from Fearless. He's going to be quite annoying for Mamangdaya, but at least he does have the level 1 healing ward up now. He does have a couple forms of heal until Fearless does that. Just orbs over and gets the denial from that healing ward, but now LYM will TP in and refill the bottle into the roll, back in onto Fearless, but he has another orb. He'll be just fine to get away. So they really can't shut down this puck whatsoever. But I suppose as long as the CS is coming in for Mamangdaya, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, it's not a lane you really want to play aggressive on, even with the rotations from LYM. Key thing is that farm is coming in, and level spikes are a bit off. Fearless is definitely having a better time in EXP, although down bot.
Another nice cookie out from UK. This time they'll focus down Q instead. Roll, going to be off the mark from LYM, but it won't matter. He'll get the boulder smash and get the kill. Azeroth not really able to do much quite yet on the axe, and this is where the beauty of this Razor safe lane comes out. Is just making it so the axe advantage in that laning stage just is not going to be there. In fact, they've even forced Leonak down to this bot lane. Just feeling like Q maybe getting picked off a bit too much on the Skywrath and not having a great old time. He's going to go into the mid lane instead on that Skywrath and try to help Fearless out a bit. Eventually, I suppose Q should make his way back down.
That does relieve some pressure up top. In the solo lane, Wami can just sit back, spam out the overwhelming odds, get some CS. Of course, Jackie starts to build up here. So the troll farm is starting to line up. You need to make this aggression work down bot.
Gonna try. Static link out from DB, but he's taken so much damage, and Fearless is just gonna finish him off on the puck. Now the coil out, they have caught another. It's gonna be LYM into the Ancient Seal from Q, and that should be the Earth Spirit gone as Fearless
Thanks for playing.
will be able to get a double kill going on the puck. The geniuses shouldn't be too happy about that, but for Motivate Trust, things are looking very good.
Definitely, they're starting to find that early aggression. Fearless finally getting out with the first successful rotation with a Dream Coil. Finds a good set of kills, and that is some relief that Masteros definitely needed. He's nowhere near the Vanguard yet, trying to go for the phase boots on top of it. And the item timings for a jug just feels so sensitive. You want the Vanguard up to block a lot of early damage. You want that to build into your blink while you're farming the jungle. You do need that relief coming out. I think the one thing is Mamangdai is still allowed to free farm here. Massive Madness being built up by the jug. That's going to speed up your farm and early Omni Slash potential. See LYM trying to go for a smoke play, but looks like he might just go for a ward run and does make sure that the jungle's not going to be stacked up too much, so they can start contesting if there are. and start to line up perhaps for some more aggression on AG's end, but it does feel like they'll need some more levels before they can get anything done.
Very true. Leonak gonna spot out LYM. Stomp. Not gonna connect. LYM gonna be just fine, but there is a chase coming in. Q. Concussive shot goes to the neutral camp. LYM still trying to run. Fearless does have the silence and has the coil if he needs it. He's holding on to it for now. LYM gonna roll, but Fearless will eventually throw the coil out.
For your impertinence.
The third kill for our puck already. In a very tough game for the Earth Spirit. Just unable to really find anything across the map, which is concerning for this hero because it doesn't really tend to catch up very well.
Yeah, it's down to the fact that you don't really have great lanes to rotate to. Your best bet is bot lane with DB. Mid lane with the Jug, you could try to line up a stun, but it is a puck. It's just very hard to catch out. You need to be perfect with your follow-up silence. Otherwise, Fearless is just going to be able to zip away. So, just not many good angles for LYM, and that just means that he is forced to watch his core's farm while he kind of doesn't really get the kills he wants in Jet Gold, which means Motivate Trust, they've got that 2k lead up. They've recovered here on Masteros. The Vanguard is up sub 10 minutes, so the timing's still fairly decent. But you have the Mask of Madness up on Mamang Daya. Clearing out the camps is going to be a lot easier for the Jug. And the farm should accelerate. He is lagging behind Jackie still, so you're still in a very good spot here for MTG. Looks like Jackie is opting for the early Maelstrom build, which will allow him to join fights early while also still having efficiency in the jungle. That's always good news here for the Troll. Doesn't want to go into farming war. With no Battle Fury in the Jug as well, it's not going to amount to too much of a net worth difference. I think that's going to keep them relatively even to each other overall. So what we need to look for now is Masteros for his phase boots into Blink. It's got to come out if they want to make some aggressive movements happen. But for now, looks like the supports are just moving around here.
But they are. Omni, Q, gonna get taken out. Fearless takes a lot of damage. LYM coming in for a big roll, but Fearless is not going to really get connected by that. Spin is going to be there, however, Mamang Daya still trying. Fearless will try for the deny, orb away to the low ground. Is he going to be able to get out? UK Scatter Blast, not going to connect. Fearless will go for the TP, and he is going to be just fine. How unfortunate for Army Geniuses.
Ooh, that was so close. And if they found that puck kill, that would have been a 3-kill streak doing their way as well. But they miss out now, BB.
Look at the damage output. Masteros with the spins. Still the static link. Gonna make it a little bit hard for him to keep going. He won't risk his own life for it. DB's job this game, of course, is just gonna be focusing in on Jackie, but for now he hasn't really had that chance. To focus on Masteros, but of course Masteros with the spin, it is pure damage, so he doesn't really care too much if his right click damage gets taken away. As long as he gets the call off into a couple of spins, he'll be happy.
Yep, still lines up really nicely. I think as the game goes on, with some damage piles on your Razor here, that's where it can get a bit dicey, as your taunt only lasts so long, your bonus armor only lasts for so long. Innately, the axe isn't the best in terms of armor, so you're going to have to mitigate that. But again, the build-up, it does look like Masteros is bypassing the phase boots just straight into the Blink, which I appreciate. But he definitely needs to be up in front, get ready to set up for Fearless or follow up on Fearless's green coils, and just play from there. So once you have that Blink up, that should lead to MTG looking for more openings here. For now, when it comes down to farm, again, they maintain a slight lead at 3k. They're getting a lot of free space for Jackie up top. The Maelstrom's almost done for the Troll, and I think you don't really mind. You know that Razor has a bit of a early plateau. Same thing for an LC until more items flow in and the duel starts to get annoying. But it feels like the slower pace is not really to the benefit of Army Geniuses, as they haven't really played with a duel from Wami. They haven't played with the kisses here. You need to see some of those combos fly through.
Stacks out. Mamang Daya is going to spot that out. He won't really be able to come in and contest. Meanwhile, bottom side, DB. It's going to be alright. They tried to make the jump on the Razor. Weren't quite able to get him down, and DB's just going to make sure he remains down at that safe lane and keeps that tier 1 tower protected. Because Masteros now with the Vanguard can very comfortably start creep skipping. Looks like Fearless even going to join him now. They're going to try and go after this tier 1, but first they want DB. He'll go for the TP out. Fearless, Coil, not going to be there. Masaros even pings out exactly where he was, but it was just a bit too late. Meanwhile, stacks are being taken by Mamangdaya. Again, he did spot out Lianak going for those stacks in the jungle. And he'll take these away from Jackie now.
Yeah, that's pretty painful. And 2 massive stacks being bursted through. More farm for Mamangdaya. Jackie's not going to lag too far behind because of this, but you definitely wanted to punish, but they were too stuck down bot trying to get that kill. They're going to commit for the push down in that bot tier 1. Wami's around to kind of stop it, but he doesn't have a blink. There's no clean angle for the duel. Just going to have to work his way outside of the sticky spot as soon as the tower falls.
Yeah, Wami, he was hanging around the safe flame, but realizes he can't really show up. Instead, Army Geniuses, they're going to try and push out the top tier 2. There is a big chance for Motivate Trust to defend this, and they're going to try now, as Masaros already has the blink up, and of course Fearless does have the coil. All in is going to catch out the junk, even through the spin, but Mamangdaya for now still going to be alright. He does not have the mana output though for the Omni, and is going to drop the Ancient Seal and the Mystic Flare, and now the Battle Trance is out onto TP, but the Static Link still soaking away, or rather sapping away the damage of Jackie, but they will get another kill onto LYM, back in onto DB. They love the Razor. Jackie getting very low, but not low enough.
Wish to retract your last word.
MTG able to clean up. It was a risky push to go for Army Geniuses. They still tried, but it did not work out.
One issue for AG right now is that they don't have a natural frontliner. Like, nothing like an axe that can soak that initial damage. You could maybe have DB take that frontline role. He doesn't have any major items yet to help him do that. In that situation, you did have Mamangdaya all the way up front, and the Jug just has some early mana issues. Like, Omni Slash is 200 mana. Blade Fury's 90. You go through more than half your mana already from spamming those spells out. And you really want to at least have some pocket mana ready for the Omni, but the silences coming through from MTG are just too hard.
Absolutely.
You won't be seeing me around.
Lane. Oh, they've started. Mystic Flare out. Wami's already gone, but they've lost Masaros. A 1-for-1 trade on those offlaners. Stomp out from Leonac to set up, but LYM silence out on Fearless, and now the Omni Slash. Leonac's gone. Fearless, he's going to try and orb away again and might just make it. That Mamangdaya, the one in trouble now on the junk, is going to try and run and will be alright. Meanwhile, Fearless jumped on again, but do they have the damage output? The answer is no. No, they do not. Fearless, he gets away with the skin of his teeth again. They just cannot kill off this puck.
You know what I realize is a really dumb combo, Mike?
What's that,
Ancient
John?
Seal plus Witch's Blade.
Oh, yeah.
That is an insane amount of burn. I saw Mamangdaya. He was just like melting. Like he could not commit further in that fight. And you have to watch that. As long as you're silenced up, puck gets a right click, you will burn. It is a considerable burn as well. So it's lining up here for MTG. 5k lead, 5 to 10 at 16 minutes in. They're getting the farm they'd want on Jackie. They're getting the early presence they want from Masaros. He is opting for the Blade Mail next. So he'll return some damage back. Very effective against something like the Chug. Mamangdaya's got to watch himself here. He needs something defensive down the line. BKB won't help your cause against the call, but it'll still help against a lot of the other silences coming through here.
See that, John? Masaros agrees with my build. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Jug. It's a Jug, right? You still need a Blade Mail against a Jug. It's like not buying Blade Mail against PA. Everyone's going to report you, you know?
Mid lane. DB. It's hit with the Plasma Field. LYM now caught out into the Mystic Flare, and well, that is a lot of damage out. He is going to die immediately, but now DB is going to try and move in onto Masaros, but they are locked down by the coil. Mamangdaya is still going to just chase him down, and eventually Masaros might just die, but another nice call out is not going to be enough to save his life. Still the Earth Splitter. Mamangdaya gets caught in it. Now Fearless back in on the puck, back into the Razor. Jackie, used up, Cookie away, but the sleep does connect from Leonac. And Jackie, he'll keep moving in onto the Razor and does get another kill. Still, Mamangdaya kills off the Auto Titan, but now the battle trance there from Jackie back in onto Wami. Wami's going to try and run, but it's not looking great for them. They are still trying to fight, in fact, but Fearless will be able to pick up a double kill back into LYM on top of the cliff. The roll away, he might just be fine, but UK looks to be stuck. There's your ensnare out. Jackie will get another. A 4-for-2 trade. Definitely quite favorable for the side of Motivate. In fact, it was a 5-for-3.
Oh yeah. Respawns are just really short that you can come back in there for LYM. And MTG, they're building up that lead. 6k up now. They're showing that early aggression. Masaros, once he finds that call target, to follow up with a Skyrat Mage, it's just so easy to pull off. Get the flare off, you get the silence off, they will just melt. And you get the sudden numbers advantage. You play with a Dream Coil. It's not even an Ags upgraded Dream Coil, so it's a bit early for that, but it's enough to counteract the Razor running around. The Jug has to use his spin earlier than he'd like, and just running out. They don't have the best setup for the kisses here, so UK gets a full channel through, but they have no way of holding people down outside of the Earth Spirit stun and maybe the Cookie to really get that done, and a duel. And you can see MTG, they just smoke again. They don't have long cooldowns to play with.
Call on target. Masaros just on the edge with the Mystic Flare again from Q. It's going to be more enough damage. And now LYM has also been caught. Jackie gets a mega kill streak. You start to look at this draft of Army Geniuses and wonder if they can pull this game back their way. Mamangdaya, he's still trying to work towards the SNY. But it does feel like he needs the Aghanim Scepter up. And as well as that, these silences are causing huge problems for Mamangdaya. Like the Ancient Seal plus the Waning Rift, it's a bit too much silence. Mamangdaya, there's been a lot of times where he just could not get the ulti off.
Yeah, you need some sort of self-dispel. A Manta could work out, but ideally I think in this case you'd want a BKB just because Manta's nice. You do have AoE silences on the puck, so if Fearless holds on to his spell use, you're going to have a nice way to still cancel that off. Still AG, they're smoked up. Looks like they might think about sneaking a Roche. They've got the minus armor on hand. Well, actually, they don't have a little Shredder, but they should have enough damage coming through from Momodai to get this done. The question is MTG going to move in? They don't have wards in the area. This could be a nice freebie for AG.
I just realized as well, one option for those silences, John, is the shards onto Wami. But it is 20 minutes into the game now, so if you can get those shards up, you could just... I mean, you don't need the shards. You can keep purging the silence without it, but you get my point. Just makes it a little bit easier and a little bit safer for Mamangdaya, but LYM is going to find Fearless. Roll, going to connect onto Jackie. They'll probably get started. No, never mind. The coil is down. Now Masaros from the backside. Mamangdaya gets Mystic Flare down by Q into DB again. They've got the Yules up. DB gonna get called, and it's not looking great for AG. This is more like the Motivate Trust we know. They're gonna take the Roshan now. Jackie will happily get it on the Troll Warlord, and there you go, they call it. And I agree with it.
Alright.
I agree. Because how do you come back from this? Your junk's too far behind, 3k net worth behind. There's too many silences, there's too many combinations. Your Raze is basically not a hero. I don't know what they could have done.
Yeah, it's a rough one for Army Geniuses. They had very specific ideas there. They last pick a Razor to counter pick, but then they flex it on the safe lane instead. They have the Jug matchup, which was okay for Mamangdaya, who's getting initial farm. But once the fights weren't lining up, they needed to win. And their line was just super sensitive. AG had to play with Duel and Kisses early on with Wami and UK. And they did find a couple of kills there, but once Motivate Trust took the initiative, they weren't finding the right dual targets. They couldn't lock people down in the Kisses. The Omni Slash wasn't coming out from Mamangdaya because of those silences and his build-up. So Motivate Trust managed to get that punishment off, force a game number 3. And AG, after a very strong game 1, kind of flex around too much in game 2 with their lanes, and Motivate Trust just take a much more active Jackie hero. They have Masaros build into that Vanguard Blink, and from there, with a Skyrant Mage, it's just easy peasy to pull off that combo.
Well, I'm very happy, John, because we do get to see a game 3 between these two, and I'm curious to see if AG can make it work. Again, I think it was... I don't think the draft was the problem. I think it was just purely they got outplayed throughout the mid game and even during the laning stage. Like, the Jug pick, to me, was the biggest problem. I think picking Jug that early, you know, Masros gets his axe. I don't think they were expecting the Q Skywrath Mage with the Mystic Flare, which is always going to be a problem for the Jug, assuming he got caught by the call. Apart from that, though, we'll see if they can do it in Game 3. Motivate Trust versus Army Geniuses Game 3 coming up after a short 10-minute break. And of course, it is MLP Dota into next far, and we'll see you all again very, very soon for that Game 3. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 3 between Army Geniuses and Motivate Trust Gaming. And it is MLP Dota X5. John, before I get to you, thank you to whoever subbed. Apparently there's a bunch of subs that came in, so I apologize. I didn't get to see exactly who it was, and I'm pretty useless when it comes to Twitch, so it's a bit hard for me to find out who it was. But thank you very much. Maybe the next day we're casting SEA, I'll have the name and I'll get to give you a shout out.
I believe I see it. It's from Mr. Himiz. He gave out 5 subs. Thank you.
Oh, it was Hormiz, was it? That is one of my good mates as well from back in the day. Still a very good friend, of course. Welcome, Hormiz. Obviously, you'd think he came in to support me while casting, John, because he doesn't play or watch Dota. The first question he asked me is, where's my Palmy? So he wants a Parmigiana, apparently.
Hey, I'd love one too, Mike. Where's mine? Send it over. Send it over, man.
Now he's going out there talking about cryptocurrency as well, John, which makes me very sad. Let me tell you, somebody had paper hands on this stream. Not gonna say who. It may have been John. It may have been me. But one of us had paper hands. Considering John's never invested in cryptocurrency, I guess that explains everything. Nevertheless, we'll get into the draft. We'll see what's going on. John, how are you doing, by the way?
Doing great, after the earthquake, after my phone's heating up from giving me internet all day. Doing pretty well despite that. It's holding on. And we do have a really great time here. Game number 3, AG up against Motivate Trust. Motivate Trust managing to take game 2 in very quick fashion. 20-minute GG call from AG. They do manage to pick up the Wami special this time, and they've got the Lion to counteract the puck. So they've got some answers on hand. I think Timbersaw into puck can still be pretty awkward for Timb, just because Dream Coil is very annoying to play against. But once you have Lotus Orb up, doesn't feel as bad. And Motivate Trust, though, just instantly go into the Ursa. So they see the Timb, they just go for the Ursa for Jackie. The matchup there is a bit back and forth. Initially, Timbersaw can rip through an Ursa, but an Ursa, as the game goes on, you can just kind of twack away at the Timbersaw. Fury Swipes stacks up and just burst down to Timb anyway. So reactive armor is not going to be a massive issue. Love the response from both sides. This should lead to some really high aggression early on.
It should. I'm actually getting very upset there. They're still talking about that particular coin.
Meme it up. The meme coin.
Because
Yes.
one of us idiots on this stream bought it at 5 cents and didn't hold, John. And now it's at 50 or 60 cents, whatever it is. I can't bear to look at it anymore. The graph just keeps going up.
Oh, I didn't even know
John.
that happened. Mike.
I'm getting
I
old.
didn't
I
know.
didn't want to tell you. I haven't even told my wife yet. She doesn't know, and I'd rather she doesn't. So let's get serious. Back to the draft. Lion Timbersaw is here for Army Geniuses. Motivate Trust Gaming going for the puck Ursa. 2 very strong openings, of course. I can't really say which one's stronger. Though I'd say due to the fact that Motivate did go for 2 cores to get their draft started, that might be a little bit of a disadvantage for Motivate Trust. Mind you, though, we saw Fearless. He did first pick the puck last time around. And obviously this hero is still quite broken throughout this new meta. And the Ursa, it's a Jackie, not necessarily a special of Jackie, but he does seem very comfortable on the hero.
Yeah, he can play it really well. I think kind of lines up with the same timings he played with his troll. You farm for a bit. Once you have 1 or 2 items, you're ready to jump forward. And I think that's what we're going to be looking for here from Jackie this time around. AG, they respect man a couple of things. They take out the Nyx and they take out the Masteros Axe. He did have a really good time last time, just getting the calls, lining up. They had the backup, of the Skyrat Mage as well. And that just simplified the process for the Axe to get the burst damage off. Don't want to have to deal with that again. We'll see what Masteros does pick up in the end. And one more thing for AG, in that last game, they played musical lanes a bit. They swapped their roles, so the Jug went mid against the puck, and they had a Razor to counteract the Troll, but it went to the Axe lane on the safe. I feel like you're going to need much less of that. You need very defined lanes, very strong laners coming through, because Motivate Trust does abuse you when you don't have that early presence, so you'll have to watch yourself as the draft develops.
Yeah. Final ban out for Army Geniuses, and we'll get to keep going. ban out the Axe, so just respect banning out the Masaros Axe, which was quite impactful last game, of course. And if Valve's listening, if anyone from Valve's listening, please don't nerf Axe. Please. It's been too long since the hero's been good. They already ruined my Earth Spirit, John. Just don't touch Axe. It's all I've got left. It's all I've got left of the offlane role. I can't play anything else. Yes, John?
You're complaining about Axe. I just realized Warlock is definitely gonna get nerfed. You know, he is. I saw the win rate, and you know I've been preaching Warlock since what, 7.27.
Get him out.
He's at 53 or something on Divine. I'm like, yep, that's gonna be nerfed. I'm gonna be so sad. I don't know what they're gonna. Maybe just take off the DPS upheaval and change the scaling of the slow, because I think that's what enabled. They're probably gonna touch Fatal Bond, so they already did last time. Some time ago when Warlock was also popular. They're going to do it again, I'm sure. Still, no Warlocks here, Mike. Nah, and no Earth Spirits. They do take the Ogre Magi on the side of AG and Clockwork on the side of MTG. So they've got that long-range reach with Puck Clockwork here for Motivate Trust. They've got ways to get some really good initiation going their way. For AG's end, Ogre Magi plus Timbersaw, you've got two really tanky heroes that stand up front. You've got a great steroid now for a natural right-click hero to come through. Still have the option for, say, that Jug. You could maybe go for the Troll here as well. It has been left in. So you can kind of play around with those options here for DB. With an Ogre Magi, it's very nice. Yeah, they just go with Troll. Why not? Very stable with the Ogre. Very nice to have. Motivate Trust have a nice break source now, though, for the Timbersaw. And Viper is going to make it annoying for Tim. And even the Troll. Right, he enrages up. He gets Viper Strike and Poison attacked up. After the rage is off, he's kind of stuck there and just kind of dies if he's too low. So you have to watch that now, as the response from Motivate Trust is pretty nice.
Absolutely. Final banouts to come. The Mapo being removed by Motivate Trust just in case. So the Puck does not really enjoy playing up against Mapo very much. By the way, while we are waiting out these bans, if anyone is wondering, because there was somebody who asked earlier on in the chat, even after this series, it's not gonna... Don't laugh. What is it? Get it out. What is it?
Mids says he's jumping out. Let's talk about crypto, more about how good Mobile Legends.
Moving on. Omega versus Neon is going to be coming up after this series. Now, mind you, that is in 2 hours. Online Rambulan, of course. Neon's already announced it, but that is going to be coming up in 2 hours. So just maybe about an hour after this series is done.
Yeah.
And that's going to be on the mainstream as well for PGL. So if you are waiting for some more SEA Dota after this, don't you worry. There's plenty more coming. Just going to be on the main PGL channel afterwards. But of course, we'll host them this time around. And hopefully it'll be a very solid kind of matchup. But hopefully so is this one, John, as the one more ban is left to go. Army Geniuses. Do we keep focusing on Masaros heroes? I'd probably say that's the safe bet. It could also be an offlane Viper for Masaros, but can't remember the last time we really saw him playing that, and it doesn't really feel like a Masaros hero per se. He does tend to enjoy those kind of tanky frontliners that just jumps in and gets a stun out. But let's see. It would be decent against the Troll, that's for sure.
For sure. Find it curious that AG managed to, or opted to ban the Grimstroke here in the last pick. It doesn't feel like you have too much flex on Motivate Trust. Maybe they could flex that Puck. In fact, actually thinking about it, with Puck, Viper, and Ursa, they're probably looking for a support here. So looks like they might be expecting the Viper to actually go to that offlane for Masaros. We'll have to see as it goes on. Maybe they flex that Puck here for support on MTG. Again, we've seen that a couple times. No, they go to CM. So Masaros Viper looks like coming through here. That makes the lane for the Troll actually really darn annoying. Like, you don't have the best presence there. The Viper's just going to be a constant nuisance. Viper plus Clockwork, you trap the Troll up. You're going to be able to melt him through early on. You're going to have to put a lot of work here on the Ogre Magi to zone them out. You do have a really tanky body to do that. But the Viper does have a lot of damage, and as the auto attacks fly out, poison attacks come through, you're not going to enjoy standing in front there for too long, the Ogre.
Final pickup. Army Geniuses. 30 seconds left to think about this. And they will. Oh, hello. They go for a Broodmother pickup. That's cheesy, John. Very, very scary stuff here from Army Geniuses. Now, mind you, it is into a Viper, it's into a Puck, and probably a Battle Furiosa. So I don't know how much this Broodmother is going to get done this game. But I do enjoy seeing a spider in the game, John, as the Australian on this stream. Feels very good.
Yeah, it takes you back to your router right there, Mike. Just reminding you what's in your garage right now still. It's a really strong pick, as you mentioned. It's going to be putting a bit of a curveball there for Motivate Trust. They're going to have to deal with it in some way. And we're going to see if they've had enough. They do have some decent ways of clearing out the Broodlings as they fly out. Once the ult is up and running, you could, just kind of AoE clear with a Crystal Maiden, with a Viper, and even Fearless can kind of handle that for you. So DB's going to have to be careful with his micro there. But you have a lot of early presence as well for DB, so they need to play around with that. It looks like Mamang Daya is on the Troll, so that's looking like perhaps a Troll mid unless they change around lanes here. But we'll see. It's going to be a really wild game number 3, which is what I love to see. AG and MTG have been really going back and forth in this series, and it's always good to see another wacky draft from both these guys and trying to close out here.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get into it. Game number 3, we'll see if Army Geniuses can make the same thing happen as they had in Game 1, same result, or whether Motivate Trust are going to be able to get this victory 2-1 today. I think even for Army Geniuses, like even if you don't manage to win this game and get the series victory, just being the first team to be able to take a game off Motivate Trust is going to be a pretty big victory, I think, and let's just see how it pans out, whether they can make it work.
Yeah, it's they've already put a dent in that perfect record, so it's already something to be really happy about for AG. In fact, thinking about it, we kind of saw them do an upset as well in the OEDL, right? Like they managed to get that win as well, force a draw in the closed qualifiers. So AG's definitely up there in this specific matchup at least, and we'll see if the follow through is here. Again, pulling off a bit of a wild card with that last pick. Just have to see how much DB can get done as we do get into the game, and it does look like DB will head to the safe lane. So we will have a mid-troll from Mamang Daya. Mid-troll up against Puck. That, sounds manageable for a troll. You can play range, but feels like the Puck should have an edge up there. And the Motivate Trust smoking up, looking for an angle from the top jungle. That's some old school stuff there. Alpha Red Jackie. That is a long time ago now, it feels like.
Oh, geez, I remember that team as well. We used to cast them in the qualifiers.
Yeah, and Pondok Gaming as well, right? PG
Yeah.
Orca, PG Barrack X.
Oh, the good old days. The good old days indeed. Quick warning to the people in chat. I can't believe I have to say this at the end of the night, but please don't spam. Otherwise you will probably get banned, and we really don't want to ban people from the chat, so please don't spam. We do now have a mod watching, so please don't. Anyway, apart from that, Army Geniuses versus Motivate. Looks like Motivate is going to try and maybe make their way over to the triangle. They've got a nice observer ward on the cliff right now, so they do have vision of Wommy. Trying to sneak their way up, and we'll see if they can get it done. Q, he'll be the frontliner. Wommy going to try and back. Masteros even moving in from the side, and they are going to have to give up the bounty. LYM, meanwhile, he won't be able to stick around for the other either. And it should still amount to a 2-for-2 trade anyway. As Army Geniuses gonna go for the other. You still have Motivate Trust on their tail, and Masteros might be able to get a bit of damage out with Q if they do manage to catch UK, but in fact, Masteros now TPing to cut him off. UK, he'll run the other way. But Q gets the battery assault, and that might be it. UK, it's going to be extremely hard to get away from this. He will fire blast once, but he is definitely dead. Masteros, very fire out, maybe not Q. He's going to keep going. You would have loved to give the kill over to the Viper, but now Q's going to have to try and chase him down, and UK gets another fire blast off. He is going to be just fine, it seems like, as Q could not keep up. Masteros, he walked back for a second, and it does cost them.
Yeah, that's a pretty big missed kill. Surprised Masteros just didn't go for that last right click with the poison attack, and you miss out on that. You do burn a lot of resources on the Ogre, so UK is going to have to ferry more regen, burns a salve on himself, and that should be enough to kind of counteract it. But You've given out a free wave onto DB, so level 2 now on this Broodmother, and you know Broodmother holds lane really well. You can farm up with your insatiable hunger. The webs start to pile on. It's looking like your router here, Mike. Look at that.
No baby spiders though yet, John, which is the big difference right now. My router does have many babies, many nests. I'm not a cruel human being either, John. I'm going to give them their space. Be fine. Top lane, Leona, or rather Leonak, going to get caught. Is going to go down. Wami able to secure the first blood, and it is going to be rather difficult for Leonak. He's been playing Elder Titan pretty much every game we've seen him. It's been a while since we've seen the Crystal Maiden pop up, but if you do get caught by the Earth Spike or the Hex, you are going to drop very fast.
Yeah, and that's the one thing with the CM. Very soft in the laning phase. Jackie's still going to have some really decent farm here. Not much Wami can really slow it down, but as the levels come on for LYM, it gets a bit tough. You get worried about the stun combos, and there's only so much Leonak can do here.
Yeah, look at Wami. Very aggressive here onto Jackie, but will be forced to back as the Fury swipes are still a pretty big threat. We'll have a look at that mid lane as well, where you've got Fearless up against Mamang Dyer, and it's another kind of weird mid lane matchup here for AG with the Troll, but I think the Troll should do much better than, say, the Jug up against the Puck, because you're able to secure CS better. You might even have a bit of kill potential at level 6 on this Puck, and for Fearless, I doubt he'll be able to kill it.
Yeah, it's a very stable lane for both sides, unless Mamangaya out missteps just a bit, and you manage to get that burst damage here on Fearless. It should hold steady. The one issue here for the Troll versus Puck, kind of the same issue with a Jug. Like, Fearless has much better control of what runes as it comes out, so if he wants to, he can keep trying to just constantly jump the runes as they come out, maybe snag the opposing bounty rune here as well, and just keep playing with how much more efficient you are with a bottle. Like, Troll has the bottle up as well, so Mamang Dai can just spam his own spells. And he is going to go for a cheeky bounty trade, as he saw Fearless kind of going for that, but you are missing out on some farm. I think overall, you're not going to mind too much on either side, but again, it's just a very, very stable lane mid. We're just going to have to see Mamang Dai transition out of mid. That's the key thing. We saw him on the Jug last time. He went Mask of Madness. This time around, should be maybe a Maelstrom build on the Troll, but he definitely can't afford to just sit back and farm. Not when the Broodmother is also going to be soaking out a full lane for herself.
Yeah, I mean, DB's still having a great time on this Brood. Masaros not able to slow him down too much. Mid lane still a bit of a fight over these water runes, but Mamang Daya has been able to secure him every single time. Meanwhile, bot lane UK is going to get caught this time around. Q does have the cogs up now, so you can actually lock down the Ogre. The thing is, though, as long as DB's not dying, I think Army Geniuses are going to be okay with that.
Yeah, there's not much worry. It's still free farm for the Brood. Just right behind the Ursa in terms of farm, but with way more denies under DB's belt. So slowing down the progress of Masaros, although up top.
Leonak taking a lot of damage, but they're trying to get the damage back out onto LYM. Still, Leonak really needs to back. Another chains out is going to be blocked by a tree. We'll be able to salve up on that Crystal Maiden. While UK trying to play around with the small camp, trying to get a pull off, but Q is going to be there to block the stack. Even look at that CS board, John. I mean, even the Troll's having a great time. Like, Mamang Daya, top of the CS board, only seconded by his Broodmother. Right now, Motivate can't really do much in the way of stopping this.
Yeah, I think they're just going for even farm trade. All the cores are relatively close to each other, not a major advantage from either side. Going down, it's just 31 to 29. The only one lagging behind is really Wami, but that's kind of to be expected from a Timbersaw. So you're kind of happy with the state of the game for both sides. None of them are taking too forward risks, although they do find Masaros at least.
That they do, and that's also a Viper, John. A Viper does tend to drop off a bit if you do fall behind, and at least for now, he's doing just fine in terms of farm. He even has the Falcon Blade already up on the Viper, but you're still going to be very cautious because the hero does tend to drop off a bit. Of course, the Nether Toxin break is always going to be nice, but you want a bit more than that. You don't want to be just a walking Nether Toxin the whole game.
Yeah, definitely not. You want to play with a potency with your clockwork here. Issue is you can't really lock in a Broodmother all too well, so you're going to have to always go for UK.
Well, they've got UK now, but DB immediately out onto Masaros. They're going to kill off the Ogre, but this Broodmother is just going to keep going. And eventually will be forced to back as Q got the job done with the Ogre. Another nice pickup for MTG. Still no answers for the Brood, though. He will just keep healing himself up with that insatiable hunger. I wonder what kind of itemization you see on DB after this Orb of Corrosion.
Yeah, it's really open for the Brood. Maybe an Orchid coming through just for more silence, more control, more aggression. You can see the movement here from AG, just checking out the jungle, looking for stacks once more. Fearless does manage to at least save it for now, but they still have this really nice play forward to watch the stack so they can invade once more. We saw them do that in game 2 quite nicely, and that's going to be key in slowing down some of the flash farm coming out, especially for Jackie. You take away those stacks, the Ursa, suddenly even with a fast Battle Fury, doesn't feel like he has that burst farm on hand.
DB for a bit of a chase there onto Q, but won't bother. We'll just go back to farming. Leonak is around now on the Crystal Maiden. He might try to make a play here onto DB as Q. Gonna get caught out though. DB gonna make the jump in, but Leonak is gonna make his presence known. They want to try and go onto UK, but it looks like the Ogre is gonna be able to get out of there. And you even saw Fearless trying to make his way down to help the team out, but he couldn't quite get there in time, and that's quite a bad sign. When you've got 3 heroes down against 2, you can't get the position 5 kill. And your mid lane is even rushing down to try and help out.
Yeah, it's just bad news overall, though. They do line up for Mamangaya.
There's your battle trance out. Even Masaros going to come in now with the Viper, trying to go onto the Troll, and they have so many heroes coming in. Clockwork going to get stunned up, but they found the Troll. Q, he's going to be just fine to back out. It took them a bit, but it's definitely worth the Troll kill.
Yeah, they keep down Mamangaya. He was just free farming a bit too well. He managed to get the punishment off. I think the key thing for Motivate Trust while all of this movement happens is that Jackie is not under any threat at all. Solo lane against Wami is holding even, still top in terms of net worth and CS. Not by much, but this does mean a very stable build-up into the Battle Fury. Only one part off here for Jackie. He did skip his boots upgrade, but you're feeling really good about this. You're just lacking about 1,000 gold. And once you have that, Jackie's just set to flash farm as much as he wants here.
Jackie going to be chased down now by Wami. Try and make a run. Wami does have quite a bit of damage output here onto Jackie. Fearless going to rotate with Leonak. They might be able to turn, but Jackie, he does not want to risk it. Wami looking a bit too tanky on this Timber right now, and I suppose maybe they could turn now with the high ground advantage. In fact, they found LYM on the Lion. LYM can't get Q in time, it seems, and will drop. Q will be okay to back. Of course, Wami on the Timber, probably not going to be too happy about that.
No. He doesn't manage to line up for the kill. He doesn't die, at the least, but it feels a bit unnecessary to have the line in that position. So it's a freebie for MTG coming through. They will line up once more for Jackie, though, and he is alone now.
That he is, but can you kill him? You need somebody to get in there to just stun him up immediately, and that's just not the case right now. Suppose you could just keep accepting the fact that the DB is farming on the Brood, and thus Mamangaya is back to farming on the Troll, but your concern is that Jackie's going to have that Battle Fury up soon. And he is going for that Battle Fury rush over going for the treads first. So playing much greedier on the Ursa, but if you can get away with this, it does feel quite impactful.
Definitely does, and it should open up the Roche opportunity as well. Once you have that Battle Fury up, the damage is going to be nice enough to go for that. And again, there's just no rotations coming through from AG. They've got a passive mid here, and Mamangaya is just farming up as well. So basically, all 3 lanes are just farming. Even DB, now you could say DB's having a great time. The Ags is going to come out timely for the Broodmother. But everyone else on Motivate Trust is ready to move around the map.
But they are. Coil out from Fearless. Q going to come in now onto Wami. They'd love to get the Timber Sword down. Wami taking a lot of damage with the Viper Strike out, and it should be enough. Without that Timber, oh, what a hook shot. Q! Just a completely blind hook shot out onto LYM. Maybe he had vision from the rocket flare, but a great hook shot nonetheless.
Can't see your breath anymore.
Yeah, Leonak will be the one to take the kill on the Crystal Maiden, and again for Army Geniuses. Well, actually, never mind. Jackie gets taken out solo by DB.
I just don't understand why Jackie would show up bot. Like, everyone left, the tier 1 fell. If he wanted, he could have played in the triangle, but to show in the lane itself is just, without backup, super risky for the Ursa. He still had a top jungle to farm in. And in that case, the kill that's coming out from MTG just don't feel very worthwhile. Like, you give out your Ursa, he loses his net worth lead. It's looking a bit better for AG. DB now is playing around with the Spiderlings, so it's definitely looking like a router out here. And the bot lane's just completely infested. Like, they can't stop DB at this point. He's just too big. Once the Ags is up, even more of the map is going to be denied off. The side of MTG need to be very cautious with where they put Jackie to farm up here.
But they do. UK and LYM now going to smoke up on Army Genius's end of things and move into that dire jungle. In fact, the only target they're going to have around is Masaros. In fact, never mind, Q's going to show up now on the Clockwork, but they're already jumped in on the Viper. You've got Wommy there with the Whirling Death, but Fearless is going to show up on with the Dream Call out. They might just have enough to burst down both supports, while Masaros, he is just not dying. The Chakram not going to be enough. UK trying to get the damage out, but they just melt. Masaros, he tries for the TP back to the fountain.
Double kill.
It will not work, and he will eventually die, but it's at a great cost for Army Geniuses.
Definitely is. The one thing I think they're trying to do here is they're playing Tree Protect 2. Because they've got a Troll and a Broodmother farming up. So it's 3 heroes buying space for 2. In that sense, it's kind of working out. Like, the 3 heroes die, but DB, again, it's free farming. Mamang Dai is playing catch up on the Troll. Maelstrom is almost done. And at that point, the Troll can really start to dish some damage through. Side of MTG, well, they've got the Battle Fury on Jackie. A bit more comfy standing in front, clearing out the creep waves. You could cleave through the Spiderlings as well if you're not careful. I think we need to see something defensive for Jackie Rush. Maybe a BKB after the power treads, just to ensure he's not going to be kited around by that Silken Bola, by the stuns and the hexes coming through from AG's draft, and just have that forward presence. If you get that timing for Jackie, this early spike from Army Geniuses might not feel as great. They still need to play quick. Like, you have a Brood. It can kind of scale nicely into late game, but your strength is still in that early to mid. You have to get a little bit more done here on DB, and once the Axe is up, he needs to look at invading other lanes and forcing more towers out.
Q, he targeted. Cogs pushback is going to be there, and now the coil's out from Fearless. Leonak going to move in to lock down the Ogre. Here comes Masaros as well on the Viper. They just want Wommy dead on that Timber, and it looks like he is set to fall. Meanwhile, Mamang Daya does at least kill off Leonak, but it is not worth it, and now they will turn around on the Troll. Mamang Daya needs a way out of this. He does have the Battle Trance. That might be enough. The silence was not there in time by Fearless, but it won't matter. They have so much control. They will lose Q, but they get the Troll. And it's going to feel very worthwhile for Motivate Trust. As it's just 2 supports for 2 cores. You can't say no to that. The only problem is, though, John, DB did get the bottom tier 2 tower at the bot lane.
And that's a good use of the space coming out for DB. Has managed to, again, kind of counteract that net worth swing by spreading out some more gold. And also denying out a complete lane here. It's going to be tough for them to clear out. Leonak has to commit the freezing field just to kill some of those Spiderlings, and they just go back into the webs anyway. So, man, you know, you can't even deal with spiders in Dota 2. You can't deal with them in real life. They're just in. Once they're in, they don't leave.
Nope.
In game as well. Even the cold doesn't stop them, Mike.
You can't, John. You just let them be. Just don't become their enemy, and you'll be fine. Smoke is there from Army Geniuses. Wommy going to move in with LYM. You've also got UK around the Ogre. They're just going to go for the outpost for now. That is one of the big advantages of the Brood getting that tier 2 tower, is you're going to be able to soak so much more XP out of the outposts and deny so much away from Motivate Trust. Even just remain on the high ground, get some D wards out. Motivate, they're going to keep trying to go after this mid tier 1 tower. I think they're still very confident to go for a fight against Army Geniuses if necessary. Mind you, we haven't seen a fight yet with DB on the Brood. They're going to go in with the Viper Strike. Onto UK, that'll be an easy Ogre death. No problem for Masaros. However, the top tier 2 tower is under siege, and DB is going to force Fearless to come back in and rotate, and now the buyback. They're going to try and start a fight. Masaros, he's been left behind. He will try to force Staff away, but he needs to try and man up, and it looks like it is not going to work out for him. They will get at least the Viper. It does cost them an Ogre buyback, but at least it's something.
That's pretty worthwhile, killing off Masaros. They don't manage to save that mid-tier 1 though, so it doesn't feel as good. But kind of managed to make it work, and the side of Motivate Trust can't really do as much. You saw Fearless bail out early on to clear out the top tier 2, because DB switched that lane. The Axe is up on Brood here, although...
Yeah, Fearless, that'll be a massive pick-up. They get the puck and they got the Hex out. Fearless gonna drop, Leonak gonna try with the freezing field to fight back. Mamong Daya, very low.
Oh,
Q,
no.
hook shot, is gonna connect with his own creep wave. Very unfortunate there, as they probably would have gotten. Mamong Daya and the Troll had that hook landed, but it just wasn't the case.
Yeah, and it's just a bit awkward now for Motivate Trust. They lose their mid tower in exchange, so they don't really have a map advantage, especially since they lost their bot lane completely. And you've got DB freely working the top lane. Got 1,000 in the bank. Already has the Ogre Axe up. Could be the Sanch or BKB. Not quite showing it yet, just flying more clarities. So you're open in itemization here for the Brood. You don't have a major net worth advantage though on the hero, but you've got those level spikes. You've got all the presence in the world, and it's very hard for Motivate Trust to hold you down. They are making a swing up top though.
Yeah, Fearless, Hex, not going to be there in time, but the Earth Spike, it does land into the finger. Just on the edge there for LYM, but a great start to this fight, as Q now is going to try and hook shot in after Mamong Daya, but they don't get the cogs to hold down the Troll. LYM, he may die for this, but it's well worth his life. He'll try for the TP out. He is going to make it. Oh, Motivate Trust, they get nothing. Absolutely nothing for their trouble.
Yeah, and it's all coming down to the fact that Fearless is always so far forward very early on. He's not respecting that line. There's a lot of burst, a lot of control just from that one hero for the puck, and that's why you see a lot of lines into puck. Just a great counter pick overall. So you're going to need to be much more cautious in stalling out for your team. They aren't too far behind here. MTG, it just bounces to a less than 1k lead for AG, so it's still a really even game in that sense. 9-12, but the map control is just really scary. AG can be all over the place. DB has still not died, has been not contested, and the BKB is almost up for this Brood, so no matter what way you're looking to hold her down, it's not going to be enough while that BKB lasts long.
On to that top T2 again they go. Army Geniuses, they are making this work so far. It's a 9-12 with a 1k advantage for Motivate Trust, but in terms of objectives, they are well and truly ahead.
Illusion.
Motivate.
Should look to their top tower.
It's a move in. In fact, no, they're going to go through the mid lane now. So not actually looking for the fight. They're going to try and force pressure in this mid lane and force them back to defend, but no, they're sticking around. It's not going to be that hard to get the Tier 2 top tower. They've got it.
Is under attack.
Yeah, just really easy. You've got the Troll who can stand in front, the fervor stacks just build up, and there's not much MTG can do. They have to be cautious. Only one outer tower left. Top jungle now just completely covered in webs as well, and that just gives so much easy free Roche access for AG once they start eyeing that objective. Again, a BKB for DB is going to come out soon. You will have a BKB up for Jackie soon as well. In fact, it should be flying in, so Jackie might be ready to go with Blink BKB on hand on the Ursa. Just need to find a good target. Like, if you want to squash DB down, you have to be ready with some really good chain stuns. Otherwise, this Broodmother, BKB flying through as well, is not going to be an easy target to squish down, and you kind of miss that early time when a Brood just feels much more manageable. At this point, it's that major spike for the Brood, and they just have to be picking off everyone else in backline. You do see the smoke here from MTG. They've got the hook ready.
Now they're going to try for the
just look for
Roshan.
LYM.
They'll try for the Roshan first, and I think they're just going to try and sneak this away and slow the momentum down of Army Geniuses. Army Geniuses not quite aware yet, but they are making their way over, and now with the webs in, they'll know. But hook shot out from Q and freezing field from Leonak, trying to hold back the Spider. Jackie, he's got the Aegis. They're just going to try and run away. As it looks like their Clockwork and Fearless are going to sacrifice themselves. They'll lose 3 for that. But they did get the Aegis. Now the only question is, will they be able to hold on to it? Because DB is chasing Jackie. Now, he will give up on it. He won't go all the way. They'll leave the Ursa be. They still maintain control over this map though. And really the only negative thing for Army Geniuses thus far in this game has been the fact that they've lost the Roshan.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to mind that too much. Again, we're just seeing the weaknesses of the puck here. Like, Fearless gets fingered up, the damage still flies through from LYM, tries to dodge out, but the cut through was there from Wami. Just kind of lines up in the end. Jackie, with the Aegis, I don't know if you really have openings to be aggressive here. Like, the positioning of AG is just super safe. They play as 4, play as 5 for the most part. If they are split up, it's just DB farming alone. And he's very well protected with a BKB on the Broodmother. So even if you catch Brood alone, it doesn't feel like it's the best target until a Basher is up in Jackie. That is coming in. It's just still a ways off. Still about 900 gold away. So you have to wait for that to be farmed up first. And you finally see AG start to take that farm lead. Up now at 2k. You've got the Heaven's Halberd on Wami. So even if you stand in front there, Jackie has to be preemptive with the BKB. Otherwise, he gets disarmed in the middle of a fight. It's not going to feel good for the Ursa.
No, it is not. UK. Gonna back off. Q. Does have that hook shot. Doesn't necessarily want to go onto the Ogre first, though. You need a much better target than that, I think. Q. Yeah, he's gonna break the smoke. Goes for the Fire Blast. We'll just lock them down, and they're gonna have to accept what they get. UK, he's gonna try and TP out. He does not get out of this. Q is gonna hook shot and get the kill. But it is going to mean the rest of Army Geniuses are going to be just free to leave. And again, MTG, they definitely wanted more than that.
Yeah, it's not quite enough. Like, their rotations just aren't lining up for these big pickoffs. And they can't handle DB. Just, again, constantly up top. A million sentries on hand here for Motivate Trust, but no vision. They can't really see in the area and make use of that. AG, they're still buying out really good space here for Mamang Daya. SNY up. BKB of his own coming out next. You do have the Basher finally finished on Jackie. So you can focus in on the Brood if he wants to. And he's rushing into the Monkey King bar, into the Ag Shard as well. He's going to have that Earth Shock and Rage buff, which is always nice. It'll help you kind of ride through the Heaven's Halberd if you don't get the BKB preemptively. But you really need to line your initiation up here. Going for the tier 2. Should be able to find it, but their tier 3 is going to be under pressure for a bit.
That it will. A lot of spiders flying in now onto that tier 3 tower. Fearless is going to try and just take them out, and does. So you've got that phase shift attack, and it's not going to be too hard to get the spiders with that. Army Geniuses, whether they like it or not, they're going to have to commit as a team to go high ground. I think that's where the problems may start to begin here for Army Geniuses. Jackie is slowly but surely getting bigger and bigger. Mind you, Mamang Daya is doing the exact same thing on the Troll. He is quite big himself. It's not quite as farmed as Jackie. Still a very even game. Like, you look at that net worth graph, and right now it's actually less than 1k, so it just hasn't updated all the way. But it's been a very even game throughout this whole game number 3, and it just feels like it can go anyone's way. Hook.
Oh.
Gonna be onto the Lion. They'll get LYM. With the Lion dead, they may feel confident to try and make some form of play happen. So they will get started on that mid-tier 2 tower now. Nobi gonna be pushing out that top lane, so they won't have to worry about the split push. And Fearless can always come in with the boots of travel.
Yeah, but look mid. DB cuts the wave. They don't have a follow-up wave. They can't really get the push going. And all of a sudden, AG are the ones on the offensive. Running up, they can easily pincer with DB here as well if they find a good angle. And they do smoke up.
That they do. They know exactly where MTG's gone as well. This could be a very prime kind of opportunity now for Army Geniuses. Trains forward, they found Masaros on the Viper. That's how they'll get started. Masaros, they're going to force staff away. Gets the Nether Toxin down. A nice Cogs by Q as well to block the way. And now they'll turn on the Timber. That'll be Wami gone already. Mamang Daya is going to try and back. The Aegis does expire, mind you, so this could be dangerous for Jackie. As now they'll go back into Masaros. Battle Trance there, even through the coil. They'll get Q dead. Fearless needs to back off, and Masaros, he will go down. But Jackie is back in, and he'll clean up among Daya. Gets UK as well. On the Ursa DB, he'll be able to BKB TP out just fine. It's a bit of a prolonged team fight, but MTG, they do manage to come out on top.
Yeah, you can see the damage output here of Jackie just overwhelming the side of AG. Like this build on our troll on Mamangdaya, Maelstrom and SNY is nice, but he's not going to be cleaving the same way Jackie will. So if you clump up in a tight spot like that, Jackie will punish you. He's got the Basher up. Next time DB shows up, and you saw him prioritize just TPing and BKB and TPing home because he knows he can't stand and fight against that. Has to be a bit cautious with his positioning. If he gets caught out, if he dies even once, it feels like the Broodmother can start to collapse in on itself there, and just have to be really cautious. They haven't made headway into high ground from AG. I think that's where it gets dicey. We're 27 minutes in, they cleared out the map so quick, but they couldn't find the main objective. They couldn't make a headway into that Ancient, and the Broodmother does feel very sensitive in its timings, despite the tweaks to here. It still feels relatively early to mid.
Oh, Leonak. He's going to split out DB, but they get the rocket flare off. They aren't going to make the chase, however. MTG just going to back off. I think Fearless might have the Aghanim Scepter up very soon, and maybe just wait that out on the puck before you go any further. Because it does feel like that next Roshan's going to be extremely important for either side, and I'd say even more important for AG though. You saw Jackie, even without using that Aegis, was able to clean up the Radiant side. You give him another Aegis plus a Shards upgrade, there's going to be problems.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's going to be really potent coming through if they're allowed to get that. The AoE and the Silken Bowler is just so annoying. And you will have the MKB for Jackie, so it's only the slow that's going to be a massive issue, but it's still going to be annoying for the Ursa nonetheless. And it's on edge for Jackie, like he has to be very careful with when he pops his BKB as well. It just complicates matters when DB gets that additional presence for the Ag Shard. Next Roche, we're going to find in about half a minute when the respawn is. So far, MTG though, 3K lead up in their end. They're the ones playing against the Broodmother. They're going to be feeling great about the state of the game right now. There's a smoke out from AG, but there's no one in that top jungle anymore. They've learned their lesson, just playing bot to get that safe farm up.
They are. Wami needs to be careful. They see the flamethrower in the mid lane. DB seems very confident in split pushing, but we haven't seen much of him in a team fight recently. Seems to struggle quite a bit in that aspect. Even with the BKB up. Army Geniuses may just want to kind of rotate to Mamangdaya being that main kind of position 1 now. Meanwhile, Jackie, he does have that big MKB up. Things do get a little bit more concerning now as the Ursa just going to hit that much harder, and he's not going to miss either. Roshan, still got a minute and a half to go. So AG, they're going to start the pressure at that top lane. Motivate, they'll stick around the river for now. There's your smoke up. They're going to try for something.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, but we're walking the wrong direction here. No one's playing in the triangle. Looks like both sides haven't figured out that they're just playing the opposite ends of the map right now. They could wrap around. You could look for a nice hook angle here if he wants to.
Now, Wami would be a nice way to start. He doesn't really feel that tanky if you catch him without the reactive armor stacks. Mamangdaya, not going to be spotted. Jackie's going to run to the Roshan pit, and Wami, he's going to just chain out. DB will start moving his way in now on the Brood. And both teams going to be very desperate for this next Roshan. It's like Motivate, they're going to apply the mid lane pressure instead. And they'll try to force Army Geniuses back this way.
Yep. Just get that pressure on mid lane, force someone to come back in, break off the eventual team fight in the pit. You've got good progression here as well now for Masaros. BKB's up and running on our Viper. So it's not going to be as scary for Masaros if he's caught out. He can stand in the middle, get his own damage off, use all his spells. You've also got the Ags riding here on Fearless. It's the Dream Coil Ag Scope upgrade is there. And they are keeping eyes on the Roche. Respawn is in about 5 seconds. So it's going to be a big one for both sides. Both sides will have to commit for that fight.
Oh, Jackie. He's onto DB. DB gonna try and get himself out through the webs. There's your Roshan now. DB will scout. How is he allowed to be in that spot? Never mind that, because it looks like Mamang Dai is gonna pop a battle trance. Hookshot in, Q is in with a great cogs out, he's caught 2 of them. Mamang Daya is going to pop the BKB, he will kill Q, but he is stuck with a very angry bear right now. Jackie, he will get the kill for the troll. DB dies as well. They try to fight this one out. Wami, he is going to drop to boot. LYM is going to try for the TP, but Jackie has the damage, an ultra kill out for the Ursa. One more for a Rampage, and you know the man wants it. Here he comes. There you go, there's a Rampage. Jackie gets it. A nice Rampage. Fearless with the tip as well. And your MTG. Did you, excuse me, did you happen to see what happened with the troll, John? Why did he battle trance?
Fearless jumped right onto him. The bigger issue there, I don't think the battle trance was it. The big issue was DB popped BKB but broke the Ag's upgrade Dream Coil. He did not notice the Dream Coil was upgraded. He was stuck in the middle. And he just got bashed through from Jackie. So that's the downfall right there. They just didn't check the items. They had enough time. And they just underestimate the farm. And now they lose a tier 3. Lane's going to shove in a bit. There's a double damage here for Motivate Trust to go into the Roche pit. Beautiful timing as usual. They don't spot it out, but will eventually. And this is going to be big. Ag shard to be given out. I wonder who they give it to.
It's going to be
in
Jackie.
This case. Jackie already has his. Maybe Masaros or Fearless could be nice. Heck, even the CM? Actually, the CM, probably the best, in my opinion. But yeah, it looks like they actually do pass it. Leonak has the Ag Shard, so he can actually blink in, cast the Freezing Field first, blink in, get his damage control off.
It's on
That
Masaros.
is going to be really annoying. Oh, shame. He hands it back.
Yeah.
But Masaros handed it to Leonak. You just take it. You don't ask questions, Leonak. If a core gives you an item, you just say, yes, please. You know?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Bottom lane, Fearless in with the Dream Coil, and that's Wami gone. And now with the 16k net worth advantage, things looks very difficult for Army Geniuses. Very difficult indeed. Even the Viper, John, with that shards up, he can actually get the poison attack on the buildings. So you have even more damage output for these objectives now for Masaros.
Oh,
You start to ask the question, what do Army Geniuses do? Like, the Brood's not doing anywhere near enough, and neither is the Troll.
That's the big issue. They went with a really greedy draft. The Brood alone's fine, but they also went Troll, which as a bit of a curveball, but Mamang Dai just doesn't have enough to be super impactful just yet. And Jackie's just able to really be that bigger core. 26k net worth, a good 8k above everyone else next to him. Take down the tier 3 bot, and we go.
Look at Masaros. He's doing damage to the towers, but because he has a Grove Bow as well, he's amplifying the magic damage on the objectives.
Oh my god.
Look at that.
Disgusting.
You love to see it.
Negative 35% resist in the building. Negative
Yes.
46. That is
What do you do, John? Just good stuff to see. Viper shards, it's a thing. MTG now, 2 racks is up, 19k net worth lead, and I mean, Army Geniuses, John, they still have the great split push with DB, but that's about all they've got. They're going to try and smoke up, but this could be the last-ditch team fight. If this doesn't work out... Oh, Jackie's already broken the smoke. Wami's going to chain in, but they are ready for a Jackie right to the back lines. UK not going to drop yet, but no, he does. Q does manage to get him. Still Jackie dropping quite low. Will lose the Aegis. That is one live, but the hook shot in from Q, gonna stun them up. Jackie has to turn around and try to fight this one out. There's your coil, there's your enrage. He is trying, but they are attacking very, very fast. Jackie gonna turn back around now, getting DB onto Wami. He is not really that tanky anymore. The Timber will drop. Mamang Daya, he's gonna try, but he will drop as well. And there's your GG call. They have had enough. Motivate Trust. They do lose one game. They lose their undefeated streak in terms of single games. But in terms of series, they are still undefeated.
They managed to keep that streak up. AG putting up a really good fight throughout the series. Taking one game off, putting a dent in the perfect record of Motivate Trust is already really good news. They try to experiment around with their draft in this game. They go with the Broodmother surprise pick in the safe, but it just ended up being too greedy. Mamang Daya was also farming on its role. They couldn't play with the early push coming out from DB, and they didn't have the best control in bigger team fights outside of Earth Spike from LYM. Compare that to the hold from Motivate Trust. They hook in with Q, they get the cogs off. The Dream Coil Ags upgrade was really what ruined Army Geniuses. They just didn't expect it around a Roche fight. And once DB broke that, again, one death from the Broodmother just starts you tumbling down. Just kind of they couldn't pierce through the high ground, which is really what we needed to see from AG early on. After clearing out a complete lane, they just couldn't transition to the main objectives there.
Yeah. With that, we are going to have an interview coming up very, very soon, I believe. Not sure who it's going to be quite yet. We're going to have to wait it out a...
Oh,
never mind.
He's
Who
right
is...
in. Fearless.
Oh, hello, Fearless. How you doing, sir?
Good.
Very good to hear from you. We know you get a little bit nervous with interviews, but you've jumped right in. We haven't even had to drag you into the channel, so very good to see you. First off, how do you feel after this series victory? Army Genius is putting up a pretty good fight.
Yeah, they have like many play style and hero.
Right, so you think the drafting and the weird kind of play style made it a bit tougher for you guys on the side of MG Trust?
Yeah.
Not fair.
Yep. I'm wondering here, Fearless. You know, after game one, what was the mindset there? That was like the first loss for the team. What did you guys do to go back in game two? Did you guys have a talk? Did you guys just shrug it off and like, yeah, it's all right. We lost one game, we can bounce back in.
Yeah, we talk about the problem. Then when we like can finalize it, we kind of like focus on the next game.
Yeah, you guys adjusted really well.
We knew that we could like win them in this series.
Yeah, and you guys played really well, especially into that game too. I'm wondering here, you know, you guys are playing a lot of games, right? Like you guys are playing an OEDL, playing here. I believe there's another tournament as well that I forget the name of. Do you guys prefer that, like playing more games? I think I asked this question last time as well, but how is it shaping up? Playing way more than just DPC. Is that part of the success here for Motivate Trust? Just the fact that you play so much more and know so much more than other teams?
I think we've been like away 3 or 4 months away from each other. That's why we need to like play a tournament together to get in shape.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Can I take it back? Can I take it back as well, Fearless? I don't mean to go that far back, but back when the team kind of split up, back when Jackie joined T1 and Masros joined Fnatic, I wanted to ask you, because I never got the chance, how did you personally feel towards that? Because I'm sure it was very hard on you being kind of left without that full stack. Were you feeling kind of bad about it? Were you happy for your friends that they'd made it to those big organizations back then?
I felt a little bit bad for myself. But I kind of understand my friend. That's why I don't take it personally.
So you were happy for your friends, but of course for yourself you were a bit upset.
Yeah, it's both.
Yeah, I get you. Obviously now though, you guys are together, and I'm imagining you're pretty happy again, and you guys are looking pretty darn good. Quite frankly as well, I mean, just based on the series we've been watching, you guys, you say you're out of practice, but it doesn't look like it very much. It looks like you guys are just back to the way you guys were before this year came around. So Yes?
Yes. I don't know, man. I feel like we still need to practice more in the tournament.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. Always room for improvement. I've got one last one here, Fearless.
Yeah.
We keep talking about everyone's best friend, my pro Dota 10. Is it his birthday today? Is it time to greet him happy birthday, Mr. Fearless?
Oh, wait, what?
Isn't it always his birthday?
No. It's not my pro birthday today.
Not today.
Not today. Yeah,
not today. Okay, not today.
All right.
But yeah.
It's about 2 months.
All right. Yeah. We'll greet him anyway. Happy birthday, my pro.
Okay.
I'll ask you one final question, Fearless, before we let you go. Are you guys quite confident that you're going to be able to just finish up the lower division and make it through to the upper division next season? I mean, you guys still haven't dropped the series, so I'm guessing the answer is probably yes. But
I mean, we're aiming for this TI from through the regional
Wow.
qualifier.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
That-
Oh yeah.
That's what no other team has said that, John. Only Fearless has come in and
Yeah.
said that to us.
Exactly, but it's in his name. He's fearless. Okay, before we one last question. Since you guys are looking at TI, is there any one team from Upper Div or Lower Div that you guys are looking forward to play for those regional qualifiers?
Fnatic and T1.
There you go. That's what I like.
No, no. Just kidding. I think they would have like DPC point to qualify for TI. Maybe
Yeah.
the SMG or the Omega.
Okay.
All right.
Fair
Fair
enough. Fearless, you guys have got a lot of fans, obviously. Your countrymen, the Thais are out there. They're always very excited to watch you guys. You got any words for them before we let you go?
Thank you. คนแพ้ไม่ใช่คนอารมณ์ดี
There you go. I have no idea what he said, but I'm sure it was good. Fearless, thank you very much for the interview. It's been a pleasure, and hopefully we get to speak to you again soon, sir.
Okay, see you guys.
See you, Fearless.
Thank you.
That was the lovely Fearless. Obviously, very nervous in interviews, but he's a happy guy. He's a chilled guy, and I'm very happy to hear that from MG Trust. You can feel the confidence, right, from Fearless when he says we're going for TI. Who cares about Upper Division next season? We're not even thinking about that. We're going straight for TI.
Exactly it. I love to hear. No other team, as you mentioned, Mike. No one says that.
Nobody.
But they do. I love that mindset coming up from MG Trust. And hey, they're undefeated in terms of series, 5-0 now.
Yeah.
They've got a right to be confident as well. So props to them. And hopefully they keep it up. For AG, they managed to put that loss up. Right? They did it in ODDL, taking a drawn series in a best of 2. They do it here again, making it 2-1. I think that's a great sign. They're putting up a great fight against the top team in the lower div, arguably one of the top teams in C, even if they're not upper div. And I think there's just a lot of room to improve. Well, I look forward to see what AG brings out as well. But big congrats to MG Trust. They're looking good going into those last 2 weeks here.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give it to them. I mean, if Army Geniuses is watching, nothing to be embarrassed about. Pulling a game away from Motivate Trust is already a big victory in my eyes, and obviously your eyes, and I'm sure the fans' eyes. And I look forward to seeing what AG can get up to in their next series, which will be up against 496 next week. So that should be rather interesting to watch as well. Of course, with that, John, that is it for tonight, at least for lower division. We do have an upper division series between OB Neon and, of course, the side of Smart Omega, is it, John? I believe it's Omega Esports.
Yeah, Smart
now.
Omega.
Is it still
Yeah,
Smart
they're
Omega?
still Smart. They're still sponsored by Smart, which makes it awkward for me to talk about my phone. I'm using Smart, which is actually really good. So hey, if Smart Omega, if you're watching, it's working out well. Thank you. But yeah, that should be great. I want to label it the Rambulan sa Hapunan.
What does that mean,
Dinner
John?
fight. The ramble at dinner, because it's at 6 o'clock. So both guys are hungry for a win there, Mike. Yeah.
Rambulan Sambulan is, I believe, what you said, John.
Rambulan sa Hapunan. Rambulan sa Hapunan.
That's a complicated one, John. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to practice that one a little bit, but thank you for that. So if you are looking to watch that series and you can't be bothered moving over by yourself, I'll be around and I'll host the main channel once they're live. Of course, if you are bothered to just go straight to the main channel, it is PGL_Dota2, at least on Twitch. But like I said, you could just go AFK and come back and I'll be hosting the channel when they do go live. In fact, how much time is there till they go live? 1 hour, just about?
I believe it should be about an hour. I believe
Yeah.
they start at 6 p.m. today, so it's going to be a bit of a wait, but it's a worthwhile wait, of course. That's going to be a really good match.
Yeah, absolutely. So you want to stay here? That's fine. I'll host the main channel once they go live. And until next time, it's MLP Dota and Gen X Fire, and it's been an absolute pleasure. We'll see you all again later. Thanks for watching.